Chapter 12:22. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions rang incessantly in the eternal battlefield. Mountains collapsed, the earth cracked, the sea turned upside down, stars fell, and one apocalyptic natural disaster after another broke out on the eternal battlefield. If it wasn't for the eternal battlefield being tyrannical, it would have been smashed to pieces by the aftermath of the fight between Yang Feng and the other party. In the eternal battlefield, countless martyrs who left their names in history appeared, roared, and attacked Yang Feng with weapons in hand. Each of the martyrs who left their name in history is a Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse, and there is even no lack of great Holy Step powerhouses. The God Emperor used the halberd of the God of War's authority to summon these martyrs from the river of history and attack Yang Feng. The combat skills of each of these martyrs have been thoroughly tempered. In terms of combat skills alone, they even surpass Yang Feng's. When countless martyrs joined forces, they can even besiege a quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouse. Devouring black holes appeared one after another, devouring the war-valiant spirits. Even so, the spirits of war heroes from different eras still used all kinds of incredible combat skills to leave scars on Yang Feng. Wielding the green sun halberd, Yang Feng chopped the martyrs from different eras into pieces one after another. Every time he killed a martyr from a different era, his power would be exhausted, and he would no longer be able to injure the Divine Emperor. As expected of the God Emperor. Although Yang Feng can slay Great Holy, but in front of the God Emperor, he is still too weak. Although Yang Feng is very strong, but compared to the God Emperor, he is still too weak. After all, there is a gap of an era. If the Heaven Holy and the God Emperor lived in the same era, the Heaven Holy would be able to suppress the God Emperor. Unfortunately, the God Emperor lived an era longer than him. Thoughts of regret and rejoice reverberated in the area. In the central star field of the Eternal Path, the powerhouses admit that Yang Feng is despairingly strong. In the central star field of the Eternal Path, except for the reincarnation of the God Emperor, the Black Eyes Ghost Emperor, and other invincible overlords of an era, no one can compare to him. However, in today's fight, almost 90% of people are more optimistic about the God Emperor. Amazing, as expected of the God Emperor. What a good opponent. He deserves my full strength. Second form. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, countless runes shone on the Dawn God armor, and a pair of mechanical wings suddenly unfolded, and countless mysterious and profound runes emerged on the mechanical wings. A steady stream of power poured into Yang Feng from the Kunmo stone, causing his aura to rise from the pinnacle junior Great Holy all the way to the advanced Great Holy realm. A brave who once dominated an era and ascended to the quasi-Empyrean position came over with a giant sword in hand and slashed at Yang Feng. Sword rays slashed towards Yang Feng with a breath of destruction. It's just a mark break for me. Yang Feng smiled coldly and brandished his halberd, and a green halberd ray slashed at the martyr. 10 suns split the sky, slashed the martyr along with the few martyrs behind it. Rays of green halberd light revolved around the black holes as they slashed towards the God Emperor. Slashed by the halberd rays, the tyrannical martyrs who once left their mark in history collapsed and shattered bit by bit. After the halberd rays smashed the martyrs, they slashed towards the God Emperor from all directions. Countless runes shone on the God of War armor and protected the core of the God Emperor's body. The halberd rays slashed open numerous wounds on the rest of the body. The God Emperor was actually injured by him. The God Emperor was injured. This is the first time someone has injured the God Emperor. A wisp of shock flashed through the eyes of the saints and great saints outside the eternal battlefield. Since the God Emperor made his debut, he has never been defeated. He had won all of his opponents without suffering any injuries. This was the first time he had been injured by someone. Amazing. Heaven Holy. Ever since I killed the 3 Empyrean emperors, I have never been injured again. To be able to injure me, that's amazing. However, this is as far as you can go. The God Emperor sighed slightly. His eyes shimmered with admiration, and he silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger. A sword covered in cracks, which looks like it will turn into dust if the wind blows, appeared and slashed towards Yang Feng with wisps of eternal breath. As soon as the sword appeared, Yang Feng's hair stood on end, and a strange premonition that he is destined to die here welled up inside him. Treasure of eternity! Yang Feng's face fell. With a thought, a rune emerged, and the God Bones fortress appeared in the void. In the center of the God Bones fortress, the Empyrean corpse opened its eyes and extended its hand, and a copious amount of corpse chi shot towards the sword. The sword descended from the sky and slashed down. Countless runes flickered, and a sword ray grew stronger and stronger. Virtually in an instant, it grew to the point where it can slice apart a world and slash towards the Empyrean corpse. The Empyrean corpse reached out and grabbed the sword ray, and a copious amount of corpse chi shot towards the sword ray. That saber light slashed down on the Emperor's corpse, piercing through the void and easily shattering the corpse chi. Then, it slashed down on the Divine Remains fortress. Boom! Amidst an earth-shaking explosion, the Emperor's corpse on the Divine Remains fortress along with the Divine Remains fortress were slashed into two by the terrifying saber light that shook the heavens and the earth. The eternal treasure in the Sky Saint's hand has been broken. The Heaven Holy's secret treasure that can slay a quasi-Empyrean powerhouse was broken. This time, the Heaven Holy is going to lose. Seeing this scene, the eyes of many holy ones on the eternal battlefield flashed with excitement. The God Bones Fortress is an eternal treasure that can slay quasi-Empyrean powerhouses. It is also a boulder weighing on the hearts of countless holy ones. Now that this treasure was broken by the God Emperor, the holy ones were very excited. When the quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses hidden in the void saw this scene, they heaved a sigh of relief. Crack! Following a burst of brittle sounds, countless more cracks appeared on the scar-riddled blade, and countless fragments fell from the blade. The sword dimmed and lost all its luster, and then fell into the God Emperor's hand. The God Emperor smiled and pointed out, "This is the eternal treasure God of War blade, an eternal treasure refined by eternal sovereigns during the eternal war. Now, I can only use it once. Heaven Holy, in this world, there are no invincible secret treasures, only invincible people. Your own cultivation is the foundation. If you can ascend to the position of Emperor in the future, if you can ascend to the Empyrean rank in the future, these broken eternal treasures can't hurt you at all." Yang Feng nodded and said, "I understand. The broken eternal treasures have world-shaking might that can slay quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses. However, these broken eternal treasures can't do anything to an Empyrean rank powerhouse. A Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse can smash these broken eternal treasures with their bare hands. Your eternal treasure has already been destroyed by me. Now you can go to hell." The God Emperor smiled, then countless runes shone on him. His breath suddenly soared, and he pointed at Yang Feng with a halberd in his hand. Countless heroic spirits who left their names in history walked out from the river of history and entered the God Emperor's body. As the countless martyrs entered the God Emperor's body, the God Emperor's breath rose. As if an invincible transcendent, he stabbed his halberd at Yang Feng. In an instant, the halberd sealed the void and stabbed towards Yang Feng with an exquisite technique. After absorbing the power and fighting instincts of countless martyrs, the God Emperor's halberd has been thoroughly tempered. Yang Feng cannot avoid it. Third form. The God Armor of Twilight shone, and a devour black hole suddenly appeared. In the center of the devour black hole, a distorted and blurry projection appeared, and a devour bead flew into the projection's hand. Boundless devouring power would appear from that illusory figure. That illusory figure stretched out his hand and slapped towards the God Emperor. A fearsome black hole appeared in the projection's hand and enveloped the halberd. Terrifying war chi with war Upanishad swept over crazily, attacking the devouring black hole and tearing it apart bit by bit. Countless runes shone on the devour black hole and devoured the war chi. Two fearsome forces confronted each other in the void. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and a vertical eye appeared on the visor of the God Armor of Twilight. Countless runes shone in the vertical eye. An array of light tore through the sky and turned into a sharp blade shooting towards the God Emperor. Countless runes appeared around the celestial the arch, forming barriers. When the sharp blade stabbed into the barriers, it pierced through them and stabbed into the God Emperor's head. The God Emperor's soul was seriously injured, and the countless wisps of war chi collapsed. The devour black hole Yang Feng has transformed into swallowed the celestial emperor in one gulp and extracted his life origin frantically. Open! An earth-shaking roar came from the devour black hole. The halberd of the God of War, which is a condensation of the power of countless martyrs, tore through the sky, pierced through the devour black hole, and stabbed into Yang Feng like a meteor. The God Armor of Twilight shone, and countless runes appeared and formed layers of barriers. But the halberd still pierced through them and stabbed into Yang Feng. A fearsome aura of war erupted and blasted open a huge hole in Yang Feng's fleshly body. Chapter 12:23. The devour black hole was split apart by the halberd, and the God Emperor flew out of the devour black hole and fell to the side, his aura dispirited. Yang Feng spewed out a large mouthful of blood. Countless runes shone on the Dawn God armor, and mechanical tentacles swept towards the halberd of the God of War and engulfed it, and frantically devoured its power. Countless runes shone, and seals swept towards the halberd of the God of War and weakened its power. Come back! The God Emperor beckoned with his hand, and the halberd of the God of War erupted with a mortal Emperorian might, blasted Yang Feng away, and fell into his hand. A large amount of blood flowed out of the wound penetrated by the halberd of the God of War and dripped into the sky. The wound contains the mysteries of the law of karma, making it difficult for the wound to heal. Devour black holes appeared around the huge wound and devoured the law of karma. Both sides are injured. No, it's the Heaven Holy who has the upper hand. Amazing. His opponent is the God Emperor. To be able to gain the upper hand, the Heaven Holy is really strong. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the many holy venerables who are watching from outside turned cold. Killing intent flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, countless runes shone, and the Devour Black Hole suddenly appeared. The projection inside the Devour Black Hole opened its right hand and formed a black hole that shot towards the God Emperor. Amazing. If I were in the same era as you, I wouldn't be your opponent at all. Unfortunately, fate has decreed that you will be defeated by me. The God Emperor's eyes shimmered with admiration. Countless runes shone, and the blue mirror of fate appeared above his head. Countless blue runes shone, and a river of fate was reflected in the blue mirror of fate and swept towards this area. In an instant, everything in this void seems to have fallen into the control of fate. Under the effect of fate force, at the most critical moment, the injuries on Yang Feng's body, big and small, suddenly erupted. His wounds split open, his soul ached, and his body trembled. Sitting cross-legged in the Devour Black Hole, Yang Feng's hand trembled strangely, and the Devour Black Hole tilted slightly. The God Emperor took a leisurely step, easily avoided the Devour Black Hole, and brandished his halberd, and a fearsome halberd ray stabbed towards Yang Feng. When Yang Feng brandished the green sun halberd, he felt that the world was rejecting him, as if he was destined to be struck by a God Emperor. When the two halberd rays were about to collide, Yang Feng suddenly coughed. When the two halberds collided, the God Emperor's halberd of the God of War twisted, crossed the void, pierced through Yang Feng's barrier, and stabbed him with a huge wound. After succeeding in his attack, the God Emperor turned into a storm and attacked Yang Feng fiercely. Even though Yang Feng is in the third form of the God Armor of Dawn's third form and his strength surpasses that of a God Emperor, but in an instant, he still suffered countless wounds on his body, dripping with blood. Originally, Yang Feng could block many of the attacks without suffering any injuries. But under the effect of the power of fate, all kinds of incredible coincidences keep happening, making it impossible for him to block the attacks of the God Emperor, resulting in many injuries. Heaven Holy, under the effect of the power of fate, you are destined to die in my hands. Give up resistance, and I will give you a quick death. If you continue to struggle, you will only suffer more. The God Emperor shone brightly, and like a ruler of fate, he declared a fact. The blue mirror of fate appeared above his head and reflected a river of fate. The fates of countless life forms appeared in the blue mirror of fate. An image of Yang Feng being pierced by the God Emperor flew out of the blue mirror of fate and floated in the void. Fate? The power of fate is indeed formidable. However, Eternals, who have peeped into the mysteries of fate, died at the hands of powerful enemies. Therefore, although the power of fate is formidable, but it is not unrivaled. As long as you have the power to change fate, you can change fate. Fourth form. Open. Cold light flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he barked. Countless runes flickered on the God Armor of Dawn, and mysterious runes flew out and entered the Devour Black Hole projection. A crown appeared on the head of the Devour Black Hole projection, a Devour bead inlaid on its chest, and a gold horn appeared on its right hand. A terrifying aura that could suppress the heavens and dominate the world emerged from the phantom. Yang Feng took a step and merged with the projection. In an instant, a fearsome absorption force gushed out of the God Armor of Dawn and frantically absorbed Yang Feng's power. The world ring in the small world inside Yang Feng shone brightly and frantically extracted the power of the small world inside him. In an instant, the small world full of vitality inside Yang Feng withered and dried up. Die! Yang Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, and he punched with his right fist, and a gold beam erupted from his right hand, smashed the fate force in the space, and barreled towards the God Emperor. Shield of Martyrs. The God Emperor's expression changed drastically. Countless runes appeared, and many heroic spirits that had emerged from the river of history appeared one after another. Countless defensive secret arts suddenly burst forth, forming layers and layers of defensive barriers. When the resplendent golden beam slammed into the defensive boundary of the countless martyrs, it easily pierced through the layers of defensive boundaries and blasted through the Celestial Emperor's lower body. Die, God Emperor! A torrent of time emerged, and Yang Feng appeared in front of the God Emperor almost in an instant and slashed down with his halberd, cutting the God Emperor in two. A devour black hole suddenly appeared and devoured the God Emperor, and a fearsome devour rune emerged and frantically devoured the God Emperor's life force origin. The devour black hole trembled. After a quarter of an hour, ashes drifted out of the devour black hole and sprinkled on the ground. He died? The God Emperor died? How is that possible? How is that possible? How could the God Emperor die? How could this be? Impossible. Impossible. That was the God Emperor, that was the God Emperor. Outside the eternal duel arena, the minds of the holy experts surged, and their eyes shimmered with incredulity. The God Emperor has fallen. If there are no accidents, the Heaven Holy is bound to rise in this era. The Black Eyes Ghost Emperor took a deep look at Yang Feng, sighed slightly, and then blurred and disappeared. Shock flashed in the Green Thunder Holy's eyes, and he uttered unhurriedly, "The God Emperor was killed. From today on, no one on the Eternal Path will be able to block the Heaven Holy's path." The Void-Eye Tiger Holy looked at the eternal duel arena, and fear welled up inside him. The God Emperor was killed. That was unexpected. Fortunately, I didn't form a feud with the Heaven Holy. The Star Moon Heavenly Snake Holy's eyes shimmered with apprehension. Heaven Holy, from today on, no one on the Eternal Path will dare to be his enemy. It seems that the human race is destined to give birth to a 9th Warlock Emperor. From today on, the era of 3 supreme geniuses standing side by side is over. This is the era of the Heaven Holy. No one can compete with the Heaven Holy anymore. Apart from the quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouses, who else can compete with the Heaven Holy? Those incomparably tyrannical wills reverberated in the void. In the eternal duel arena, countless runes shone, and one spring of immortality after another appeared. The water from the 300 spring of immortality poured into Yang Feng and nourished his scarred body and soul. A devour black hole surrounded Yang Feng and devoured his karma spells. With the nourishment of the spring of immortality, Yang Feng's injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. After devouring the Celestial Emperor, power containing pure soul origin entered Yang Feng and made him stronger. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and a dark gold box containing all the God Emperor's treasures flew into his hand. He took a step and walked out of the eternal duel arena. "Greetings, Lord. According to Sir God Emperor's will, from today on, Sir Heaven Holy is our new Lord. We will be loyal to you and fight for you as we were loyal to Sir God Emperor. Please take us in." When the Azure Great Holy and the other Great Holy and Holy Ones saw Yang Feng appear, grief flashed in their eyes, but they bowed respectfully to Yang Feng and uttered. Yang Feng glanced at the Azure Great Holy and uttered, "Okay, from today on, you are my subordinates." The Azure Great Holy and the other Great Holy and Holy Ones are powerhouses recruited by the God Emperor. Relying on them, the God Emperor was able to lay a foundation comparable to that of an eternal emperor on the eternal path. With the Azure Great Holy and the other Great Holy and Holy Ones relying on them, Yang Feng's power will increase geometrically. The Heaven Holy is going to take over the forces under the God Emperor. If the Heaven Holy gets the God Emperor's forces, who will be his opponent on the eternal path? Unless all of the eternal Emperor clans on the eternal road join hands, no one will be able to match him. The Holy Ones looked at Yang Feng as if they are looking at the arrival of a new era, and their eyes filled with complicated emotions. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in his fleet. Those experts with ill intentions looked at the huge fleet and the experts around it. Everyone's heart shuddered as they watched the huge fleet fly into the distance and disappear into the void. Chapter 12:24. The God Emperor and the Heaven Holy fought in the eternal arena and died. As soon as the explosive news appeared on the Saint Forum, it caused an uproar in the entire forum. The God Emperor died. How is that possible? If the God Emperor died at the hands of the Heaven Holy, who else in the world is the Heaven Holy's opponent? After the God Emperor died, all his treasures and forces fell into the hands of the Heaven Holy. The rise of the Heaven Holy is unstoppable. This era is destined to be the era of the Heaven Holy. It seems that the human race is going to give birth to the 9th Warlock Emperor. In the Sage Forum, Holy Ones appeared one after another and discussed spiritedly. The Holy Ones who are close to the human race naturally rejoiced. The Holy Ones who are enemies of the human race, on the other hand, were extremely depressed. Countless forces went to the True Ruins Divine Country to express their goodwill to Yang Feng. Many superior races with Holy Ones came here of their own accord, hoping to become Yang Feng's vassals. Yang Feng's battle robots poured into the sphere of influence of the God Emperor like a tide, and took control of the celestial bodies controlled by the God Emperor. On the celestial bodies, machinery rumbled, and numerous munitions factories were established on each celestial body. 6th-generation battle robots were being produced from the munitions factories. With each passing day, Yang Feng's forces are growing. The Myriad Soul Temple, the 9th Soul Mountain, in the Soul Pool. Sitting in the Soul Pool, a copious amount of pure soul force entered Yang Feng's body and nourished his soul. In the fight with the God Emperor, Yang Feng's soul suffered a lot of injuries. Even though he is proficient in countless secret methods, but he still has to recuperate in the Myriad Soul Temple. Yang Feng suddenly opened his mouth and belched a beam of light containing the law of war. Countless projections of martyrs flickered in the light, appeared in the void, and then collapsed and disappeared. As expected of the God Emperor. If it wasn't for the fact that the Dawn God armor I refined has evolved to the 4th form, this time I would be the one to die. When Yang Feng opened his eyes, they radiated resplendent light, and he sighed and said slowly, "The God Emperor is indeed the strongest enemy Yang Feng has ever encountered. The young Thunder Emperor is slightly inferior to the God Emperor. Even the reincarnation of the King of Dawn and a genius like Feng Xuanzhen couldn't compare to the God Emperor. The divine armor of Shi is the treasure that carries my path. Swallow them." With a thought from Yang Feng, the halberd of the God of War surrounded by countless runes emerged, and countless mechanical tentacles gushed out of the armor of Dawn, entered the halberd of the God of War, and enveloped it. The halberd of the War God shone brightly, countless runes appeared, and a terrifying immortal emperor's aura spread out. Black holes emerged from the armor of Dawn, enveloped the halberd of the God of War, and slowly devoured the halberd of the God of War. An incomparably mysterious power came from the Kunmo Du stone, supporting the armor of Dawn, to swallow the halberd of the War God. The moment the halberd of the War God was devoured, a rune representing the mysteries of heroic spirits appeared on the left hand of the God armor of Dawn. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and the God of War armor flew out and landed next to the God armor of Dawn. Countless tentacles emerged from the God armor of Dawn, enveloped the God of War armor, and devoured it. It has become a lot stronger. Unfortunately, it still hasn't undergone an essential transformation. However, it won't be that simple to undergo an essential transformation. The God armor of Dawn is connected to Yang Feng's heart. He can clearly sense that the God armor of Dawn has become a lot stronger after devouring 2 Empyrean-grade secret treasures. Unfortunately, it still hasn't undergone an essential transformation. As expected of the God Emperor's treasure trove, there are really a lot of treasures inside. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and the chest containing the God Emperor's treasure trove appeared in his hand. The chest contains the treasures the God Emperor plundered from all over the universe, each of which is extremely precious. Even a great holy step powerhouse will be tempted by them. With a thought from Yang Feng, a blue jewel, tranquility bead, suddenly appeared. The tranquility bead cracked open, and pure and exuberant life force poured out of the tranquility bead and swept towards Yang Feng. Nourished by the power of the tranquility bead, Yang Feng's aura soared again, countless runes flickered, and he broke through the pinnacle junior Great Holy Realm and advanced to the intermediate Great Holy Realm in one fell swoop. The God Emperor is also a powerhouse with superior level 9 soul aptitude. After Yang Feng devoured him, he absorbed the God Emperor's pure life force and laid a solid foundation. This is how he was able to break through and advance to a superior level 9 soul aptitude powerhouse so easily. Yang Feng looked at the God Emperor's collection with admiration in his eyes. The God Emperor's collection is really rich. If he didn't want to consolidate his foundation and advance to an eternal sovereign in the future, I'm afraid he would have already become a quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse. The God Emperor is the reincarnation of an invincible Empyrean. If he didn't want to consolidate his foundation and advance to the eternal sovereign realm in the future, he would have already advanced to a quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse. Of course, if the God Emperor advanced to a quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse early on, then he wouldn't be able to advance to an Empyrean step powerhouse in the future, let alone advance to the eternal sovereign realm. Blue Mirror of Fate. Tell me, where is Shiryu? With a thought from Yang Feng, the blue mirror of fate suddenly flew out, floated in the void, and radiated dazzling light. A river of fate surged in the blue mirror of fate as if the fates of countless living beings were reflected in the mirror. Runes flew out and condensed into a scene in the void. Shiryu has turned into a stone statue embedded in a huge mountain range, and has fallen into an eternal slumber. If no one woke her up, she would be a stone statue forever in a deep sleep, until the day she obtained enough energy by chance. The light screen seemed to have been disturbed as it trembled and twisted. Finally, it collapsed, leaving behind a set of coordinates. So this is the power of fate. It's really mysterious and magical, much more magical than my fate algorithm. However, the fate algorithm should be a secret method created by an Empyrean or eternal sovereign who wields fate. With this secret method, I can use it as a foundation to pry into the essence of fate. Yang Feng operated the fate algorithm to pry into the essence of fate contained in the blue mirror of fate, and his understanding of fate increased greatly. The power of fate is extremely mysterious. In the world of warlocks, apart from eternal sovereigns, there are no more than 5 warlock emperor rank powerhouses who have grasped the essence of fate. Each of the human 8 warlock emperors was a peerless genius, a freak invincible in the same rank. However, none of them grasped the essence of fate. Of course, this is only recorded in the history books. Whether any of the human 8 warlock emperors grasped the essence of fate in their later years is unknown. Originally, Yang Feng didn't have any clue about the essence of fate. But after mastering the fate algorithm and obtaining the blue mirror of fate, he gained the ability to pry into the essence of fate. The dead silent starfield is a desolate starfield full of deathly stillness. Reportedly, this was once a battlefield of eternal sovereigns, and there are all kinds of strange phenomena everywhere. In this starfield, there are cosmic storms everywhere, and the void collapses and spatial rifts appear everywhere. Even if it is a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, they will be easily torn to pieces by the natural environment in this starfield. Only Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses can barely survive here. In the deepest part of the dead silent starfield, even a great holy step powerhouse may die if they are careless. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared in the dead silent starfield. This is the dead silent starfield, one of the most dangerous danger zones on the eternal path. This was once a battlefield of eternal sovereigns, and it is extremely dangerous. However, there aren't many benefits, and no one is willing to come here. This is indeed the best place to avoid being hunted down. Yang Feng glanced at the dead silent starfield, his gaze sank slightly, and he stepped inside. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the dead silent starfield, fearsome cosmic storms blew towards him like tornadoes. The tornadoes are like blades that can easily slay a monarch. Except for the Ruler Series battle robots, the rest of Yang Feng's battle robots were blown apart by the fearsome cosmic storms, losing their fighting strength. A devour black hole suddenly appeared around Yang Feng and devoured the fearsome cosmic storms. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, thunder rumbled, lightning danced like silver snakes, and fearsome lightning tore through the sky and barreled towards Yang Feng. Even a holy will be turned into ashes under the bombardment of this fearsome lightning. The devouring black hole extended and sucked in all the lightning within a radius of 10,000 kilometers, transforming it into the purest form of energy. After passing through the lightning area, a torrential rain fell from the sky and swept towards Yang Feng like a waterfall. The raindrops contained terrifying corrosive power. Even a great sage would be eroded to the point that only bones would be left after being drenched by the terrifying raindrops. A devour black hole suddenly appeared, swept towards the torrential rain, and devoured it along with the rain clouds. The sky within an area 10,000 kilometers in radius became clear. The devour black hole that Yang Feng formed rampaged through the dead silent starfield, devoured all kinds of strange phenomena, and absorbed a large amount of power. 4 other powerhouses. The dead silent starfield is a land of death. But for Yang Feng, who has advanced to the intermediate Great Holy Realm, it is just a bit troublesome. Chapter 1225. In the center of the dead silent starfield, there is a huge distorted hole suspended in the void of the dead silent starfield. The huge distorted hole seems to be able to devour and destroy everything, making people shudder at the sight of it. It's here. I get the feeling that this place is very dangerous. The Star Moon Heavenly Snake race really deserves to die. Yang Feng looked at the distorted hole in the center of the dead silent starfield with a dignified look in his eyes. In this dead silent starfield, which is full of dangers in the eyes of holy ones, Yang Feng crushed all kinds of strange phenomena along the way. The only thing that gives him a sense of danger is the huge distorted hole. In this universe, there are few dangerous places that can hurt me. Let me see what's behind this distorted hole. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and he took a step forward and stepped into the range of the distorted hole. A terrifying pressure that can easily crush a holy into powder enveloped Yang Feng. Countless mysterious runes appeared on Yang Feng's body and formed layers of magic barriers that enveloped him. A devour black hole suddenly appeared and frantically devoured the power of the distorted hole. A vast force came from the distorted hole and crushed the devour black hole, and a tremendous force crushed Yang Feng's magic barriers layer by layer. In just a few breaths of time, the 18 barriers that can defend against holy rank powerhouses that envelop Yang Feng collapsed, and a terrifying crushing force enveloped Yang Feng and crushed his fleshly body, bones and soul inch by inch. After Yang Feng advanced to the intermediate Great Holy Realm, the strength of his fleshly body is infinitely close to that of a quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouse. However, under that incomparably terrifying pressure, his bones still began to crack inch by inch. Amazing! Second form. Shock flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. The Twilight God armor shone brightly, and he entered the second form. The Twilight God armor covered Yang Feng completely, and he resisted the crushing force of the distorted hole by relying on the armor's strength. The fearsome power that gushed out of the Kunmo stone nourished Yang Feng's fleshly body and soul and resisted the terrifying pressure. Black holes appeared one after another, like cells, and enveloped the armor of dawn, absorbing and devouring the surrounding spatial distortions. In this strangely distorted space, his power couldn't be replenished. If this continued, only death would await Yang Feng. Only by continuously devouring all kinds of power could he persevere. Suddenly, the runes around Yang Feng collapsed, and the god armor of dawn dimmed. The small world inside Yang Feng was sealed, and an extremely distorted feeling enveloped him, and the laws and essences inside him collapsed bit by bit. What's going on? How come all the principles and power Upanishads I've mastered are gone? This was an even higher level law of the universe. The higher level laws of the universe had covered the lower level laws of the universe that I had mastered. Could this be the legendary entrance to the universe? Yang Feng sensed that the laws inside him collapsed inch by inch, and shock flashed in his eyes. His thoughts revolved lightning fast, and he made all kinds of speculations. The light of the armor of dawn dimmed, and the distorted power seemed to tear apart its core. A pure and incomparably powerful energy emanated from the Kunmo dusk stone, enveloping the divine armor of Shi, preventing it from collapsing. Fearsome power containing distorted laws poured into Yang Feng and blasted his fleshly body apart. Yang Feng's fleshly body twisted inch by inch, distorted beyond recognition by the terrifying force. Yang Feng's essence of devour has almost collapsed, leaving only a bit of its core. Despite the endless pain, Yang Feng still used the essence of devour to devour the high-energy grade power pouring over. The high-energy grade power allowed Yang Feng's fleshly body to recover a little, but it was soon distorted by the fearsome power and almost collapsed. At the moment when Yang Feng was about to be torn to pieces by the strange power, a tremendous force ejected Yang Feng from the distorted space and sent him flying into the distance. On the summit of a huge spirit mountain surrounded by dense and mysterious power, there was a spirit pool. In the spirit pool, there was a lotus flower blooming with 7 colors suspended in the air. On both sides of the lotus flower stood 2 groups of people. One group had blonde hair, blue eyes, and fair skin. The men were handsome and the women were beautiful. The man in the lead was a tall and burly man with an extraordinary bearing and a great sword in his hand. The other group was a group of young men and women with black hair and black eyes brimming with an oriental aura. The person in the lead was a tall and voluptuous young girl with a ponytail and an extremely beautiful appearance. The man with the great sword in his hand carefully sized up the beautiful girl brimming with an oriental aura. His eyes shimmered with greed and he sneered, "Zhou Yuning, take your people and scram. Otherwise, we won't be polite to you." Zhou Yuning's eyes flashed with anger, and she shouted, "Garson, this is the territory of our Ink Phoenix race. Since this rainbow god lotus grew within the territory of our Ink Phoenix clan, it is our Ink Phoenix clan's treasure. All of you barged into the territory of our Ink Phoenix clan, and wanted to seize the treasures of our Ink Phoenix clan. What a bunch of shameless bastards." Garson smiled ferociously and barked, Ink Phoenix race? Your Ink Phoenix race is no longer one of the three major races that supported the world in the past. Now, you're just an ordinary minor race. Zhou Yuning, since you don't want to leave, then stay and become my prey. It must be very interesting to have the #1 beauty of this generation of Ink Phoenix race as my pet. Attack! The warriors behind Garson took out rifle-like transistor weapons and pointed at Zhou Yuning and the others. Thumb-sized blue beams shot towards Zhou Yuning and the others. Soul-snatching spear. Damn bastard! Zhou Yuning's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of shock, and she gritted her teeth as her entire body ignited with raging flames. Like a beautiful ink phoenix with raging flames, she pounced towards Garson and the others. The dozen or so ink phoenix young men and women behind Zhou Yuning also had traces of flames on their bodies, but when they were hit by the blue beams, their bodies instantly spasmed and trembled, and they fell limply to the ground. The blue beams were like live ammunition, and they had repelling properties. When the blue beams hit the ink phoenix that Zhou Yuning had transformed into, Zhou Yuning's ink phoenix constantly trembled, and was unable to get close to Garson. Garson laughed disdainfully, and said mockingly, Zhou Yuning, your Ink Phoenix race's secret techniques have already fallen behind a few generations. This is the era of secret treasures, not the ancient era where you rely on the power of bloodline to dominate. You've already been eliminated, and your only outcome is to become our prey. Brothels, mines, farms, and arenas are the places where you ancient races should stay. Zhou Yuning clenched her silver teeth, then opened her mouth and belched out Ink Phoenix flames, which turned into a fire dragon that swept towards Garson and his party. Ink Phoenix flames? It's no use. I've already prepared it. Garson smiled disdainfully, and a set of exquisite armor as thin as a cicada's wings appeared on his body, and white barriers suddenly emerged and surrounded him. When the Ink Phoenix flames sprayed onto the white barrier, it was easily blocked by the white barrier. A set of armor as thin as a cicada's wings appeared on the bodies of the warriors behind Garson. They opened up layers of white enchantments to block the Ink Phoenix's flames. Release the net! Garson barked. The four experts behind Garson took out a silver-white net and threw it into the sky. The silver-white net shone brightly and swept towards Zhou Yuning. Silver rays of light fell from the big net, completely suppressing Zhou Yuning's Ink Phoenix flames, and then rolled Zhou Yuning into the big silver net. When Zhou Yuning was swept into the silver net, all her power was sealed, and she fell to the ground, twisting and struggling. Garson revealed an excited and sinister smile. Ha ha! The #1 beauty of the Ink Phoenix clan. Once we've had our fun with you, we'll sell you to the Rose Fragrant Club. You'll definitely fetch a high price. Behind Garson, both men and women revealed excited smiles. As long as they sold Zhou Yuning, they would definitely get a huge sum of money. Zhou Yuning's pretty face revealed bursts of despair. What's that? It looks like a meteor. It's flying this way. The meteor is flying this way. A warrior behind Garson inadvertently glanced at the sky, then his face suddenly changed dramatically, and he shouted. The rest of the warriors also looked up and saw a meteor falling from the sky and flying this way. Fly! Garson's face changed dramatically, and a pair of transparent wings unfolded behind him. With a slight flap, he rode the wind and flew into the distance. The rest of the experts also rode the wind and soared into the sky, leaving behind the Ink Phoenix clansmen. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking blare, the meteor slammed into the mountain and blasted open a huge hole. A small mushroom cloud rose from the huge mountain range. After the smoke and dust dispersed, Garson and the others descended from the sky and flew in the direction of the meteor. There's someone. It's people from the 3 great races. That's someone from the 3 great clans. Garson, should we kill him? At the bottom of the hole, a tattered humanoid life form was revealed. It was Yang Feng who fell to the ground. Chapter 12:26. Garson's eyes shimmered with killing intent, and he said frigidly, Kill him. He can't be allowed to live. The warriors fired at Yang Feng with crystal guns in their hands. Thumb-sized blue beams barreled towards Yang Feng. Ding, ding, ding. Following crisp sounds, the blue beams of light slammed into Yang Feng and collapsed. What's this? How can this be? This blue crystal gun can even kill a monarch, so how come it can't even break his skin? What kind of monster is this? Even the crimson dragons of the 3 major races don't have such terrifying defenses. Just as the eyes of the warriors flashed with shock, Yang Feng suddenly opened his eyes in the pit. Garson barked and shot at Yang Feng's eyes with the blue crystal spear in his hand. Eyes! His weakness is his eyes. Attack his eyes! Blue light beams barreled towards Yang Feng like raindrops. A bunch of ants, how dare you attack me, how reckless! Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and countless runes flickered in his eyes and then collapsed. He can't use any extraordinary force. Can't use spells? The laws of the universe here are completely different from those of the world of warlocks. No, this is a higher energy level universe energy level. The laws of the universe here are fragmented, and they lie between the high and low energy levels. This is similar to a universe crevice. Yang Feng was slightly distracted, and the blue beam slammed into his eyes and heated up slightly, as if he was blown by a gust of wind. He's fine? He's still fine after being hit in the eyes by the crystal gun? How can this be? Who the hell is he? This monster. How can his eyes be so powerful? When the warriors saw that the blue crystal gun couldn't even injure Yang Feng's eyes, they suddenly felt a chill run down their spine and filled with fear. Retreat! Garson's eyes shimmered coldly, and he waved his hand, and a large silver net flew out of his hand and extended towards Yang Feng. Although I can't use the power of laws, but I still have my fleshly body. A tyrannical and peerless body was the key to traversing the many universes. No, souls are fine as well. It's just that to have a soul that can run amok in the many universes, it needs to be at least eternal or above. Yang Feng's mind surged with traces of understanding. He reached out with his hand, easily dug out a rock harder than steel, and threw it. The crushed rocks turned into fearsome artillery shells that shot towards Garson and the others. The cannonball-like stones slammed into the silver net and easily tore it apart, before blasting towards Garson and the others. A thin layer of protective cover appeared around Garson and the rest. When the rocks slammed into the shields, they easily shattered them and pierced through the bodies of Garson and the others. Copious amounts of blood splattered as they fell from the sky. Zhou Yuning's eyes flashed with disbelief. So powerful. Who was this person? How could he be so strong? Even the Thorned Flower Federation's most elite White Knight Corps was so easily annihilated? Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a stone flew out and slammed into the silver net covering Zhou Yuning, shattering it. Yang Feng said indifferently, "Go kill them all and then come here. I have something to ask you." "Yes, sir." Intimidated by Yang Feng's imposing manner, Zhou Yuning responded respectfully and looked hatefully at Garson and the others. "Zhou Yuning, stop right now. I am the only son of the White Knight Corps' Commander Gully, and the first successor of the Garson family. If you dare to kill me, the Thorned Flower Federation's White Knight Corps will definitely come here and exterminate your Ink Phoenix clan." Garson had a huge wound on his abdomen, yet he still wasn't dead. He stared at Zhou Yuning and threatened fiercely. "Even if I don't kill you, your White Knight Corps will come and exterminate my Ink Phoenix clan. Therefore, you should go to hell." Zhou Yuning's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of hatred. She opened her mouth and a cloud of Ink Phoenix flames flew out, rolling towards Garrison and the other powerhouses. Burned by the Ink Phoenix flames, Garson and the other experts screamed miserably and were eventually burned to ashes. After burning Garson and his party to death, Zhou Yuning hesitated for a while, and then walked towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng said indifferently, "I have something to ask you." Zhou Yuning replied respectfully, "Yes, sir. I will report everything I know to you." From Zhou Yuning, Yang Feng began to learn about the world he landed in. This world was called the Whetstone Continent. In ancient times, it was ruled by the Ink Phoenix race, the Red Dragon race, and the Golden Rock race. Later, for some unknown reason, a world-destroying disaster occurred in the Whetstone Continent. In the center of the Whetstone Continent, a huge distorted hole appeared. As soon as the huge distorted hole appeared, the world of the entire continent changed. The power of the bloodline of the three races, which were famous for their powerful bloodline, continued to degenerate, and the power of their extraordinary powers became extremely low. During the process of the world changing, the power of the three races continued to decline, and their powerhouses died of old age. Suddenly, a group of people emerged from the huge distorted hole. Wielding secret treasures that transcended the limits of this era, the group launched an attack on the three races. After a long war, the three races were eventually defeated by the people wielding powerful secret treasures, and were reduced to being hunted down. They had no choice but to hide in deep mountains and forests. At this time, the Whetstone continent has been occupied by people wielding powerful secret treasures and established 3 states, namely the Thorned Flower Federation, the Amon Federation, and the Radiant Empire. The 3 great empires were at war endlessly with each other as well, and this was the reason why the Ink Phoenix clan and the other 2 great clans had a trace of breathing room. Yang Feng examined the blue crystal spear carefully, and his eyes flashed with enigmatic light. This secret treasure is really exquisite. It's not a secret treasure of the world of warlocks. I've never seen a secret treasure of this style in the Gumana universe. This is a secret treasure made using a higher energy level of the universe. After mastering Shizu technology, Yang Feng himself became a top alchemist in the world of warlocks. Furthermore, he lurked in the Blasteel race and obtained the Blasteel text. The level of refinement of the blue crystal spear surpassed that of the many civilizations Yang Feng has seen by far. The rules of this world are completely different from those of the world of warlocks. It will take a lot of time to analyze the rules of this world. And most importantly, my injuries haven't healed yet. Yang Feng took a look at his body and creased his eyebrows slightly. At this time, his body is twisted, broken, and riddled with scars. The laws inside him have collapsed, and the small world has closed. Originally, with Yang Feng's quasi-empyrean rank fleshly body, no matter how serious the injuries are, as long as there is no law force, he can quickly recover. But now, although his body is still recovering, but at a frighteningly slow pace. Yang Feng took a deep breath, stood up from the ground, endured the pain, and walked towards the 7-color god lotus step by step. Zhou Yuning glanced at the 7-color god lotus, concealed the scorching light in her eyes, and said, "Sir, there is a guardian beast next to the 7-color god lotus." A small golden snake shot out of the pool and fiercely bit Yang Feng's arm. A terrifying force came over, and the little golden snake's teeth were directly smashed into pieces. Yang Feng casually pinched the small golden snake and crushed it. Gold snake. Its poison is very potent. It can poison a monarch to death with a single bite. Zhou Yuning had just finished speaking, when she watched speechlessly as Yang Feng pinched the golden viper to death. The gold snake, which they were so apprehensive of, was crushed to death by Yang Feng like an ant, leaving Zhou Yuning at a loss. Yang Feng plucked the 7-color god lotus and swallowed it. Bursts of 7-colored light suddenly shone, nourished Yang Feng's body and soul, and healed his injuries at a speed visible to the naked eye. The value of this 7-color god lotus is second only to that of the eternal god fruit. Furthermore, it contains the mysteries of this world. If I can eat more of it, I will be able to obtain more information about this world and analyze the laws of this world faster. Sensing the changes in his body, the corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. Even though the laws of the universe have changed, but Yang Feng's fleshly body is still comparable to that of a quasi-empyrean rank powerhouse, and his soul is still at the Great Circle rank. As long as he is given a certain amount of time, he will be able to quickly analyze the laws and regain formidable extraordinary power. This is the terror of human Great Holy Steppe warlocks. Many Great Holy Steppe extraordinary life forms in the world of warlocks will fall from grace once they enter this world, leaving only the power of their fleshly body behind. They can no longer cultivate Great Holy Steppe power. But human warlocks are different. No matter what environment they are in, they can quickly analyze the laws. This is the most essential difference between human warlocks and Great Holy Steppe extraordinary life forms. Since the rise of the human race, powerhouses have emerged one after another. This is the reason why the 8 warlock emperors emerged one after another and suppressed the universe. Zhou Yuning asked with an expectant look on her face, "Sir Yang Feng, can you come to our tribe as a guest?" Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then responded, Chapter 1227. The Ink Phoenix race has more than 1,000 tribes of various sizes scattered across the whale origin continent. The surroundings of the flaming parasol tribe is one of the largest. Ink Phoenix flames. It has an inheritance secret treasure under the blazing Wuxia tribe of the Ink Phoenix race. Countless mysterious patterns were carved on the outside of the palace, constantly absorbing the flames on the blazing Wutong tree. Big Sister Yuning, you're back. Big Sister Yuning, what delicious food did you bring us? As soon as they stepped into the valley, the children of the Ink Phoenix clan cheered and pounced towards them. Yang Feng swept the Ink Phoenix children with a glance, and his eyes shimmered with a peculiar glint. Their soul aptitude is at least superior level 5, what an outstanding soul aptitude. In the human race, superior level 5 soul aptitude was already regarded as a genius. It was rare for 1 in 10,000 people to appear. Yet, in the Ink Phoenix race, There was actually a genius with superior level 5 soul aptitude or above, which naturally surprised Yang Feng. Yuning, who is he? A burly, handsome man with a mysterious pattern engraved on his forehead came over, stared at Yang Feng with hostility in his eyes, and asked coldly. Zhou Yuning said, Luo Zhan, this is Sir Yang Feng. He saved our lives by killing the powerhouses of the Thorn Flower Federation's White Knight Corps. Luo Zhan's face changed dramatically, and he uttered solemnly, What? He actually killed the people of the Thorn Flower Federation's White Knight Corps? Yuning, you're in big trouble. The Thorn Flower Federation is one of the 3 empires, and the White Knight Corps is an elite among elites. Every member is a descendant of a bigwig. For Yang Feng to dare kill them, he's bringing disaster to our tribe. Quickly capture him and offer him to the Thorn Flower Federation in the future. Only in this way can we quell the anger of the bigwigs. Yang Feng smiled faintly and watched everything indifferently. Traces of killing intent filled his heart. Zhou Yuning raised her eyebrows and barked, Shut up! Luo Zhan, he saved us, so he's a good friend of the Ink Phoenix race. You want to hand over a good friend of the Ink Phoenix race who saved us? If word of this gets out, who will be willing to be a friend of the Ink Phoenix race in the future? Who will be willing to help the Ink Phoenix race? You shut up! The young men and women of the Ink Phoenix clan who followed Zhou Yuning also glared at Luo Zhan. Zhou Yuning turned around and showed a gentle smile. Yang Feng, come with me to see the great elder of our family. Yang Feng smiled and followed Zhou Yuning to the palace in the middle of the valley. Luo Zhan's complexion fluctuated indeterminately. Staring at Yang Feng's back, his eyes flashed with resentment. He hesitated for a moment, and then walked towards a corner. As soon as he entered the palace, he saw a beautiful woman wearing a gorgeous purple robe. She had a voluptuous figure and was as gorgeous as a ripe peach. She stood quietly in front of a mural. On that mural was a vivid and lifelike ink phoenix. Its entire body was burning with ink phoenix flames, and it emitted a terrifying pressure that could burn the heavens and destroy everything. Mommy! When Zhou Yuning entered the palace, she cheered and threw herself into the arms of the gorgeous woman. This gorgeous and mature woman was Zhou Yuning's mother, as well as the Ink Phoenix tribe's great elder Rong Kiki. Rong Kiki embraced Zhou Yuning and smiled dotingly. Then her gaze fell on Yang Feng, and her eyes flashed with vigilance. Yuning, who is this? Mommy, this is Sir Yang Feng. He was the one who saved us. Zhou Yuning emerged from Rong Kiki's embrace and quickly told Rong Kiki everything that happened not long ago. Rong Kiki's vigilance faded slightly, and she said with a gentle smile, Sir Yang Feng, thank you for saving my daughter. Yang Feng replied, You're welcome. Do you have an elixir similar to the 7-color god lotus in your family? Or the location of the elixir? Yes, we have 3 elixirs comparable to the 7-color god lotus. Please wait a moment. Rong Kiki smiled, and the vigilance in her eyes disappeared, replaced by a trace of coldness. She spread the fingers of her hand, and a flame sprayed out of the mural and burned in her hand. After the flames separated, 3 jade boxes were revealed. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, grabbed the 3 jade boxes, opened them, and took a look. 3 elixirs exuding brilliant light appeared in his hand. Yang Feng grabbed the 3 elixirs, stuffed them into his mouth, and began to refine them. With the help of the power of the 3 elixirs, he analyzed the laws of the universe. Mysterious runes emerged, surrounded Yang Feng, and shone brightly, making him look like a god. Who is he? Rong Kiki took a look at the runes, and then her complexion changed slightly. She took a look at the mysterious runes, and then she was almost sucked in by them. Each rune contained infinite mysteries. Boom! Boom! A series of loud booms came from outside, accompanied by a series of angry shouts from the Ink Phoenix clan. What's going on? Take Sir Yang Feng out. Rong Kiki's pretty face flickered. As if shrouded in a flame robe, she strode outside majestically. Zhou Yuning walked to in front of Yang Feng, whose eyes were closed, blushed slightly, and gritted her teeth. Sir Yang Feng, excuse me. Zhou Yuning hugged Yang Feng in her arms, gritted her teeth, and walked outside. Mysterious runes diffused from Yang Feng. Like illusory existences, the runes gushed out of Yang Feng, passed through Zhou Yuning, and finally returned to her. When each rune passed through Zhou Yuning's body, she felt her body heat up slightly, and she felt a bit closer to Yang Feng on her back. Outside the valley, warriors in white uniforms were wielding blue crystal spears and firing at the Ink Phoenix clan experts. The experts of the Ink Phoenix clan controlled the flames and swept towards the warriors in white uniforms. However, they were easily blocked by the warriors in white uniforms. Only less than 10 Ink Phoenix clan experts were able to burn through the protective shields of the white uniformed warriors with their flames, and it was extremely difficult for them to burn their opponents. A 100-meter-long snow-white warship was suspended in the void. At the forefront of the deck of the warship stood a burly man with blonde hair, blue eyes, hawk-like eyes, and a hooked nose. There was a flame scar on his face. When Rome Kiki saw the man with a flame scar on his face, her pretty face suddenly changed, and she cried out, "One of the Thorny Flower Federation's 4 heavenly lords, the commander of the White Knight Corps Mon Rayton. How did you find this place?" The Thorny Flower Federation had a total of 4 heavenly lords, who were in charge of 4 legions. The 4 heavenly lords were the Thorny Flower Federation's top 10 powerhouses, as well as the top 30 powerhouses of the Whale Origin continent. Rome Kiki, you hid really well. If it wasn't for someone pointing me out, I wouldn't have been able to find you. I wouldn't have been able to attack without alarming you. Mon Rayton smiled ferociously, and flew down from the void. His right hand was covered in a thin layer of white armor, and he sent a punch at an Ink Phoenix powerhouse. A wave of explosions resounded, and the Ink Phoenix clan expert who was hundreds of meters away was directly blasted into pieces, transforming into fragments that scattered all over the ground. Luo Zhan emerged from a corner, ran up to Mon Rayton, and said with a fawning look, "Sir Mon Rayton, according to our agreement, Rome Kiki and Zhou Yuning will be my women." Mon Rayton's eyes flashed with ridicule, and he chuckled, "That's right, they will be your women from now on. I won't go back on my word." Luo Zhan was overjoyed, and with a fawning look on his face he said repeatedly, "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." Zhou Yuning stared at Luo Zhan, gritted her teeth, and said, "Luo Zhan, you beast. I didn't expect you to betray us." Rome Kiki's beautiful eyes flickered with flames of fury. The Ink Phoenix clan had already made many arrangements in this area. If it wasn't for the traitor, the Ink Phoenix clan wouldn't have been able to deal with it. If not for the traitor, they would have been able to evacuate in case of an enemy attack. Luo Zhan's face twisted, and he laughed wantonly. "Zhou Yuning, wait until you both belong to me, then I'll let you know how powerful I am. Ha ha ha." An arm pierced through Luo Zhan's chest from behind, and dug out his heart. Luo Zhan's face contorted in pain, and he turned his head in disbelief, only to see Mon Rayton looking at him with ridicule. "I promised to give them to you. I've fulfilled my promise. Now that you're dead, they belong to me." Mon Rayton smiled contemptuously, and flung Luo Zhan aside like a piece of trash. He stared at Rome Kiki with greed in his eyes. "Rome Kiki, I've never forgotten the burn mark you left on my face back then. Today, I'll kill your clansmen, and turn you and your daughter into lowly prostitutes to avenge what happened back then." "You won't succeed." Rome Kiki's beautiful eyes flashed with determination, and she silently recited an incantation. Ink Phoenix flames appeared around her, and as if transforming into a beautiful Ink Phoenix, she pounced at Mon Rayton with terrifying flames. Ink Phoenix flames. "Rome Kiki, you're no longer the same as you were 20 years ago. You're too weak in front of me now." A look of ridicule flashed in Mon Rayton's eyes. With a wave of his hand, a silver ball of light spread out and turned into a large silver net. It covered the sky and directly rolled towards Rome Kiki. The silver net flickered with silver light and extinguished the Ink Phoenix flames that Rome Kiki had transformed into. Then, it directly swept Rome Kiki into it. Chapter 12:28. Countless runes shone on Rome Kiki, and she mysteriously resonated with the flame parasol tree. A large amount of flames gushed out of the flame parasol tree and formed a flame fenghuang. Containing the power to burn everything, the flame phoenix tree swept towards Mon Rayton. The inheritance treasure of the Ink Phoenix race, the flame parasol tree, is a treasure passed down from generation to generation. In the primordial era, this inheritance treasure caused our clan to suffer greatly. Unfortunately, it is no longer ancient times. Your Ink Phoenix race has fallen behind. Mon Rayton smiled coldly and waved his hand. From the 100-meter-long snow-white warship, a magic mirror suddenly appeared in the center of the warship. Countless runes flashed in the magic mirror, and a white beam of light shot towards the flame parasol tree. Illuminated by the white beam of light, the flame fenghuang formed from the flame phoenix tree fell into disorder and collapsed. How could this be? Seeing this scene, Rome Keek's beautiful eyes shimmered with despair, and she cried out. The flame parasol tree is a secret treasure passed down from generation to generation, and it has protected the ink phoenix race from extinction time and time again. But now the flame parasol tree is being suppressed by a magic mirror, which is simply incredible. Even though Monriadan is one of the Thorned Flower Federation's 4 heavenly lords, but he cannot suppress the flame parasol tree so easily. Surprised? The laws of the universe are constantly changing. This is no longer the ancient era, the era when your 3 great races ruled the world. Only we, who adapt to the changes of this era, can be the masters of the world. Monriadan smiled ferociously and beckoned with his hand, and the bound Rome Kiki flew towards him. Zhou Yuning's pretty face was pale, and she gritted her teeth and pleaded, Sir Yangfeng, please save my mother, save the ink phoenix race. Okay. Yangfeng, who is immersed in analyzing the laws of the universe, slowly opened his eyes and looked at Monriadan. My friend. This is a grievance between the Thorned Flower Federation's White Knight Corps and the ink phoenix race. Please don't intervene. As long as you promise not to intervene, I, Monriadan, will owe you a favor. As long as you come to my Thorned Flower Federation, I will treat you well and let you return satisfied. Monriadan felt as if he was being stared at by an ancient vicious beast. His body tensed up, but he still said with a smile. Yangfeng said with a faint smile, You're really sensible. In this world, I still lack a few lackeys and claws. Moni Leighton, you will kneel and swear allegiance to me, and you will be my dog. I will spare your life. You should feel honored that I'm in a good mood today. Otherwise, you wouldn't even be qualified to submit to me. Monriadan was one of the Thorned Flower Federation's 4 heavenly kings, the commander of the White Knight Legion. He was a tyrant in this world, and only a few people could make him lower his head. Even those big shots who could make him lower his head were polite to him and treated him as an equal. No one had ever asked him to be someone else's dog. However, in Yang Feng's eyes, he was just an ant-like nobody. Monriadan was so angry that he laughed and said, You want me to be your dog? You sure have a big mouth. Then let me see what kind of ability you have to make me submit to you. A white jade pendant on Monriadan's chest flashed slightly, and a white armor appeared. 2 special white crystal pistols appeared in his hands, and he pointed at Yangfeng. When Zhou Yuning saw the 2 white crystal pistols, her pretty face changed, and she warned loudly, Sir Yangfeng, be careful. Those are white death spears, demonic spears that can even kill ancient life forms. 2 white rays of light flashed from the muzzles of the pistols, and 2 beams shot towards Yangfeng. In an instant, the 2 white beams slammed into the left side of Yangfeng's chest and smashed his divine armor of twilight, leaving not even a white mark. Monriadan was dumbstruck, trembled all over, and broke out in a cold sweat. How is this possible? Those are white death spears, demonic spears that can even kill ancient life forms. How can this be? How can this be? Zhou Yuning was also dumbstruck. Amazing! Sir Yangfeng is really amazing. He doesn't look human at all. Inside the white net, Rome Kiki stared at Yangfeng with brilliant light. Yangfeng looked at the white death spears in Monriadan's hands with a scorching shade in his eyes. What a powerful demonic spear! Its power is already enough to seriously injure ordinary holy rank powerhouses. It is only slightly inferior to the Holy Slaughter Cannon. However, the Holy Slaughter Cannon is a warship's primary artillery, while the White Death Spears is just a single combat weapon. The technology of the Thorned Flower Federation is really amazing, much stronger than that of the world of warlocks. There is no lack of weapons among the Shizu that can seriously injure quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses. However, those weapons were all defensive weapons that use stars as their bases and absorb the power of the entire star to attack. The White Death Spears in Monriadan's hands can seriously injure ordinary Holy Spirit warlocks. If they can be mass-produced, it will be heaven-defying. Let me show you what I'm capable of. Dang! Yangfeng smiled coldly and pointed with his finger, and ripples bloomed from his finger and spread in all directions. The protective shields of the Day-Night Legion elites who were fighting the Ink Phoenix clan shattered one by one, and their bodies exploded in a strange manner, turning into fragments that scattered on the ground. What's going on? What the hell happened? How did they die? When the Ink Phoenix warriors saw the bodies of the White Knight Legion explode one after another, a look of confusion flashed in their eyes. As the ripples swept towards Monriadan, a terrifying shockwave spread throughout his body, causing it to explode one by one. A sinister expression on his face, Monriadan grabbed Roan Keek's snow-white neck and said through gritted teeth, "Stop! Otherwise I'll kill her." Yang Feng smiled contemptuously. "Do you have that ability?" There was a flash of ripples, and Monriadan's right hand exploded. Blood splashed about, and Roan Keek fell to the ground. A rhombus turret appeared on the white warship in the sky. Countless twisted and mysterious runes appeared on the turret, and a resplendent beam barreled towards Yang Feng. Boom! In an instant, the fearsome beam engulfed Yang Feng, and a fearsome destructive force erupted and blasted a large area apart. Under the impact of the incomparably terrifying shockwave, the surrounding experts of the Ink Phoenix clan spat out large mouthfuls of blood as they were sent flying to one side. Monriadan's eyes flashed fiercely, and he laughed wildly. With the might of the level 1 rhombus light destruction cannon, even if the ancient saints were to revive, only death awaits them. Yang Feng is dead for sure this time. Ha ha! In the next moment, Monriadan's smile stopped abruptly. In the bottomless hole, a figure walked out of it step by step. A bunch of ants. How annoying! Go to hell, all of you. Yang Feng looked at the white warship with killing intent in his eyes, and 2 rays shot out of his eyes and swept towards the white warship. In the wake of the rays, the warriors on the white warship withered and turned into dried corpses that were blown away by the wind. The white warship swayed slightly and fell to the ground from the sky. "Sir Yang Feng, please accept me and let me be your lackey. I didn't know your strength before, so please forgive me if I offended you in any way. If you think that I'm not qualified to be your lackey, then let me be your slave. Please spare my life and accept me as your slave." When Monriadan saw this scene, his mind stirred, and he knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yang Feng repeatedly. When Zhou Yuning saw Monriadan's servile appearance, her beautiful eyes shimmered with contempt. "Shameless thing to think that you're the commander of the White Knight Corps. It just so happens that I lack people in this world, so I'll let you be my lackey." Yang Feng smiled faintly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a mechanical tentacle flew out, stabbed into Monriadan, and strangely wrapped around his soul. When Monriadan saw this scene, he was slightly startled. He knew that Yang Feng had placed various restrictions on him, yet he still remained respectful. Roan Keek came over and said gratefully, "Sir Yang Feng, thank you for your help. Our Ink Phoenix clan will never forget your great kindness and kindness." Yang Feng said faintly, "Great Elder, I want to conquer this world. Is the Ink Phoenix race willing to serve me?" In this world, Yang Feng couldn't use the power of the blue mirror of fate. If he wanted to find the place where Shiryu was sealed, he would need countless people. As long as he conquered the whole world, Yang Feng would be able to use the power of the world and search for the mysteries of the world. Moreover, this world was extremely mysterious. It had laws of a high energy level and alchemy far beyond that of the world of warlocks. It was a valuable world, so he naturally couldn't let it go. Roan Keek's pretty face flickered, and she hesitated. After weighing it over and over again, she gritted her teeth and said, "Sir Yang Feng, the Ink Phoenix race just wants to live peacefully in this wilderness." Standing quietly behind Yang Feng, Monriadan glanced at Roan Keek. His eyes shimmered with contempt, and he sneered, "A bunch of idiots who don't know how to seize an opportunity." Zhou Yuning's beautiful eyes shimmered with a scorching shade, and she said, "Sir Yang Feng, I am willing to follow you and serve you. I just hope that after you conquer the world, you will give the Ink Phoenix race the qualifications to live equally in this world." Chapter 1229. Yang Feng said indifferently, "I've always been fair in my rewards and punishments. How much power you Ink Phoenixes can obtain in the future depends on how useful you are to me. If you want to obtain power, you have to pay the price." Although Ink Phoenixes, like Yang Feng, had an oriental appearance. But for Yang Feng, whether it was Ink Phoenixes or other races, as long as they were useful to him, they were allies and subordinates. If they were his enemies, then they were his enemies. The reason why Yang Feng attacked Monriadan was that he wanted to subdue a powerhouse. Zhou Yuning's heart shook slightly and she uttered, "Yes, sir." Yang Feng said, "Go gather those who are willing to follow me." "Yes." Zhou Yuning turned around and walked towards her people. There were a total of several thousand Ink Phoenix clansmen in this tribe, but only 17 young Ink Phoenix clansmen followed Zhou Yuning. Most of the Ink Phoenix clansmen were youngsters who were saved by Yang Feng before. Zhou Yuning said, "Sir, what should we do next?" Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the white warship rumbled and flew over while shrouded by an invisible force. "That's the Thorned Flower Alliance's White Shark warship." The Thorned Flower Alliance's top warship costs up to 6,885 billion yuan to build. When the experts of the Ink Phoenix clan below saw that battleship, a scorching look flashed in their eyes. The three empires dominated the Whale continent, and the currency they issued was used throughout the continent. In the Thorned Flower Federation, 1 gene of rice was only 1 yuan. To the experts of the Ink Phoenix clan, 3,688.85 billion was simply an astronomical figure. Yang Feng said indifferently, "Get on board." Monriadan swept the Ink Phoenix powerhouses with a contemptuous glance and said, "Master, this White Shark warship needs at least 136 people to fully start up. Otherwise, it will be difficult to exert the warship's full strength. Besides, they don't have the ability to pilot the warship." A top warship like the White Shark warship could only be piloted by experts who had undergone rigorous training. Ink Phoenixes hid in ravines, their inheritance was incomplete, and they didn't have a complete education system. In Monriadan's eyes, they were barbaric illiterates. Yang Feng said lightly, "I can operate this warship." A look of worship flashed in Monriadan's eyes as he said respectfully, "As expected of the master, there is nothing you can't do." As soon as he boarded the White Shark warship, Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and numerous mechanical tentacles extended from the god armor of Dawn, entered the warship, and quickly analyzed it. The technology of this warship has indeed surpassed the technology of the Shizu. However, it was not to the extent of being incomprehensible. What a precious specimen. The information fed back by the mechanical tentacles made Yang Feng reveal a trace of a carefree smile. With this White Shark warship, it would be enough for Yang Feng's technology to reach a new level. Not only would it enhance his power, but it would also allow the Twilight God armor to evolve once again. The White Shark battleship flashed faintly, trembled slightly, and flew up from the place. A look of shock flashed in Monriadan's eyes. Amazing! Unexpectedly, a single person was able to operate a White Shark battleship. It was truly amazing. He's like our ancestor in the legends. He's practically omnipotent. The White Shark battleship shook slightly, turned into a stream of light, and flew into the distance. The Xian Sha city was the capital of the Gadawaizan province. Outside the Xian Sha city, there was a large barracks garrisoned with 3,000 soldiers. With a flash of light, a White Shark battleship floated above the barracks. White Shark battleship. What kind of bigwig has come? What kind of bigwig has come? I've only seen White Shark battleships in videos. This is the first time I've seen one. I heard that this warship can destroy a city. I wonder if it's true. Inside the barracks, the soldiers of the Thorned Flower Federation looked at the warship in the sky and discussed spiritedly. White Shark battleships were top-notch weapons in the Thorned Flower Federation. They were extremely expensive, and there were less than 10 of them in the Federation. Ordinary soldiers could only watch them in videos. I am Monriadan, the commander of the White Knight Corps. I have sworn allegiance to the mighty Heaven Holy Sir Yang Feng. Soldiers of the 1034th Division, you now have two choices. One is to swear allegiance to the mighty Heaven Holy Sir Heaven Holy and follow us to conquer the world. The other is to die here. Now make your choice. Monriadan flew out of the White Shark battleship, hovered quietly in the void, looked down at the soldiers in the barracks, and said coldly, "What's going on? What the hell happened? That person is really the commander of the White Knight Corps, Monriadan. Did he commit treason?" The soldiers of the 1034th Division looked at Monriadan in the sky, dumbfounded and bewildered. Monriadan has committed treason. Kill him. An enraged voice rang out from the command center of the 1034th Regiment. The soldiers of the 1034th Division raised their crystal guns and fired at Monriadan in the sky. Monriadan smiled coldly and flew into the White Shark battleship, a bunch of reckless idiots. The White Shark battleship shone brightly, and a powerful force field spread around it. When the crystal guns slammed into the force field, they collapsed. Muzzles emerged on the White Shark battleship, and light flashed, and beams barreled towards the soldiers of the 1034th Division. In the wake of the beams, the soldiers of the 1034th Division were turned into ashes. I surrender. I surrender. Don't kill me. I surrender. When the soldiers of the 1034th Regiment saw this scene of despair, they were all frightened out of their wits and screamed in agony. What a powerful weapon. So this is the Thornflower Federation's White Shark battleship. So strong. When Zhou Yuning and the other Ink Phoenix powerhouses saw the soldiers of the 1034th Division surrender, they were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. If the 3,000 elites of the 1034th Division attacked the base of the Ink Phoenix, they would definitely inflict great damage to the base. For such a powerful force to be easily suppressed by the White Shark battleship exceeded the imagination of Zhou Yuning and the other Ink Phoenix powerhouses. A feeling of powerlessness welled up inside Zhou Yuning. The people of the three empires are this powerful. They have even created such a terrifying weapon. If it wasn't for Sir Yongfeng's appearance, then in a few decades, we wouldn't be their opponents. Yongfeng looked at the surrendered soldiers of the Thornflower Federation and said indifferently, "Go and incorporate them. Kill all those who refuse to obey." Everyone present replied respectfully, "Yes, sir." The young people of the Ink Phoenix race were full of excitement and eagerness to try. After the 3,000 elites of the 1034th Division were defeated, only 1,300 plus people remained. After Yongfeng incorporated this force, he commanded the defeated soldiers to attack the Xian Sha city. After the Xian Sha city's army was dealt with by Yongfeng, the remaining forces were unable to withstand a single blow from Yongfeng. They were easily defeated, and the entire Xian Sha city was occupied by Yongfeng. The Thornflower Federation's 4 heavenly lords and the commander of the White Knight Corps, Mon Rayton, committed treason and pledged allegiance to the new master Heaven Holy Yongfeng. The Heaven Holy Yongfeng has declared that he will unify the world. An information network similar to the Magic Net has been popularized in the Qiyuan continent. After Yongfeng occupied the Xian Sha city, the news spread throughout the Qiyuan continent in less than a day. There are Ink Phoenix subordinates among the Heaven Holy Yongfeng subordinates. The Heaven Holy Yongfeng is recruiting subordinates. No matter who it is, as long as they are willing to serve him, they will join. Anyone who is willing to serve him can become his subordinates. Whether it is people of the three empires or people of the three races, the Heaven Holy Yongfeng is willing to recruit them. The news spread through the information network, and the entire Qiyuan continent was stirred. He's a madman. He's dead. To dare make such a declaration. He's an enemy of the three empires. Even if he has a White Shark battleship, he's definitely dead. In the Qiyuan continent, countless people took pleasure in Yongfeng's misfortune, waiting to see his fate. However, there were also some desperate people who rushed towards the Xian Sha city. The Thorned Flower Federation's response was extremely fierce. The White Knight Corps' main force was immediately dismantled, and all officers were isolated and investigated. At the same time, the Thorned Flower Federation quickly mobilized the Thunder Corps, Flame Corps, and Gale Corps commanded by the three Heavenly Lords, and gathered 300,000 troops and rushed towards the Xian Sha city. The Donbua city is a city about 300 kilometers away from the Xian Sha city. The 300,000 troops of the Thorned Flower Federation gathered on the outskirts of the Donbua city. In the sky above the Donbua city, there are 20 White Shark battleships flying. Additionally, there are more than 100 Blue Swordfish battleships of a slightly lower rank. It is common knowledge in the Thorned Flower Federation that there are less than 10 White Shark battleships in service. But now 20 White Shark battleships have appeared. This is the underlying strength of the veteran empire, the Thorned Flower Federation. Only the bigwigs of the Thorned Flower Federation know that there are more than 100 White Shark battleships in the armory. As long as they want to, they can deploy the 100-plus White Shark battleships on the battlefield. A chariot shrouded in layers of lightning sped over from the sky, flew out of a huge barracks in the Donbua city, and stopped in front of the headquarters. From the war chariot shrouded in a layer of blue lightning, a beautiful woman with short blue hair and wearing a blue Thunder Army uniform walked out. She had a sexy and fiery figure, her twin peaks almost bursting out of the uniform, and her skin was as translucent as jade. She had an extraordinary temperament and a powerful aura as she walked towards the command center. Chapter 1230. Bilina, you're here. In the command center, the eyes of a burly man in the fiery red uniform of the Flame Corps lit up. His muscles were taut, and he looked like a huge bear. Belina creased her eyebrows slightly, and her words revealed a strong tone of contempt. Ludo, why did that idiot Monrayton side with that barbarian Xiaofan? The man resembling a giant bear was the commander of the Flame Corps, Ludo. In the eyes of the experts of the three empires, the three major races of the ancient times were barbarians. In fact, the experts of the three major races were driven deep into the mountains and forests by the three empires. Without a complete education system, most of them were indeed very barbaric and backward. A tall man dressed in a Cyan Gale Corps uniform with an extraordinary temperament smiled coldly and said, Xiaofan wiped out Monrayton's personal guards. The White Shark warship was also seized by Xiaofan. In order to survive, he wagged his tail like Xiaofan, sold himself as a slave, and became Xiaofang's lackey. The man dressed in a Cyan Gale Corps uniform was Mosik, the commander of the Gale Corps. Belina's beautiful eyes flashed with a dignified glint, and she said slowly, He wiped out Monrayton's personal guards by himself. That barbarian's strength is really frightening. He's already comparable to a legendary holy sage of the three major races of the ancient times. Ludo said with a smile, That's right. It's precisely because of this that the Empire sent us here. Even if Xiaofan is a holy sage of the ancient times, with our combined strength, we can suppress him. At this moment, a series of loud and clear alarms sounded in this area. Enemy attack! The three commanders were extremely keen experts. Practically lightning fast, they left the command center and went outside. They saw a White Shark warship swagger towards the barracks of the three corps. A cold glint flashed in Ludo's eyes and he barked, They regard all of us as dead people. I order the White Shark fleet and the Blue Swordfish fleet to attack and annihilate the invading enemy. Belina and Mosik were silent, allowing Ludo to give orders. Although the three corps were on equal footing, Ludo was the commander of this expeditionary army. As long as his orders weren't unreasonable, Belina and Mosik could only obey. 20 White Shark class and more than 100 Blue Swordfish class warships flew towards the White Shark warship. Down below, the 300,000 elite warriors from the Thorned Flower Federation were clad in a layer of transparent, white armor. Behind the armor was a pair of blue wings. Enveloped by an incomparably mysterious power, they were able to ignore gravity and soar into the sky. Without any warning, in an instant, the main cannons of the 20 White Shark-class warships and over 100 Blue Swordfish-class warships flashed, and beams of light rained down on the White Shark-class warship. With a flash of light, Xiaofan appeared on top of the White Shark warship. Looking coldly at the beams of light, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Not bad. Let me get a little serious. It's enough to make you proud for the rest of your life. Xiaofan pointed with a finger, and a devour black hole suddenly appeared in front of him, exuding frightening power to devour everything. When the beams of light slammed into the devour black hole, they were immediately devoured. Ludo exclaimed with an incredulous look on his face. How is this possible? Mosik was dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. How could this be? Belina was also dumbfounded, her eyes glimmering with incredulity, and she muttered, Impossible. Even a legendary great holy of the three major races in ancient times, can't block the might of the White Shark-class warship's main cannons. This is a result of rigorous scientific calculations. How could anyone block the bombardment of the White Shark-class warship's main cannons? Xiaofan pointed with a finger again. A rune appeared, and strange ripples spread in all directions with his finger as the core. The 20 White Shark battleships and more than 100 Blue Swordfish battleships were swept up by the shockwave. The shockwave penetrated the defenses of the battleships and entered the hulls of the battleships. It then swept towards the battleships' pilots, causing them to faint one by one. Having lost their pilots, the White Shark warships and Blue Swordfish warships fell from the sky and hit the ground, making loud noises. The remaining White Shark warship in the sky extended countless muzzles, and a dense rain of beams barreled towards the warriors of the three corps. Under the frenzied bombardment of the White Shark warship, the warriors of the three corps suffered heavy casualties and turned into fragments that fell from the sky. The warriors of the three corps also fought back. When the beams slammed into the White Shark warship's energy shield, they set off ripples and consumed the energy shield's power. I am the heaven-holy Xiaofan, the future master of the whale origin continent. Drop your weapons, kneel on the ground, and surrender. Otherwise you'll all die. Zhou Yuning, kill all the rebels. Sitting aboard the White Shark warship, Yongfeng looked at the dense crowd of warriors of the three corps and uttered indifferently, "Yes, my lord." Zhou Yuning and the other experts of the Ink Phoenix clan flew out of the white shark armor. With a flash of light, a layer of pitch-black Ink Phoenix armor engraved with mysterious runes and exuding a mysterious and dangerous feeling enveloped them. Under the strengthening of the Ink Phoenix battle armor, Zhou Yuning and the other 18 young men and women of the Ink Phoenix clan were all stimulated with the power of the bloodline of the Ink Phoenix clan. It was as if they had transformed into numerous Ink Phoenixes. Flames surged and swept towards the warriors of the three armies. Large swaths of Ink Phoenix fire gushed out and swept towards the warriors of the three corps. Large swaths of the warriors of the three corps turned into fireballs, screamed mournfully, and fell from the sky. The protective shields on their bodies simply could not withstand the incomparably terrifying Ink Phoenix's flames. Monriadan, who was standing behind Yongfeng, saw this scene, and his eyes flashed with astonishment. "Amazing! My lord is really fearsome. In just a few days, he has already refined such a fearsome secret treasure. If the people of the three races come to serve my lord, I'm afraid that we will be reduced to an inferior race again." Ludo looked at the 18 virtually invincible Ink Phoenix powerhouses in the sky with astonishment in his eyes. "Those are Ink Phoenix powerhouses. How did they become so powerful?" Mozik's eyes flickered with astonishment, and he gritted his teeth. "The armor they're wearing is a special secret treasure. I've never heard of such a secret treasure." It seems that Yongfeng refined it for them. How fearsome. Yongfeng is really fearsome. He's definitely a freak who surpasses the three races of the ancient times. Bilina gritted her teeth and said, "There are only 18 of them. No matter how strong they are, they can't compete with our 300,000-strong army." The White Shark warship's energy shields were extremely tyrannical. But in order to resist various attacks, they would consume energy. The besiegement of 300,000 elites from the three legions could definitely exhaust the energy of a White Shark battleship. Not bad. After analyzing the Thorned Flower Federation's technology, my alchemy has improved greatly. The next step in the evolution of the divine armor of dawn is clear. Now it's time to take care of these ants. Unfortunately, the small world inside me is sealed. Otherwise, a mechanical legion would be able to wipe them out. Yongfeng looked at the performance of the Ink Phoenix young men and women and showed a look of satisfaction. He spread the fingers of a hand, countless runes shone, and a devour black hole suddenly appeared. After capturing the New Sand City, Yongfeng obtained more than 300 holy medicines not inferior to the seven-color god Lotus. After consuming those holy medicines, Yongfeng has analyzed part of the laws of this world and can use his essence of Devour. A fearsome Devour force came out of the Devour black hole and shot towards the warriors of the three corps. The soldiers of the three legions were sucked into the black hole like dust. As soon as they touched the black hole, they lost their breath, and their essence, energy, and spirit were sucked dry, and they turned into dried corpses. If the warriors of the three legions were removed from the strengthening of secret treasures, then each of them would only have the strength of a great warlock. The crystal spears in their hands could injure holy rank experts, but their bodies were extremely weak. They could not resist the power of the Devour black hole. Just by touching the Devour black hole, they would be drained of their life force. Bilina's face fell and she shouted, "Stop! Sir Yongfeng. I am the commander of the Thunder Corps, Bilina. The Thunder Corps surrenders. Please be lenient with me. Spare my subordinates." When Bilina's words came out, the warriors of the Thunder Corps fell to the ground like raindrops, escaping a disaster. Ludo, who looks like he aged by decades, uttered, "Please stop. Sir Yongfeng. I am the commander of the Flame Corps, Ludo. The Flame Corps surrenders. Please let the warriors of the Flame Corps go." Mozik smiled bitterly and said, "Sir Yongfeng. I am the commander of the Gale Corps, Mozik. The Gale Corps surrenders." The Devour black hole disappeared and entered Yongfeng's hand. A large number of warriors of the 1034th Division flew out of the Beluga warship, flew towards the three corps, and began to incorporate the warriors of the three corps. After Yongfeng incorporated the warriors of the three legions, he immediately swept through the Thorny Flower Federation and began to capture one city after another. Every time he captures a city, Yongfeng can get 200 to 300 holy medicines comparable to the seven-color god Lotus. He is making progress every day. Chapter 1231. The 4 legions of the Thorned Flower Federation were destroyed, but the Pa city fell. The Gayou city fell. The Wood city fell. Yang Feng's offensive momentum is unstoppable. The 1037th Legion of the Thorned Flower Federation was destroyed. Information began to spread across the information network of the continent, causing the entire continent to be thrown into an uproar. The Thorned Flower Federation was one of the 3 overlords of the continent and possessed the most powerful technology in the world. When the 3 legions joined forces, they could even suppress the holy ones of the ancient mythological era. In a world where the laws of heaven and earth have changed, apart from the 2 empires, there were no opponents. For Yang Feng to destroy the 3 legions of the Thorned Flower Federation was simply a miracle. Under the command of Moni Rayton, Zhou Yuning, Belina, Ludo, and Mozik, and with the remnants of the 4 legions as the main force, Yang Feng easily captured the Hope Province of the Thorned Flower Federation's 13 provinces. After the 3 legions were defeated and surrendered, countless people of the Thorned Flower Federation came to Yang Feng's side and sided with him. In a reception room of the Xinsha city's town hall, there were 2 distinct groups of people sitting. One group had black hair and red pupils. The other had black hair and golden pupils. The men of the 2 groups were handsome, the women beautiful, and there was no one ugly. A handsome young man with black hair and red pupils exuding Infinity Warlock rank life force snorted coldly and said with a displeased expression, "Humph, heaven holy Yang Feng, how arrogant, to make us wait for an hour." A man with black hair and red pupils, who looked rather capable and experienced, raised his eyebrows and barked, "Qi Fian, shut up." Without the slightest fear, Qi Fian turned hostile and said, "Qi Yungang, I am the son of the Great Elder. In the future, the entire Red Dragon race will be mine. What right do you have to talk to me like this?" Qi Yungang barked, "I am the leader of the Red Dragon race's diplomatic mission. If you talk nonsense again, get the hell out of here. You are indeed the son of the Great Elder. However, the Red Dragon race doesn't belong to the Great Elder, but to all of us." Qi Fian's eyes flashed with anger and he said coldly, "Very well, Qi Yungang, you dare to talk to me like this. I will remember you. Beauty, I am the son of the Great Elder of the Red Dragon tribe, Qi Fian. What's your name?" Qi Fian didn't go head-on with Qi Yun. He revealed a frivolous smile and leaned toward a beautiful woman who was wearing black leather armor. She had a sexy figure and a stunning appearance. She was exuding a cold aura from head to toe. The black-haired, golden-eyed beauty glanced at Qi Fian coldly without saying a word. Qi Fian's eyes flashed with anger, and his voice became extremely cold. "You dare to ignore me? You have guts. I will make you pay for your actions today. What are you? How dare you behave atrociously in my territory?" A cold voice came from outside, attracting the attention of everyone in the conference hall. Yang Feng walked in from outside the conference hall, followed by 2 beautiful women, Zhou Yuning and Belina. Among the Thorned Flower Sect's 4 heavenly kings, Monriadan's character was the worst. However, he was the strongest. He was so busy that he could scarcely breathe, dealing with the affairs of the canton of Greece. "You are the heavenly saint? I am Qi Fian, the son of the Great Elder of the Red Dragon race. You have done a good job. My father appreciates you very much. I heard that you are short of manpower, so the Red Dragon race came to help you. We will send people to help you manage the canton of Greece. Arrange them according to this list." Qi Fian glanced at Zhou Yuning and Belina next to Yang Feng, and a lascivious glint flashed past his eyes. With an air of arrogance, he flicked his finger, and a golden page flew towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng looked at Qi Fian in surprise, as if looking at an idiot. This is the Red Dragon race? One of the 3 major races of the past? He wants to take everything away from me with just a few words. Is there something wrong with his head? Zhou Yuning said, "The Red Dragon race used to be the leader of the 3 major race alliance, and its underlying strength is unfathomable. Even now, it has its own territory in the Red Dragon Sea. The Great Elder of the Red Dragon race has great power, comparable to that of an emperor or a federation president." Yang Feng said coldly, "What a waste of good looks. Take care of him." "Yes, my lord." A cold glint flashed past by Lina's beautiful eyes, and she drew the special crystal gun Thunder Reaper, locked on Qi Fian, and pulled the trigger. Countless bolts of lightning flashed and turned into a lightning beam barreling towards Qi Fian. Layers of magic barriers appeared around Qi Fian, but they were pierced by the fearsome lightning pillar and turned into ashes. Stop! Sir Heaven Holy! At this moment, Qi Yungong's voice came from the side. The Red Dragon race powerhouses erupted with dragon qi and stared at Yang Feng. Zhou Yuning waved her hand, and more than 100 heavily armed elite warriors emerged from various places and pointed crystal guns at Qi Yungang and the other Red Dragon race powerhouses. So long as Yang Feng gave the order, they would be able to kill the Red Dragon race powerhouses. Qi Yungang quickly said, "It's a misunderstanding, it's a misunderstanding. Sir Heaven Holy, I am Qi Yungang, the leader of the Red Dragon race's emissary delegation. The Red Dragon race has no intention of being enemies with you. We have come here to help you. As long as you form an alliance with the Red Dragon race, you will be able to sweep through the world and unify it in the future. Those who are not of the same race must have different intentions. The people from the three empires cannot be trusted at all. They will definitely betray you." When she heard this, Zhou Yuning's beautiful eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. Bai Lina's beautiful eyes shimmered with coldness. The Red Dragon race was one of the three ancient races. Even after its decline, it still established a pure land in the sea. It was much stronger than the other two races. With the Red Dragon race's help, it would no longer be impossible for Yang Feng to unify the world. Yang Feng said with a cold smile, "No need. I will unify the world in the future, and the world can only have my will. The Red Dragon race wants to be my ally? Unless you can come up with power that rivals mine, I won't ally with the Red Dragon race. No matter who they are, as long as they serve me, they will be my most loyal subordinates. I will treat them equally. Merit will be rewarded, and mistakes will be punished. No matter who they are. In my eyes, there is no difference between the people of the three empires and the people of the three races." When the elite warriors of the Thorned Flower Federation heard Yang Feng's words, they heaved a sigh of relief. Yang Feng has Oriental characteristics, which is a special characteristic of the three races in the Whale Origin continent. Although the warriors of the Thorned Flower Federation were forced to submit to Yang Feng, but many of them were subdued by his peerless power. Undercurrents were surging. As long as Yang Feng showed a trace of defeat, they would rebel. Yang Feng went to the seat of honor and sat down. He glanced at the Red Dragon race people, waved his hand and said coldly, "You can go." The warriors of the Thorned Flower Federation pointed their guns at the Red Dragon race emissaries. Helpless, the Red Dragon race emissaries could only be driven away. Peng Lang, envoy of the Golden Rock race, greets Sir Heaven Holy. A black-haired, golden-eyed, tall and handsome man saluted Yang Feng and said respectfully. Yang Feng said lightly, "What are you doing here?" "The Golden Rock race is willing to submit to you and contribute to your great cause of unifying the world. This is a treasure of our race that has been passed down for countless years. Legend has it that it has infinite power in ancient times. Please accept it." Peng Lang waved his hand, and the cold and beautiful Golden Rock race woman walked to in front of Yang Feng with a stone box in hand, a fragrance wafting from her. Yang Feng looked at the beautiful Golden Rock race woman with a look of appreciation in his eyes. He casually opened the stone box and took a look inside. Kunmo Dusk. It's actually Kunmo Dusk. When Yang Feng saw the stone in the stone box, all of his indifference disappeared, and his eyebrows brimmed with ecstasy. Kunmo Dusk was a mysterious divine stone with all kinds of incredible powers. Yang Feng's Twilight God armor, which was inlaid with Kunmo Dusk stone, possessed all kinds of incredible powers and had the potential to evolve into an eternal treasure. With Kunmo Dusk stone in hand, Yang Feng's Twilight God armor could become more powerful and possess even more terrifying evolution power. Yang Feng put away Kunmo Dusk stone and said with a smile, "Peng Lang, this treasure is very important to me. I have seen the sincerity of the Golden Rock race. If you have any conditions, feel free to state them." Peng Lang was overjoyed and said decisively, "Sir Heaven Holy, this is my younger sister Peng Shuang. Please take her as your wife." Yang Feng smiled and said, "Okay, I agree. I will officially take her as my wife. In the future, after I unify the world, I will confer her the title of Imperial Concubine." Peng Shuang had a sexy figure and a cool temperament. She was also a peerless beauty. Even if it was a political marriage, Yang Feng had no reason to refuse. Peng Lang was overjoyed. "Thank you, sir." Peng Shuang's pretty face welled up with redness. If you have any treasures passed down from ancient times, you can bring them to me. As long as they are useful to me, I won't be stingy with my rewards. Yang Feng smiled and pointed with a finger, and a rune appeared and mysterious light entered Peng Lang. Peng Lang's bloodline boiled, and a fearsome golden rock suddenly appeared and radiated resplendent golden light. His life force rose from the bright world warlock rank all the way to the infinity warlock realm, and then continued breaking through until he became a pinnacle warlock monarch rank powerhouse in one fell swoop. When Peng Lang felt the power inside him fill him, he immediately revealed a look of excitement and said, "Thank you, sir, for stimulating the power of my bloodline." Chapter 1232. There was a flash of surprise in Yang Feng's eyes. True spirit bloodline? No, it's a bloodline above true spirit, close to eternal bloodline. The origins of the three races are really extraordinary. At this time, Yang Feng already possesses a great holy step cultivation base, is proficient in countless secret methods, and possesses the extraordinary power to turn the rotten into the miraculous and resurrect humans who have just died. However, it isn't very possible to promote a bright world warlock to a warlock monarch rank powerhouse at once. The reason why Peng Lang was able to break through from a pinnacle bright world warlock rank powerhouse to a warlock monarch rank powerhouse in one step is that his bloodline is very powerful. Moreover, he usually uses many treasures of heaven and earth that are close to the fruit of eternity. The powerful medicinal force accumulated in his body is then guided out by Yang Feng. With the help of the power of his bloodline, he was able to break through so quickly. The surrounding gazes were all focused on Peng Lang, all of them flashing with a scorching light. In the Whale continent, warlock monarch rank powerhouses are extremely rare. The Thorned Flower Federation's 4 heavenly lords are only supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouses. However, with the help of all kinds of incredible secret treasures, they possess the power to threaten Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses. When Peng Lang advanced to a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, he became one of the strongest powerhouses in the Whale continent from an unknown nobody. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Peng Lang, if you have any other treasures from ancient times, you can give them to me. I will definitely pay you a satisfactory price." Peng Lang's eyes flashed with a scorching shade. "Yes, sir." The Thorned Flower Federation's headquarters, the Thorned Flower Palace. The 4 legions have been destroyed. The Thorned Flower Federation has reached the most critical moment. If you have any opinions, feel free to speak them out. An old man with a head full of white hair and a face full of wrinkles, yet still very spirited, sitting on the president's throne swept the many ministers of the Thorned Flower Federation with a glance and said calmly. The Thorned Flower Federation's finance minister, who wears glasses and has neatly combed hair, frowned slightly and asked, "Minister of Defense, if we transfer 600,000 troops from the border, can we suppress Yang Feng in one fell swoop?" The Thorned Flower Federation's Minister of Defense said unhurriedly, "According to the analysis of the General Staff, even if we transfer 600,000 troops from the border and use our strategic armory, we still won't be the opponent of the Heaven Holy Yang Feng. In the ancient era, he was an existence comparable to the top protectors of the 3 great races." An ancient guardian god? How is this possible? The laws of heaven and earth in this world have already changed. It's impossible for another ancient guardian god to be born. How could the Heaven Holy Yang Feng possess such terrifying power? The faces of the higher-ups of the Thorned Flower Federation changed greatly, and they began discussing among themselves. The 3 great experts were the protectors of the ancient era. Every single one of them was a terrifying expert at the Great Sage realm or above. That was why they were able to dominate the entire Whale Yuan continent. The Thorned Flower Federation's Minister of Defense was silent for a while, and then said, "If we want to defeat the Heaven Holy Yang Feng, we can only ask the ancestor to fight." The venue suddenly fell silent, and everyone became hesitant. There had always been a legend among the 3 empires. It was that the primogenitors of the 3 empires, who had fought fiercely with the ancient guardians of the 3 powerful races, were still alive in this world. Ordinary people regarded this legend as a myth. Only the higher-ups of the 3 empires knew that this was a fact. Every year, the 3 empires had to put a large number of precious treasures of heaven and earth on designated altars and offer them to the ancestors of the 3 empires through the altars. The altars contained mysterious power. No matter how the scientists of the 3 empires analyzed them, they couldn't figure out what the altars were. On one hand, the technology of the 3 empires was developed by themselves. On the other hand, it was thanks to the guidance of the ancestors hidden in unknown places that they were so powerful and heaven-defying. The Minister of Finance hesitated for a while, and then said, "If we want to ask the ancestors to fight, we must use the 3 holy relics and communicate with them. The 3 holy relics are in the hands of the 3 empires. The Amon Federation and the Radiant Empire are our enemies. Who knows how much time it will take to get them to agree to use the holy relics? If it takes too long, the Heaven Holy Yang Feng will capture the Thorn Flower Federation before the negotiations can be completed." The 3 empires have been fighting each other for more than 700 years in the Whale Yuan continent. During these 700 years, the 3 empires have formed a blood feud, and they hate each other. Even if they sent envoys, it would take a lot of time to convince the other 2 empires. The president of the Thorned Flower Federation pressed a button and said lightly, "Come in." A very handsome middle-aged man with blue hair and blue eyes and a very capable middle-aged man with chestnut hair and blue eyes walked in together. The middle-aged man with blue hair and blue eyes said with a smile, "I am Long Bell, an emissary of the Amon Federation. Under the secret order of the president, I have brought my country's holy relic Tolan seal. As long as your country agrees, I can use my country's holy relic to communicate with the great ancestors." The man with chestnut hair and blue eyes said in an aloof tone with an expressionless face, "I am Cullen Geldo, an emissary of the Radiant Empire. Under the order of His Majesty the Emperor, I have brought my country's holy relic Radiant Chest. Your country is using this holy relic to communicate with the great ancestors and suppress the evil barbarian Heaven Holy Yang Feng." The president of the Thorned Flower Federation uttered with a faint smile, "Please take the 2 holy relic to the heaven altar. I am going to communicate with the ancestors and ask them to suppress the freak Heaven Holy Yang Feng." The Minister of Finance couldn't help but urge, "Sir President, please reconsider. If the 3 states join forces and mobilize the armies of the 3 states, there may be hope to suppress Yang Feng. To communicate with the ancestors of the 3 empires, not only would you have to use the 3 holy relic, but you would also have to consume the life of at least one pure-blood descendant of the 3 empires." The presidents and royals of the 3 empires were the direct descendants of the primogenitors, and they were also their pure-blooded descendants. Asking the ancestors to take action meant that they would die. The eyes of the president of the Thorned Flower Federation shimmered with sacred light, and he said calmly, "When I took office as president, I vowed to dedicate everything to the Federation. Now it is time for me to fulfill my promise. Long live the Thorned Flower Federation. Long live the Thorned Flower Federation." In the hall, the high-ranking officials of the Thorned Flower Federation stood up and shouted. The president of the Thorned Flower Federation smiled in relief and strode outside. There were a total of 3 heaven altars, which were controlled by the 3 empires. They were distributed in the core of the 3 empires' capitals and were heavily guarded. The Thorned Flower Federation's heaven altar was located in a square covering an area of thousands of hectares. In the center of the square, there was a 900-meter-tall, beautiful, and mysterious altar engraved with countless mysterious runes and exuding a metallic luster. Tens of thousands of elite warriors of the Thorned Flower Federation guarded the heaven altar with weapons in hand. In the sky, there were 40 white shark warships, 200-plus blue swordfish warships, and 500-plus older warships. The Thorned Flower Federation manufactured many warships every year. The newest warships would be put into use, while the older warships would be vacuum-sealed. Once a war broke out, the older warships would also be put to use, forming a formidable fighting force. Great Ancestor, your descendants sincerely pray here. We hope that you will listen to our voice. The president of the Thorned Flower Federation prostrated himself in front of the huge altar and prayed loudly. The 3 holy artifacts, Seal of Tauren, Chest of Light, and Ring of Thorns, were embedded under the altar. Countless runes flickered and emitted a mysterious radiance. 199 beautiful girls were holding boxes of incomparably precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures, placing them on the altar where the sacrificial offerings were placed. A demon from the outer domain has descended to our world. He wants to unify this world, destroy your descendants, destroy your altar, and plunder everything you have left behind. Great Ancestor, please descend to this world, suppress that evil demon, and save your descendants. I am willing to sacrifice everything to beg you to descend." Under the prayer of the Thorned Flower Federation's president, a resplendent beam of light shot into the sky, as if a door had been opened in the unseen world. An incomparably mysterious long river appeared in the void. A pair of eyes opened from the mysterious long river and looked at the Thorned Flower Federation president with a cold gaze. Haven't you killed the remnants of the ancient era? A cold and cruel voice reverberated in the area, and wisps of immortal empyrean might spread from the pair of eyes. A transparent figure struggled slightly in the mysterious river, and the mysterious river immediately became chaotic. It's not time yet. Antalunsi, go and kill all the remnants of the ancient era. The pair of eyes closed and sank into the river of time. Yes, sir. In the river of time, a stone statue appeared, cracked open, and a black ray entered the void in accordance with the law of the unseen world. In the altar of heaven, the Thorned Flower Federation's president was shrouded by a mysterious force, and his body shriveled and turned into ashes. Within the whale origin continent, the direct descendants of the ancestor trembled slightly, and a look of horror appeared on their faces as they were absorbed by a mysterious force, turned into dried corpses, and finally turned into ashes. A beam of light emerged from the altar and connected to the unseen world. Chapter 1233. Great Ancestor. Eternal Immortality. As soon as the aristocrats of the three empires sensed the terrifying aura exuding from the powerhouse, they knelt on the ground. The eyes of many aristocrats flashed with excitement. The progenitors of the three empires are the protectors of their race and are worshipped and revered by everyone. There are many temples in the three empires that enshrine the progenitors of the three empires. The progenitor of the three empires descended from the altar and opened his eyes, which shone with countless mysterious runes. A silver eyeball appeared behind the ancestor of the three empires. Rays of light peered at the entire Whale Yuan continent. In the beautiful garden of a villa in the Xiaofan city, Yang Feng is sitting on a recliner with jade boxes placed beside him and mysterious runes revolving around him. The Whale origin continent is very mysterious. It is completely different from the eternal path and the main world. It is a link between a high energy level universe and a low energy level universe. In the Whale origin continent, there are countless precious holy medicines. Although these holy medicines cannot compare to fruits of eternity, but they are only slightly inferior. Each holy medicine contains the laws of a high energy level universe. For a great holy step warlock like Yang Feng, it is the key to analyzing the laws of the high energy level universe. Every time he devours a holy medicine, Yang Feng's strength will increase continuously. At this time, all of Yang Feng's injuries have been completely healed, and he has become stronger than before. Someone is spying on me. This direction is the capital of the Thorned Flower Federation, the Thorned Flower City. So strong, this is a quasi-empyrean steppe powerhouse. Yang Feng's eyes constricted slightly, his eyes shimmered with excitement, and countless mysterious runes appeared. He looked into the distance and saw the progenitor of the Thorned Flower Federation's capital standing proudly in the void at a glance. Yang Feng got up, took a step forward, crossed 10,000 kilometers, and leisurely walked towards the Thorned Flower Federation's capital. The space around the heaven altar shimmered with ripples, and a young man with an extraordinary temperament appeared in the void. 100,000 kilometers in 5 steps. Yang Feng took 5 steps, crossed the distance of 100,000 kilometers, and appeared here. The handsome man who looks like a god, quietly looked at Yang Feng and said unhurriedly, "You are the heaven holy Yang Feng. I am Fernandez, the first divine general of the Turin god clan." Yang Feng replied calmly, "I am the human heaven holy Yang Feng." Yang Feng, he's the heaven holy Yang Feng. That's him. He's actually not at a disadvantage in front of my race's primogenitor. Truly powerful. He's the one who killed the president. The senior officials of the Thorned Flower Federation stared at Yang Feng with fear and anger in their eyes. Fernandez's eyes flashed with admiration as he slowly said, "Human race? Since you're not from the Crimson Dragon clan, the Ink Phoenix clan, or the Golden Rock clan, then there's no enmity between us. Your strength is not bad. If you join our Turin God clan, I can let you manage an empire." Yang Feng said with a smile, "An empire? Fernandez, my target is the entire continent. Your Turin God clan should withdraw from the Whale origin continent. The Whale origin continent, this special plane, is even more valuable than the 36 primary material planes of the world. It contains endless secrets. There are a lot of treasures of heaven and earth like the 7-color god lotus, second only to the eternal god fruit. If he can firmly grasp this continent, Yang Feng will be able to get many precious resources from this continent and cultivate many holy and even great holy step powerhouses. How arrogant! Let's go to the void battlefield. As long as you can defeat me, the whale origin continent is yours. Fernandez smiled coldly, then blurred into motion, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards the starry sky. Yang Feng's figure blurred, and he followed Fernandez and flew towards the starry sky. Whether it is Yang Feng or Fernandez, they are not willing to fight in the whale origin continent. If great holy step powerhouses and above fight in the whale origin continent, it will cause landslides, space to crack, the environment to be polluted, and life to perish. The whale origin continent's origin is extremely powerful. Although the fight between Yang Feng and Fernandez won't blast the whale origin continent to pieces, but it can turn the continent into a living hell. This is not a situation that the two powerhouses want to see. In an empty starry sky tens of thousands of light-years away from the whale origin continent, two rays of light flashed, and they appeared in the starry sky. Yang Feng, I'll ask you again. Do you want to join my Turin God race, or do you want to die here? Fernandez's silver armor shone brightly, and countless mysterious runes revolved around him, making him look like a god. He stared coldly at Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with scorching fighting spirit, and he uttered frigidly, "My choice is to kill you here." Stubborn fool. Since that's the case, you can go to hell. Fernandez's eyes shimmered with killing intent, and he took a step forward. Countless runes shone on his body, and he stabbed at Yang Feng with the dragon spear in his hand. The silver dragon spear shone brightly, absorbed power from an area tens of thousands of kilometers in radius, and formed a silver beam containing the law of karma that can penetrate everything, stabbing towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour black hole suddenly appeared, distorted the void, suppressed everything, and swept towards the silver dragon spear. When the silver dragon spear hit the devour black hole, silver light shone, and it pierced through the black hole in an instant and stabbed towards Yang Feng. A green sun halberd emerged from the void. Countless runes shone, and 10 green suns merged into one and turned into a green halberd ray that stabbed at the silver dragon spear. Boom! The 10 azure suns were directly shattered, and a terrifying power surged out, causing an earth-shattering sound of an explosion. Fernandez and Yang Feng were both sent flying 100 kilometers away due to the frightening backlash force. Empyrean-grade secret treasure? So that's how it is. Since you have an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, no wonder a trifling great holy dares to provoke me. Fernandez glanced at Yang Feng, surprise flashed in his eyes, and he sneered. However, although an Empyrean-grade secret treasure is extremely powerful, but in your hands, it's like casting pearls before swine. You can't unleash its full power. After I kill you, it will belong to me. Fernandez's eyes shimmered coldly, countless mysterious runes appeared on the white armor he wore, a white star appeared behind him, and wisps of essence of power pervaded his body. The universe energy within an area of 100,000 kilometers in radius was absorbed and controlled by Fernandez. When Fernandez stabbed with the dragon spear, the void collapsed and suppressed everything. The area of 100,000 kilometers in radius formed an independent small universe that repelled Yang Feng, but channeled all its power to Fernandez. Runes shone all over Yang Feng's body, and he cast countless secret methods with the green sun halberd in hand, which turned into 10 green suns and stabbed towards Fernandez. Boom! This time, the silver dragon spear easily pierced through the 10 suns, strangely stabbed Yang Feng's shoulder, pierced through the twilight god armor, and blasted open a huge hole, from which blood flowed out. Fernandez's battle experience was extremely rich. After his attack succeeded, he unleashed a storm of attacks on Yang Feng. Silver light shone, and silver spear rays appeared and disappeared mysteriously, stabbed towards Yang Feng, tore apart the defense of the twilight god armor, and stabbed large holes in Yang Feng's body. As expected of a quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse, it's still difficult for me to contend against him in my ordinary form. Activate the second form. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and countless runes shone on him. The twilight god armor entered the second form at once. Countless mysterious runes emerged on the twilight god armor, and a fearsome force poured into him. Break! When the green sun halberd stabbed out, it blossomed with dazzling light. 10 green suns blossomed again, condensed into one, and stabbed the silver spear. The terrifying force sent Fernandez flying 100 kilometers away. How is this possible? How can a mere great holy be so powerful? After he was blasted away, Fernandez cried out with a look of shock on his face. This won't do. In the second form I can at most draw with him. In order to defeat him, I must activate the third form. Third form, activate. Yang Feng's eyes flickered coldly, and the Twilight God armor shone, and a devour black hole suddenly appeared. The projections of a crown, a gold horn, an armor, a halberd, and an origin bead appeared on the projection inside the devour black hole. Yang Feng took a step, merged with the mysterious projection, and stabbed with the halberd. In an instant, a distorted ray of light, golden divine light, a devour black hole, a torrent of time, and a projection of a martyr suddenly appeared, broke through the 100,000-kilometer blockade with absolute power, and stabbed towards Fernandez. Blessings of the Turin God. Fernandez's face changed dramatically. For the first time, he felt that his life was threatened. A pendant on his chest flew up and opened, and countless runes flickered and formed a shelter shining with sacred light. Blessings of the Turin God. This secret treasure is a life-saving secret treasure given to Fernandez by the Turin Great Emperor. Even if it is an attack from a quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouse, they won't be able to break the blessings of the Turin God for a while. The green sun halberd pierced through everything, tore through the sky, and stabbed into the god of Turin's shelter. The green sun halberd exploded, and green flames that could incinerate everything enveloped the god of Turin's shelter. The green sun halberd pierced a large hole in the blessings of the Turin god. Chapter 1234. So strong. This is the Turin shelter. Even quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses find it difficult to break through the shelter, yet he pierced a hole through it. He's just a great holy, an intermediate great holy at that. When did the human race become so powerful? Fernandez's eyes flashed with astonishment, and he was horrified. The Turin shelter is a top defensive secret treasure that the Turin Great Emperor spent a huge amount of resources and power to refine. At the time, it was a protective treasure of the Turin Great Emperor when he was a quasi-Empyrean. If Fernandez wasn't the first divine general under his command, he wouldn't have been able to obtain this secret treasure. A black hole suddenly appeared, shone with countless runes, and frantically devoured the barrier of the Turin shelter. Countless top-notch braves of various eras appeared behind Yang Feng, radiated resplendent light, and poured all kinds of exquisite battle skills into Yang Feng's body. Each of his strikes contained exquisite and thoroughly tempered battle skills as he attacked Fernandez. After the Dawn God armor devoured the halberd of the God of War and the armor of Victory, not only did its defensive power rise to a higher level, but it also possesses one of the two Empyrean grade secret treasure authorities: Brave Spirit Summon and Brave Spirit Fusion. Originally, Yang Feng's battle skills were slightly inferior to Fernandez's. But after fusing with the power of countless braves, his battle skills are almost perfect, and he firmly suppressed Fernandez. Heaven Holy, I admit that you are very strong. But if you want to maintain this form, you'll have to consume a lot of energy. As long as I wait until you can't hold on any longer, I'll be able to win. Your strength has won my respect. How about we divide the whale origin continent equally? Fernandez was like a silver god of war, tyrannical and peerlessly fierce. With the Turin shelter above his head, he tangled with Yang Feng. Every spear thrust contained infinite variations, forcibly blocking the attacks of Yang Feng's third form. If you can block my next attack, then we'll divide the whale origin continent equally. Fourth form, activate. A cold glint flashed past Yang Feng's eyes, and he merged with the mysterious projection. A tremendous amount of power poured into him from the Kunmo stone. Countless mysterious runes appeared, and a black hole that seems capable of devouring a universe suddenly appeared and barreled towards Fernandez. Damn it! Fernandez's expression changed drastically. With his extraordinary perception, he sensed that his life was in danger from that terrifying black hole. Countless runes flashed and turned into a silver dragon spear that pierced into the distance. Everything in front of the silver dragon spear was penetrated, and it flew 300,000 kilometers away in an instant. The devour black hole expanded infinitely in an instant. In a breath of time, it expanded to 1,000,000 kilometers, and fearsome devour force shrouded Fernandez, making him very slow. A steady stream of life origin was extracted from Fernandez and entered Yang Feng's body. Fernandez's eyes looked cold, and he stopped struggling. His body shone with a silver light, which turned into a spell that went into the Turin god shelter. Blessed by Fernandez's power, countless mysterious runes appeared on the Turin god shelter and locked the power inside. 10 silver beads flew out and, as if fulcrums, flew into the nodes of the Turin god shelter, radiated resplendent silver light, and formed a second barrier that locked Fernandez's life origin. The tremendous devour force from Yang Feng's devour black hole shrouded the Turin god shelter and extracted the power inside. However, compared to Yang Feng's tremendous consumption, the power obtained from the devour was like a drop in the bucket. As expected of the first divine general subordinated to the Turin Great Emperor in ancient times, your response was correct. The fourth form consumes too much energy, and I can't maintain it for too long. If it was just me, I really wouldn't be able to do anything to you. But the premise is that I'm the only one. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with admiration. Fernandez, who has rich combat experience, could tell at a glance that Yang Feng's fourth form couldn't be maintained for long. As long as Fernandez can hold on, Yang Feng will be sucked dry by the armor of dawn instead. Spatial ripples flickered, and a swarm of devour rulers appeared and turned into a terrifying mechanical flood that rushed towards Fernandez. When the devour rulers pounced on the Turin god shelter, devour runes appeared on them. The devour rulers have been fine-tuned by Yang Feng to adapt to the environment of this universe. Furthermore, strengthened by the laws of the universe's high energy level, they have become even more fearsome, far surpassing the scope of Shizu technology. As soon as the devour rulers activated their devour ability, the energy inside the Turin god shelter's barrier poured out like a flood. Fuck! Fernandez's face changed dramatically in an instant. He clearly sensed that his power was disappearing and being devoured by the Turin god shelter. Go to hell! Fernandez's eyes shimmered coldly, and he got up. The dragon spear in his hand turned into a silver ray and stabbed out 136 times in an instant. When the 136th spear strikes the 136 devour rulers, fearsome silver light engulfed the 36 devour rulers and shattered them into pieces. You moved. Unfortunately, if you had held on for a while, we might have ended in a tie. Now that you moved, you can go to hell. Yang Feng's carefree laughter came from the devour black hole. Mysterious runes emerged from the divine shelter that Fernandez opened and stuck to him. The strange runes shone brightly and devoured everything and Fernandez's life origin. Shit! Fernandez's face fell, and he silently recited an incantation, and silver light turned into dragon spears that stabbed at the devour runes. When the dragon spears stabbed at the devour runes, they pierced through them one after another. Thousands upon thousands of devour runes appeared inside the Turin god shelter and pounced at Fernandez. Fernandez erupted in an instant. Silver light shone, and the silver spear in his hand stabbed tens of thousands of times, piercing through the devour runes one after another. At this moment, the Turin god shelter's barrier collapsed, and all its power was absorbed by the devour black hole. At the moment when the Turin god shelter's barrier collapsed, Fernandez's life origin flowed away and entered the devour black hole. Fernandez, I admire you very much. As long as you swear to submit to me and let me set up a soul restriction, I will spare your life. Yang Feng's voice echoed in the devour black hole. Yang Feng's voice echoed in the devour black hole. Impossible. Yang Feng, I, Fernandez, have sworn to dedicate my life to the mighty Turin Great Emperor. I will never submit to you. Since you want to kill me, then let's die together. Fernandez's eyes shone fiercely, and he bellowed. Countless runes appeared, and he burned with silver flames. In an instant, Fernandez burned all his power and turned into a silver spear that pierced through the void and stabbed towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and a halberd containing the will of countless braves and a resplendent golden horn that can run through anything suddenly flew out and barreled towards the silver spear that Fernandez has incarnated into. Fernandez's embodiment of a silver spear slammed into the halberd and smashed it, then stabbed the gold horn and smashed it. Almost as if he teleported, he appeared in front of Yang Feng, stabbed the spear into Yang Feng's chest, pierced through the divine armor of dawn, and stabbed Yang Feng's heart. In an instant endless silver light burst out in an attempt to tear Yang Feng to pieces. The twilight god armor shone brightly, and fearsome devour force erupted and devoured the silver light. It's a pity that I didn't kill you for the great emperor. Regret flashed in Fernandez's eyes, and he smiled as he turned into dust and disappeared in the silver light. The devour black hole that shrouded the world collapsed. Yang Feng coughed up a large amount of blood. A large hole appeared on the left chest that Fernandez pierced through, and drops of great holy blood dripped into the void. What a fearsome enemy! Yang Feng looked at the place where Fernandez disappeared with a look of respect in his eyes. If Fernandez hadn't chosen to burn himself, he would have been completely devoured by Yang Feng, and wouldn't have been able to injure Yang Feng in the slightest. But Fernandez decisively burned his life force and soul and unleashed a desperate secret method that severely injured Yang Feng with a final blow. Even Yang Feng's soul suffered a lot of damage. Fortunately, my soul has reached perfection. Otherwise, it would take at least 100,000 years for my soul to recover from Fernandez's desperate blow. Yang Feng scanned the area with his soul, and his eyes flashed with joy. The desperate blow launched by the quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse by burning his life force and soul is extraordinarily powerful. Even though Yang Feng is in his fourth form and has the Twilight God armor protecting him, he was still seriously injured. Fernandez. In a mysterious torrent of time in the nether space, a pair of eyes slowly opened, and a voice that seems to shake the world sounded in the area. Chapter 1235. That incomparably terrifying voice resounded, causing the entire river of time to ripple. In the river of time, countless rays of light shone, runes emerged, and formed a fearsome figure. Wisps of immortal Empyrean might diffused from the figure. The figure carefully reached out a finger and arrived outside the river of time. As soon as the finger, which seems to contain endless mysteries and laws, left the protection of the river of time, as if it has been scoured by time for tens of thousands of years, it shriveled. Damn it, the time isn't right yet. However, this soul fluctuation, I'll remember you. A voice filled with killing intent rang out from within the river of time. The pair of mysterious eyes were filled with unwillingness as they closed. The Thorned Flower Federation's headquarters. Heaven altar. Ripples shone in the void, and Yang Feng walked out. There isn't a trace of injury on his body. That's the Heaven Holy Yang Feng. He actually survived Lord Ancestor's attack. Heaven Holy Yang Feng. He's actually still alive. In other words, Lord Ancestor has been defeated. How is this possible? How could Lord Ancestor be defeated? When the Thorned Flower Federation's senior officials saw Yang Feng walk out of the void, their eyes flashed with fear and despair. Yang Feng's appearance here shows that the ancestors the three empires summoned at a huge price have either died or been defeated by him. No matter which one it is, for the three empires, it's equivalent to a disaster. This is a huge summoning altar. It communicates with different mysterious spaces. According to the data, since the three empires' ancestors defeated the continent's three major races, they have disappeared. It seems that they should have fallen asleep, waiting for the arrival of this era. Turan God race. I have never heard of this race in the world of warlocks. In the Gamana universe, I have never heard of this race. If I have time, I really want to fight this race. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the three holy objects on the altar flew into his hand. The heaven altar dimmed and lost all its extraordinary power. A dense swarm of Devour rulers suddenly appeared and pounced on the heaven altar. Under the despairing gazes of the members of the Thorn Flower Federation, the heaven altar, which was used to communicate with their primogenitor, was devoured by the Devour ruler. The high-ranking officials of the Thorned Flower Federation watched helplessly as the altar of heaven was devoured. No one dared to challenge Yang Feng. Everyone is well aware of the strength of their ancestor. Yang Feng, who defeated the ancestor, is an existence that makes them despair. If they challenge him now, they will only be throwing away their lives in vain. I've already killed the primogenitor you summoned. From today onwards, I am the master of the Whale Yuan continent. Surrender now. If you don't surrender, then die. Standing in the void, Yang Feng looked down at the high-ranking officials of the Thornflower Federation and said lightly. Most of the high-ranking officials of the Thornflower Federation only had Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation bases, and there was no lack of great Warlock rank existences. Even if they join forces and the Thornflower Federation soldiers outside, they still won't be Yang Feng's opponent. The former Thornflower Federation's Minister of Defense, Elrond, is willing to serve Lord Heavenly Saint. The former Thornflower Federation's Minister of Defense sighed slightly, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully. The former Thornflower Federation's Minister of Finance, Locke, is willing to serve Lord Heavenly Saint. Now that the president of the Thornflower Federation is dead, the remaining high-ranking officials are well aware that the three empires no longer have the power to contend with the man standing in midair. Yang Feng extended his hand into the void and spread the fingers of a hand. Spatial ripples flickered, and Mon Rayton and his White Knight Corps appeared in the void. Ever since the White Knight Corps of the Three Empires was disbanded, Mon Rayton began to rebuild the White Knight Corps, and it has been very effective. Where is this? How come I'm here? As soon as the White Knight Corps soldiers appeared, they fell into chaos. Mon Rayton is worthy of being one of the 4 heavenly lords. He reacted at once and saluted Yang Feng, saying, "Greetings, Lord. Why did you summon us, Lord?" Yang Feng answered, "This is the capital of the Thorned Flower Federation. My subordinates have declared their allegiance to me. Can you control the situation here?" The Minister of Defense, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Agriculture, they all surrendered? Mon Rayton looked at the bigwigs of the Thorned Flower Federation, and his heart shook slightly. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he revealed a carefree expression. In the Thorned Flower Federation, although Mon Rayton was one of the 4 heavenly lords and the commander of the White Knight Corps, but his status was much lower than that of the Minister of Defense and other bigwigs. Now that these bigwigs, who used to be aloof, were prostrating at his feet, Mon Rayton felt carefree inside. Mon Rayton uttered decisively, "Lord, they are the pillars of the Thorned Flower Federation. As long as they surrender, coupled with my White Knight Corps, I'm confident that I can control the situation here. Then I'll leave this place to you." Yang Feng took a step forward, his figure blurred, and he disappeared in a flash. In the Amon Federation's capital, there was a ripple in the void where the altar of heaven is located, and Yang Feng stepped out of the void. "Who are you? Enemy attack." The garrison troops around the altar were alarmed and launched an attack at Yang Feng. A dense rain of light beams barreled towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a devour black hole emerged and swept towards the garrison troops below with fearsome devour force. As if ants, the tens of thousands of elite garrison troops near the altar of heaven were sucked into the devour black hole and turned into dust that scattered on the ground. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, the swarm of devour rulers rushed towards the altar of heaven and devoured it. How is this possible? How can there be such a powerful person? He's destroying the altar of heaven. Damn it, the altar of heaven was destroyed by him. Our connection with the progenitor was severed. How could this be? When the upper echelon of the Amon Federation saw the tens of thousands of elites wiped out and the collapse of the altar of heaven, their eyes shimmered with despair. The progenitor you summoned has been slain by me. I'll destroy the altar of heaven as well. Submit to me or die. Take your time to think about it. Yang Feng left a few words, and then disappeared. In a conference room, the Amon Federation's president and other upper echelon of the Amon Federation are sitting. The complexions of the upper echelon of the Amon Federation are unsightly. With the 3 empires dominating the Whale Origin continent, the upper echelon of the Amon Federation are lofty bigwigs. Even powerhouses at the level of the 4 heavenly kings could hardly threaten their lives. But now an invincible existence that can deprive them of their lives at will has appeared. This naturally filled them with shock. He's lying. Sir Progenitor is invincible. How could he have killed him? That's right. Let's hide and find a way to communicate with the progenitor. Let the progenitor descend and lead us to kill that monster. That's right. In the conference room, the upper echelon of the Amon Federation discussed spiritedly. The complexion of the Amon Federation's president, however, didn't improve. Suddenly, a blue communications gem lit up beside the Amon Federation's president. He pressed the blue communications gem with his hand, and his complexion changed dramatically at once, looking like he aged by hundreds of years. A dignified look in his eyes, the Amon Federation's Minister of Defense asked, "Sir President, what happened?" The conference room fell into silence, and all eyes focused on the Amon Federation's president. The Amon Federation's president said with difficulty, "The Thorned Flower Federation successfully summoned the progenitor. The progenitor and the Heaven Holy had a duel in the void. In the end, only the Heaven Holy returned and destroyed the Thorned Flower Federation's altar of heaven." The conference room was deathly silent. The eyes of the Amon Federation's upper echelon shimmered with despair. The progenitor was the last trump card of the 3 empires as well as the pillar of the 3 empires. With the progenitor, who was rumored to possess invincible power, defeated by Yang Feng, the 3 empires no longer had the power to resist. Before long, the blue communications gem lit up again, and the Amon Federation's president pressed the blue communications gem with his hand. The Amon Federation's president said unhurriedly, "The Radiant Empire's altar of heaven has been destroyed by the Heaven Holy. Our channel of communication with the progenitor has been completely severed. The Radiant Empire has announced its surrender." An Amon Federation's upper echelon hesitated for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, "Then let's surrender." In any case, the Heaven Holy is also a human, not one of the three races that have enmity with us. Another upper echelon echoed, "That's right, let's surrender. The Heaven Holy is too powerful. He's not an existence we can contend against." Voices of surrender rang in the conference room. When the Amon Federation's president saw this scene, he sighed slightly. As if all his strength was drained, he slumped in his seat. A day later, the Thorned Flower Federation announced its surrender and submitted to the Heaven Holy. Almost at the same time, the Radiant Empire announced its surrender and submitted to Yang Feng. 3 days later, the Amon Federation's president also announced his surrender and submitted to the Heaven Holy. Nominally, the Whale Origin continent was unified by Yang Feng. After the three empires announced their surrender, many rebellions broke out in various parts of the three empires. Many hot-blooded youngsters of the three empires joined the rebellions, forming a powerful rebellion. With a loud roar, he waved his hand and a ball of silver light suddenly flew out. It expanded with the wind and transformed into a large silver net that swept towards Peng Lang. "This broken net is no longer effective against us." A sinister glint flashed in Peng Lang's eyes. He slashed with his golden saber, cutting through the silver net as if it was butter. He then took the opportunity to slash at the Thorned Flower Federation colonel. A line of blood extended from between the eyebrows of the Thorned Flower Federation colonel. In the next breath, he was split in two and turned into two corpses that fell to the ground. Seeing this, Peng Lang's eyes flashed with a hint of delight. The Thorned Flower Federation's colonel is only though. Back then, any random colonel of the Thorned Flower Federation was a big shot to the entire Golden Rock race. Back then, the Golden Rock race had paid a huge price, losing 300 people to annihilate a Thorned Flower Federation colonel and his subordinate squad. But now, under the siege of over 1,000 Golden Rock race soldiers, the over 2,000 Thorned Flower Federation soldiers could not withstand a single blow. Peng Lang looked at the surrendering Thorned Flower Federation soldiers, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. He ordered coldly, "Leave no survivors, kill all these rebels." The eyes of the Golden Rock race powerhouses flashed with killing intent, and they mercilessly executed all the surrendering rebel soldiers. It didn't take long for all the rebels in the military base to be wiped out, not a single survivor. Inside a military base in the former Amon Federation, Zhou Yuning wore the exquisite Ink Phoenix battle armor, looking like a beautiful war goddess as she stood in the military base. In the military base, inextinguishable Ink Phoenix flames burned everywhere, burning the corpses of the rebels. An extremely beautiful young lady from the Ink Phoenix race walked up to Zhou Yuning and said excitedly with a face full of worship, "Army Commander, the 1,536 rebel soldiers have all been annihilated. Only 13 of our soldiers are injured and no one has died." At the time, the Ink Phoenix race was chased by the three empires to the point of no return. They could only hide in the mountains and act as barbarians. After Zhou Yuning sided with Yang Feng, she established the Ink Phoenix Corps and recruited Ink Phoenix clansmen everywhere. By now, she has recruited more than 3,000 Ink Phoenix powerhouses. Zhou Yuning said lightly, "Rest for a day, and then we'll go suppress a rebel army." That beautiful Ink Phoenix clan young lady replied loudly, "Yes, Commander." Yang Feng dispatched Zhou Yuning and Peng Lang, the two generals, to suppress the rebels of the three empires. The two of them were originally full of hatred for the powerhouses of the three empires. Now that they had a chance, they showed no mercy to the rebels. Once they defeated the other party, they would start a massacre, leaving no survivors. Mon Rayton, on the other hand, searched for families and forces that provided assistance to the rebels. Once a family was involved in the rebellion, he would find them and exterminate them. 3,000 kilometers west of the Radiant Empire's capital, the Radiant Capital, there were more than a dozen experts hidden in the clouds. A golden-haired, blue-eyed, burly, handsome man with half of his face engraved with strange patterns looked into the distance and said coldly, "Ghost Eye, Will Monraten really come today? The eyes of Ghost Eye, one of the Amon Federation's top 10 experts, flashed with hatred, and he gritted his teeth. That Heaven Holy's lackey will definitely take this path. For this information, we lost 300 people. This damnable lackey is so vicious. He executed all of our brothers' families without mercy. He's truly too vicious. And Lin, the #1 expert of the Radiant Empire, said coldly. Although the Heaven Holy is tyrannical, but our 3 empires are deeply rooted and have dominated for countless years. As long as we kill that Heaven Holy's lackey, Monraten, he will have to compromise with us if he wants to take control of our 3 empires. People of lowly races are not allowed to appear in the mainstream society of this continent. The #2 expert of the Thornflower Federation, Ghost Eye, wearing a strange mask, said coldly, "They're here." A white shark warship flew over from afar towards the Radiant capital. Attack! The more than a dozen top experts from the 3 empires hiding in the clouds took action. Beams of light emerged from the clouds and barreled towards the white shark warship. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the white shark warship and formed a powerful barrier. The peerlessly terrifying beams of light slammed into the barrier, shattering it in a single strike. Countless tentacles extended from an expert wearing an armor made of countless tentacles and stabbed at the white shark warship. When the strange tentacles stabbed at the white shark warship strangely stopped struggling, as if it had completely stopped functioning. "Come out, Monraten." The dozen-plus powerhouses in the clouds surrounded him and said coldly. The door of the white shark warship opened, and Monraten slowly walked out. Looking at the dozen experts in the clouds, his eyes flickered with a peculiar light, and he said, "The #1 expert of the Radiant Empire, and Lin, the #3 expert of the Thornflower Federation, Ghost Eye, the #2 expert of the Thornflower Federation, the #9 expert of the Amon Federation, Ghost Eye. I didn't expect that you would send so many people to kill me." The dozen or so experts in the clouds were all renowned experts of the Whale Yuan continent. Every single one of them was far stronger than Monraten in the past. "Monraten, since you're working for the Heaven Holy, you should have thought of this day. Anyone who betrayed the 3 empires would only have a path of death. Attack!" A cold ray flashed in Lin's eyes, and he ordered decisively. In an instant, the dozen experts of the 3 empires unleashed all kinds of fearsome secret methods barreling towards Monraten, wanting to kill Yongfeng's #1 lackey. A pitiful smile appeared on Monraten's face, and he crushed a gem. "The biggest mistake you idiots made was to make an enemy of his lord." The void cracked, and a devouring black hole emerged and swept towards the dozen-plus powerhouses of the 3 empires. Chapter 1237. 3 Forms of Brilliant Radiance. And Lin's eyes shimmered coldly, and his body swelled and turned into a 3-meter-tall giant. His strength doubled. His body twisted slightly, and he turned into a stream of white light flying into the distance. Grimace's face twisted, and his body elongated into a sharp needle. Containing extraordinary power capable of piercing through all barriers, he stabbed into the distance. Feeling the power of the fearsome black hole, the other dozen-plus experts unleashed various escape secret methods in an attempt to escape from the range of the black hole. The fearsome black hole extended for thousands of kilometers and engulfed the dozen-plus top experts of the Whale continent. In the next moment, dust drifted out of the black hole. The black hole disappeared, and the huge rift in the void also disappeared. Standing loftily in the void, Monraten looked disdainfully in all directions and said with a cold smile, "This is the consequence of being an enemy of Sir Heaven Holy. If anyone wants to take my life, feel free to make a move." With that, Monraten boarded the white shark warship and flew towards the Radiant capital. And Lin, Grimace, Mancent, and the others were all killed. How is this possible? How could Monraten be their opponent? Even if the Heaven Holy enhanced Monraten's strength, he still wouldn't be a match for the dozen-plus experts. The Heaven Holy took action. Crossing a great distance, he killed Lin and the others with a single blow. This method is simply unimaginable. No wonder Monraten dares to swagger around by himself. After today, I'm afraid that no one will dare to assassinate Monraten again. When the remnants of the 3 empires heard that the dozen-plus experts of the 3 empires were killed by Yongfeng, they were disheartened and filled with despair. Whether it was on the battlefield or through assassinations, the rebels of the 3 empires suffered a crushing defeat. The rebels were executed along with their families. Whether it was Peng Lang, Zhou Yuning, or Mon Rayton, they were extremely ruthless towards the rebels, showing no mercy. Since Bilina and the other powerhouses who sided with Yang Feng couldn't be so ruthless, they naturally couldn't be put in an important position by Yang Feng. As such, they didn't have much power in their hands. Monriadan was the first powerhouse to sell himself to Yang Feng. In order to maintain his status, he naturally served Yang Feng wholeheartedly. He showed no mercy to his former companions. It was precisely because of this that he, Peng Lang, Zhou Yuning, and Peng Shuang became the four giants of the new empire, holding great power. Under Monriadan's leadership, the traitors of the three empires were purged again and again, and countless traitors were killed. Under the iron and blood attacks of the four magnates, the rebellion continued to collapse and eventually disappeared without a trace. In the center of the three empires' territories, there was an incomparably vast ocean called the Whale Essence Ocean. There were countless terrifying ferocious beasts in the Whale Essence Ocean. Among them, there was no lack of marine ferocious beasts that even the top experts of the three empires could not defeat. In the center of the Yuanjing Sea was an island called Yuanjing Island. That Whale Essence Island was also known as the Holy Island, the island blessed by the gods. There were countless treasures of heaven and earth on the Whale Essence Island. At the time, the three ancient races fought endlessly for control of the Whale Essence Island. After the establishment of the three empires, they fought countless times for the ownership of the Whale Essence Island. A 10,000-meter-long luxury cruise ship was sailing in the Whale Essence Sea. On the deck of the luxury cruise ship, Yang Feng was lying on a recliner, surrounded by Bilina and a dozen-plus beautiful women with their own charm. Suddenly, the Whale Essence Ocean churned, and a 100,000-meter-long dragon-winged lion whale with countless sharp teeth and a pair of huge dragon wings on its ribs emerged from the sea, opened its maw, and bit at Yang Feng. When the dozen or so beauties saw the dragon-winged lion whale, their beautiful faces turned pale, and several of them let out sharp screams. Bilina said very calmly, "Sir, that's a dragon-winged lion whale, one of the most powerful ferocious beasts in the Whale Essence Ocean. Even with white shark warships, it will be very difficult to get rid of it. Every year, more than 100 warships of the Federation are destroyed by them. It's just an ant." Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a black hole appeared and swept towards the dragon-winged lion whale. In an instant, the dragon-winged lion whale was drawn into the black hole and easily devoured its life force. A complicated look in her beautiful eyes, Bilina praised sincerely. "As expected of sir, you're really amazing." The Thorned Flower Federation has a headache over fierce beasts like the dragon-winged lion whale. Every year, it has to send powerful navies to hunt them. However, the number of dragon-winged lion whales that can be hunted every year can be counted on one hand. After all, this fierce beast has a certain level of wisdom. There are still a few hidden fierce beasts below. To want to hit my ship, what gall! Yang Feng snorted coldly and extended his hand downwards, and countless mysterious runes appeared and turned into huge hands that pierced into the sea. The sea churned, and 5 grotesquely shaped giant fierce beasts more than 7,000 meters long were pulled out of the sea. A huge devouring black hole suddenly appeared and swept towards the 5 fierce beasts, directly sucking them in. Within a breath of time, dust drifted out of the black hole. When Bilina saw this scene, an enigmatic ray flashed in the abyss of her beautiful eyes. "So scary. Each of the 5 fierce beasts is stronger than me, yet they can't even resist a single move from him. As expected of the fierce person who slayed the primogenitor." Among the dozen-plus beauties, several of them looked at Yang Feng with a scorching shade in their eyes. When the fierce beasts hiding in the vicinity of the Whale Essence Sea saw Yang Feng easily devour the top predators in the sea, they were greatly alarmed and fled in all directions. Along the way, there were still some fierce beasts that wanted to attack Yang Feng's ship from time to time. But as soon as the fierce beasts got close, they were devoured by Yang Feng and turned into dust. Located in the sea, there are all kinds of extraordinary plants containing extraordinary power growing everywhere. Even an experienced and knowledgeable great holy like Yang Feng has never seen many extraordinary plants. So this is the Whale Essence Island, protected by an empyrean boundary. Yang Feng took a look at the Whale Essence Island. Countless mysterious runes appeared in his eyes, and he saw the powerful boundary covering the entire island. Bilina said, "The Whale Essence Island only opens once every 100 years. Only level 3 secret treasure walkers can enter and search for treasures. Secret treasure walkers are extraordinary beings of the three empires. Level 1. Secret treasure walkers possess great warlock rank strength. Level 3. Secret treasure walkers are comparable to moonlight warlocks. Of course, if secret treasure walkers are equipped with all kinds of mystical secret treasures of the three empires, they will be able to display far greater combat power than their own. Monriadan, a powerhouse of the same level, is only a level 6 secret treasure walker with infinity warlock rank strength. But coupled with the power of secret treasures, even warlock monarch rank powerhouses may not be their opponent. Their weapons even have the power to injure holy step saints. This boundary is pretty good, but unfortunately, it ran into me. Yang Feng smiled faintly. Spatial ripples appeared around him, and a swarm of Devour rulers suddenly emerged and pounced on the Empyrean boundary. A copious amount of Devour force erupted, and the defensive boundary set up by the Empyrean ruler only lasted for a quarter of an hour before collapsing. A fragrance full of mysterious aura diffused from the Whale Essence Island and spread in all directions. As if attracted by the most delicious delicacy, the sea beasts within a radius of 10,000 kilometers became restless and rushed toward the island in a frenzy. Really? The Whale Essence Island is mine. Why did you come here to throw away your lives? Well, your life origin is of some use to me, so I'll reluctantly accept it. Yang Feng frowned and pointed with a finger, and countless runes flickered, and 10 Devour black holes suddenly appeared in different areas of the Whale Essence Sea. The 10 Devour black holes erupted with fearsome Devour force and enveloped the Whale Essence Sea's sea of fierce beasts. Tens of millions of Whale Essence Sea's sea of fierce beasts were directly sucked into the Devour black holes, and all their life origin was devoured. The 10 Devour black holes moved and devoured everything. Wherever they passed, as if the world was sucked into them, no life forms left. When the top fierce beasts in the Whale Essence Sea saw how fearsome the 10 Devour black holes are, they retreated, not daring to go to the Whale Essence Island again. After forcing back the countless fierce beasts in the Whale Essence Sea, Yang Feng put away the Devour black holes and set foot on the Whale Essence Island. This is the center of the Whale Essence continent. All the power is gathered on the Whale Essence Island. The reason why the Whale Essence continent can't give birth to a holy is not only because of the changes in the world law, but also because someone gathered the power of the entire Whale Essence continent here to cultivate something. Something that gathered all the power of the Whale Essence continent to cultivate. It seems that my luck is pretty good this time. I should be able to get a big harvest. As soon as Yang Feng set foot on the Whale Essence Island, he keenly felt the changes in the laws and energy. As a human warlock, he has conquered one plane after another. As a human warlock who has conquered one plane after another, he immediately felt that the Whale Origin Island was different from the rest. Tricolored fairy grass. There are so many of them. Yang Feng swept the surroundings with his gaze, and his eyes lit up at once. He saw patches of fairy grass radiating tricolored light growing in an area like weeds. In the world of warlocks, tricolored fairy grass is an extremely rare extraordinary plant. It is a precious material needed to refine the spring of immortality. In the world of warlocks, a tricolored fairy grass is priceless. Once sold, the magic crystals obtained can be used to hire a moonlight warlock for 100 years. Chapter 1238. Yang Feng looked at the tricolored fairy grasses growing like weeds all over the place, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Just the countless weed-like tricolored fairy grasses alone would be enough to trigger a war in the world of warlocks. Starlight Dragon Snake Orchid. 7-Color God Lotus. Parrot Dragon Moongrass. What a treasure trove. Yang Feng carefully looked at the various extraordinary plants around him, and then the corners of his mouth rose into a carefree smile. Yang Feng obtained countless precious materials from the treasuries of the three empires. Just the extraordinary plants second only to eternal god fruits alone have been seized by him more than 10,000 pieces. But compared to the Whale Primordial Island, the treasuries of the three empires are not worth mentioning. The Whale Primordial Island is a natural treasure trove containing countless rare treasures. There are many extraordinary plants that even Yang Feng has never seen before. After Yang Feng advanced to a great holy, every step forward required him to consume countless resources. The various treasures of heaven and earth on the Whale Primordial Island are the foundation to support his evolution. What's this? When Yang Feng came to the center of the Whale Primordial Island, He saw that there is a 1 million-meter-tall gold tree that looks like a small world. A tremendous amount of mysterious energy converged from all directions and entered the gold tree. The gold tree exudes gold divine light. It has no extra branches, only a gold treetop covered in gold leaves. Each gold leaf exudes mysterious gold divine light. At a closer look, you can see that the leaves are formed from countless mysterious runes and contain traces of high-level universe laws. In the center of the gold treetop, there is a thumb-sized fruit inscribed with countless mysterious runes suspended in the air. Eternal God Fruit. No, it's an existence that surpasses eternal God Fruit. How could this continent, no, this universe give birth to such a treasure? Yang Feng looked at the thumb-sized green fruit in the gold treetop, and shock flashed in his eyes. Eternal God Fruit is a rare fruit produced by eternal God trees passed down from the Age of Eternals. Each of them possesses mysterious and formidable power. It is recorded in various ancient books found by human warlocks that eternal God Fruit is the highest grade divine fruit discovered in the world of warlocks. Even during the era of eternal beings, the eternal God Fruit was a top-notch treasure. Only emperors and above had the right to enjoy it. To think that there would be a fruit that surpassed the eternal God Fruit within the crown of the golden tree. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Yang Feng was shocked. At this moment, below the mysterious ancient gold tree, a 100-meter-tall stone cracked open, and an expressionless green jade giant enveloped in a layer of green jade opened its eyes. Quasi-Empyrean rank might that can easily shatter a star diffused from the green jade giant and suppress the surroundings. The green jade giant glanced at Yang Feng and said coldly, "I am Achilles, an ally of the Turan Great Emperor. According to the covenant between me and the Turan Great Emperor, I must protect this place until he wakes up. Great sages of the human race, leave this place. This is my warning to you, and also my kindness to you. I am the human Yang Feng." Yang Feng pointed at the ancient gold tree and asked curiously, "Achilles, what tree is this?" For the ancient gold tree to produce a fruit that surpasses the eternal God Fruit, it must have an amazing origin. Despite his vast knowledge, Yang Feng has never heard of the origin of this ancient gold tree. Achilles stared at Yang Feng indifferently and said slowly, "I don't know. Only the Turan Great Emperor knows the origin of this ancient gold tree." Yang Feng, quickly leave this place, or else I'll attack you. Don't waste my last kindness to you. Yang Feng said flatly, "Achilles, leave this ancient gold tree. In return for your kindness, I won't kill you as long as you leave." Arrogant human. Achilles' eyes flashed fiercely, green runes shone all over him, and he suddenly appeared in front of Yang Feng as if teleporting. He brandished a huge green jade wolf tooth club that contains the essence of power and slammed it towards Yang Feng. Second form. The god armor of dawn on Yang Feng shone, and he entered the second form. He stabbed with the green sun halberd towards the green jade wolf tooth club. Rumble! Along with a heaven-shaking blare, Yang Feng was blasted hundreds of kilometers away. The ground beneath Achilles caved in, and a terrifying crack extended in all directions with him at the center. Under the terrifying shockwave, a large number of precious extraordinary plants on Whale Origin Island were destroyed. The mysterious ancient gold tree released ripples that completely offset the force. Yang Feng uttered solemnly, "Achilles, when it comes to our fight, it's not a big deal. It would affect the entire Whale Essence Island. The slightest bit of carelessness might even affect this divine tree." A cunning glint flashed in Achilles' eyes as he said, "It's better if we destroy this broken tree. I only promise to protect this tree for the Turan Great Emperor. However, it's none of my business that you've destroyed this tree in the process of fighting. When that time comes, I will be free." How cunning! Fourth form. Yang Feng frowned slightly. Countless runes shone on the god armor of dawn, and his figure blurred and merged with a projection that emerged from the devour black hole. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour black hole suddenly appeared and quietly barreled towards Achilles. Achilles' face suddenly fell, and he blurred into motion, turned into a ray of green light, and retreated briskly into the distance. Boom! 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 Amidst a series of earth-shaking rumbles, Achilles smashed open a terrifying ravine on Whale Origin Island. Countless runes shone on the devour black hole, and then it suddenly expanded and swallowed Achilles. Break! When Achilles was swallowed by the devour black hole, his eyes shone fiercely, green light shone on him, and he changed from a 100-meter-tall giant to a 100,000-kilometer-tall green jade giant. After revealing his true form, Achilles slammed the huge wolf-tooth club towards the Devour black hole. Boom! Crushed by Achilles' tyrannical essence of power, the void shook, and the Devour black hole shattered. At the moment when the Devour black hole shattered, Achilles found himself in the starry sky. Green light shone, turned into a fine thread, and stabbed Achilles in the heart in an instant. A devouring black hole suddenly appeared and forcefully swallowed Achilles' heart. Achilles' expression changed, and light of petrification filled his body and barreled towards Yang Feng. The heart is not a vital part of Achilles. As long as he wants to, he can form hundreds of hearts at any time. A cyan barrier appeared around Yang Feng at once. When the light of petrification hit the green barrier that can resist great holy attacks was petrified and turned into a stone shell. A Devour black hole suddenly appeared, spread rapidly inside Achilles, and devoured the light of petrification. While devouring Achilles' light of petrification, the fearsome Devour black hole spread throughout Achilles' body and frantically devoured his life origin. In the fourth form, Yang Feng's essence of Devour reached the extreme, and he devoured Achilles' light of petrification and transformed it into his power. The essence of Devour was displayed to the fullest. Achilles suddenly waved the green wolf-tooth club in his hand, and it turned into a stream of light and flew towards the deepest part of the universe. That wolf-tooth club is Achilles' true body. Understanding flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he pointed with a finger, and the bead of time suddenly appeared, and a torrent of time gushed out and swept towards the green wolf-tooth club. The green jade wolf-tooth mace erupted with 365 star projections, slammed into the torrent of time, shattered it, and then pierced through the torrent of time and flew towards the depths of the starry sky. Quasi-Empyrean rank old freaks are really hard to kill. Yang Feng shook his head, beckoned with his hand, and recalled the bead of time. Countless mysterious runes appeared and landed on Achilles' huge green jade body. Achilles' star-like green jade body shrunk until it was the size of a palm, and then was sealed in a jade box by Yang Feng. Yang Feng looked at the jade box and revealed a smile. Although this green jade giant's body isn't Achilles' true body, but it contains the mysteries of a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse. If Shiryu gets this gift, she will be very happy. Achilles' true form was a green jade giant, and the green jade spiked mace was merely a part of him that had transferred his core to that part of his body. The green jade giant's true body isn't of much use to Yang Feng. But for Shiryu, who also treads the essence of power and the essence of stone, it is of immeasurable value. Yang Feng took a step, crossed the void, and appeared on the Whale Origin Island. A spring of immortality suddenly emerged, and the spring of immortality poured on Yang Feng and restored his consumption. The fourth form of the Armor of Dawn is extremely powerful, allowing Yang Feng to defeat quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses. But the consumption is also enormous. Even though Yang Feng has intermediate great holy rank power, but it is still difficult to stay in this form for a long time. Chapter 1239. Yang Feng looked at the mysterious ancient gold tree with a scorching shade in his eyes, and he took a step forward. The ancient gold tree shone with gold light and formed a fearsome barrier that obstructed Yang Feng from advancing. Yang Feng didn't force his way through. Instead, countless mysterious runes appeared in his eyes, and he looked at the barrier and analyzed it. Many treasures of heaven and earth had strange characteristics. Once Yang Feng forcibly broke the boundary of the ancient gold tree, then the ancient gold tree might collapse, and even the fruit on the ancient gold tree might disappear. The energy level of this barrier is too high. It's hard to analyze it by myself. Yang Feng willed, and ripples appeared in space, and a swarm of erosion rulers suddenly appeared. Countless mysterious tentacles emerged from the erosion rulers and stabbed into the barrier of the ancient gold tree, and the erosion rulers flickered. Strange fluctuations enveloped the gold barrier with amazing defensive power, and the gold barrier was eroded and analyzed by the erosion rulers. 3 hours later, a large hole that one person can enter suddenly appeared in the gold barrier. Enveloped by the erosion ruler, Yang Feng merged into the gold barrier. The erosion ruler covering Yang Feng changed continuously, released gold light, and turned into a gold leaf that, along with a stream of energy, floated towards the crown of the gold tree. When Yang Feng floated to the crown of the gold tree, the countless tentacles released by the erosion ruler fluttered in the wind and analyzed the method of existence of the fruit in the crown of the gold tree. In the world of warlocks, Many extraordinary plants have different ways of using them. If used incorrectly, extraordinary plants will turn from peerless treasures into peerless poisons. Yang Feng's database records the methods of using various extraordinary plants. From these methods, he can deduce the usage of the miraculous fruit that surpasses the fruit of eternity. Suddenly, the fruit released a fearsome attractive force that swept towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng was startled. He was about to cast a secret method to resist the attractive force, when a fluctuation came from the fate algorithm. Yang Feng's heart stirred slightly, and he let the terrifying attractive force pull him over. Every time he approached the fruit, Yang Feng's body would shrink by a bit, before finally shrinking into a small black dot and entering the mysterious fruit. As soon as he entered the mysterious fruit, a tremendous force surpassing the energy level of the universe poured into him. Yang Feng's fleshly body, which is infinitely close to that of a quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouse, began to dissolve. Intense pain pierced through his soul, and his soul, which has reached the Great Circle steppe, began to dissolve slowly. If an ordinary Holy Spirit warlock was sucked into the mysterious fruit, everything inside them would be dissolved and turned into nutrients for the fruit. At this moment, countless runes shone on the god armor of dawn and enveloped Yang Feng, and black holes emerged on the armor and devoured Gao Yu's power. Within the armor of dawn, the Kunmo stone, which was the core energy source, shone brightly, crazily absorbing the energy of the universe, becoming even more resplendent. Mysterious runes appeared on the surface of the Kunmo stone, making it even more resplendent and mysterious. Even so, under the erosion of the mysterious fruit's Gao Yu's power, the god armor of dawn collapsed and disintegrated bit by bit. Yang Feng operated the eternal imperishable body and the eternal scar soul text, and frantically absorbed the frightening energy contained in the mysterious fruit. Threads brimming with mysterious power suddenly emerged, formed a huge cocoon, and sealed Yang Feng inside. Devour runes appeared on the cocoon and devoured the Gao Yu's power contained in the fruit. After Yang Feng absorbed the Gao Yu's power, he quickly analyzed it, constructed his body, and adjusted the structure of his soul. The Gao Yu's mysterious power is like an endless sea. No matter how much Yang Feng devours it, he can't devour it cleanly. He nearly explodes. Since Yang Feng formed the essence of devour, this is the first time that he feels like he is about to explode. Then come in. With a thought, Yang Feng operated a secret method and guided the Gao Yu's power into the small world inside him. The small world inside Yang Feng was seriously damaged in the battle with the God Emperor. Even though he has invested a lot of resources, it is still difficult to recover to its peak state. However, as soon as the mysterious power inside the fruit entered the small world, the dispirited world origin of the small world suddenly came to life, and madly absorbed the mysterious power. The desolate and silent small world was filled with vitality, and a large number of seeds of withered flowers, plants, and trees began to germinate and grow. The earth trembled continuously, spreading out in all directions. All kinds of mysterious phenomena emerged, and countless laws emerged and formed. Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he looked at the small world inside him and watched the laws emerge and disappear. Once he can fully comprehend the laws and mysteries, he will be able to create a world of his own. The strongest human warlocks will form a small world inside them. On one hand, it is to have a virtually endless source of power. On the other hand, by observing the changes in the small world inside them, they can comprehend the mysteries of world creation and world opening. It was by relying on the complete cultivation system that human warlocks surpassed the various extraordinary life forms with innately powerful bloodlines, gave birth to the 8 warlock emperors, and dominated modern times. Yang Feng had also accepted the complete cultivation system of human warlocks, seizing every opportunity to continuously improve himself. The small world inside Yang Feng continued to grow and become more powerful. The small world has half of Yang Feng's soul. The stronger the small world is, the stronger Yang Feng's soul is. Inside the mysterious cocoon, Yang Feng's fleshly body and soul are evolving and metamorphosing. The Red Dragon Sea is a vast sea located north of the 3 empires. There are countless ferocious sea beasts hidden in this sea. In the sea, there is a huge island that covers an area about 1/4 the size of the Thorny Flower Federation. This island is called the Red Dragon Island, and it is the last territory of the Red Dragon race. At the time, after the ancestors of the 3 empires defeated the powerhouses of the 3 races, they fell into a deep sleep. Chased by the powerhouses of the 3 empires, the Red Dragon race fled to the Red Dragon Island. The three empires have launched crusades against the Red Dragon race several times. Unfortunately, their armies were torn to pieces by the countless ferocious sea beasts in the Red Dragon Sea. After the civil war broke out between the three empires, they were on guard against each other. Since then, none of the empires have sent expeditionary forces to suppress the Red Dragon race. In the center of the Red Dragon Island, there are exquisite and luxurious palaces built by the ancestors of the Red Dragon race when they dominated the world. They are exquisite and luxurious to the extreme. Originally, the palaces had mysterious and unfathomable extraordinary powers, which were enough to cultivate holy ones of the Red Dragon race. Unfortunately, the laws of this world have changed, and the origin force of the entire Whale Origin continent has been extracted by the Turin Great Emperor to cultivate the mysterious gold ancient tree. Most of the palaces no longer have mysterious and unfathomable extraordinary powers. In the center of the most luxurious palace, there is a huge square. In the center of the square, there is a statue of a red true dragon tens of thousands of meters long. A burly and heroic man with black hair and red pupils strode towards the red true dragon statue with his head held high. He is the great elder of the Red Dragon race, Qi Yanguang. He is the only quasi-holy steppe powerhouse in the Whale Origin continent. If it weren't for the tyrannical secret treasures of the three empires, the White Shark Fleet could even suppress Holy Spirit warlocks, and Qi Yanguang would have led the Red Dragon race to sweep the Whale Origin continent. Even so, under the pressure of the sole quasi-holy steppe in the Whale Origin continent, the powerhouses of the three empires won't come to the Red Dragon Sea rashly. Behind Qi Yanguang, there are tens of thousands of Red Dragon race powerhouses, each of whom exudes fearsome breath. Their strength is above the Moonlight Warlock rank. Great Ancestor, the Red Dragon race has reached a juncture of life and death. The human heaven Holy Yang Feng wants to exterminate us. Please wake up, descend your divine might and protect my clan. Qi Yanguang knelt on the ground and implored loudly. Ancestor, please descend. Protect us. The Red Dragon race's powerhouses knelt on the ground and prayed loudly. The prayers of the tens of thousands of powerhouses combined with their powerful mental strength to form a terrifying extraordinary power that entered the Crimson Dragon statue. The Crimson True Dragon statue flickered with light, and then runes emerged, and then under a mysterious sealing force, the runes dimmed again. Suddenly, a strange wind blew in the void, and a pair of mysterious eyes appeared in the strange wind. The pair of mysterious eyes released strange fluctuations that entered the Scarlet True Dragon statue. Scarlet Dragon Great Sage, do you want to come out of the seal? After an hour, an angry voice came from the Red True Dragon statue. Turin Great Emperor, it's you. You're not dead yet? Chapter 1240. The Turin Great Emperor uttered unhurriedly. That's right, it's me. Only I can unlock your seal. You only have 1,000 years left to live. If you want freedom in these 1,000 years, then do one thing for me. As long as you do that, I'll give you freedom and give you a treasure that will help you extend your life by 3,000 years. The Red Dragon Holy's voice was filled with endless hatred. You killed my father and sealed me for tens of millions of years. The hatred between us is as deep as the sea. Do you think I will agree to do something for you? The Turin Great Emperor uttered flatly. You will. Because if you promise me, you will get 4,000 years of freedom, and you won't have to stay in the eternal darkness. The Red Dragon Holy was silent for a while, and then asked, What do you want me to do for you? The Turin Great Emperor's eyes shimmered with endless killing intent, yet he said calmly, I want you to help me kill someone. The human heaven Holy Yang Feng. The Red Dragon Holy was silent for a while before saying, Okay, I promise you. However, I want you to extend my life by 10,000 years. 4,000 years is too short. The Turin Great Emperor's eyes shimmered with contempt, and he uttered, Okay. I can help you extend your life by 10,000 years. Incomparably profound runes appeared on the Scarlet True Dragon statue and collapsed one by one. The Red True Dragon statue trembled slightly, countless red demonic jades collapsed, and quasi-empyrean steppe might diffused from the Red Dragon Holy. Scarlet Blaze Light looked up at the Red Dragon Holy with fanaticism in his eyes. Ancestor! Our ancestor has awakened. The ancestor has awakened. Our ancestor has awakened. This world will be the world of our Crimson Dragon clan. With the ancestor awakened, our Red Dragon race will once again rule this world. When the Red Dragon powerhouses sensed the quasi-Empyrean step might of the Red Dragon Holy, their eyes flashed with excitement. The Red Dragon Great Sage opened his mouth and inhaled. The free energy within a radius of 100,000 miles turned into a terrifying energy vortex. It gathered above him and formed a beam of energy that fell from the sky into his mouth. That terrifying energy beam lasted for an entire day and night, and the density of all types of energy within a radius of 100,000 kilometers dropped significantly. The energy density of the Whale Yuan continent is a few hundred times lower than before. No wonder there isn't a single saint among my people. After absorbing the energy, the Red Dragon Great Sage glanced at the Red Dragon tribe and frowned. Turin Great Emperor, my power has not recovered yet. You want me to kill your enemy, but you don't want me to deal with Yang Feng in this state, right? The Red Dragon Great Sage looked at the pair of mysterious eyes that even a half-step saint could not see. Open this door, and you will obtain what you want. A mysterious rune appeared in the pair of mysterious eyes, and a spatial coordinate fell into the Scarlet Dragon Sage's hand. The Red Dragon Sage reached out and pierced into the void. Countless mysterious runes flashed, traversed an infinite distance, and grabbed a star tens of thousands of light-years away. A large hole opened above the Scarlet Dragon Island, and a star flew out of the hole and floated above the Scarlet Dragon Island. The eyes of the Red Dragon Sage flickered coldly, and two streams of scarlet light swept towards the star. The 1,365 springs of immortality appeared directly above the Red Dragon Great Sage. The precious springs of immortality poured onto the Red Dragon Great Sage's body, continuously nourishing his life force. Under the nourishment of the spring of immortality, the aura of the Red Dragon Great Sage rose steadily and became more and more terrifying. The terrifying aura of the real dragon forced all the experts of the Red Dragon clan below to kneel on the ground, trembling and unable to move. This is an innate suppression of bloodline. In front of the pure-blooded Red Dragon Sage, a quasi-holy like Scarlet Blaze Light couldn't withstand a single blow. He didn't even have the courage and strength to attack the Red Dragon Sage. With a flash of light, a Scarlet Dragon Spear flew out of the star and landed in front of the Red Dragon Sage. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the Red Dragon Sage, and he changed into a handsome young man with black hair, red eyes, and a pair of dragon horns on his head. Red Tooth, we can fight side by side again. The Red Dragon Great Sage reached out and grabbed the Red Dragon Spear in his hand. He sighed faintly. The Crimson Dragon Spear immediately emitted a buzzing sound, and waves of extremely excited thoughts were emitted from the Dragon Spear. A golden scroll appeared in the void, turned into countless runes, and spread out, sweeping toward Red Dragon Sage. Break! The Red Dragon Sage's face flickered, and he extended a hand, and fearsome true dragon chi formed a dragon claw that could suppress and tear everything apart and grab towards the golden scroll. It's useless. Red Dragon Sage, this is a contract book formed from my power and the law of contracts. We have signed a contract. I will lift the seal for you and restore your strength. You have 3 months to kill the heavenly holy Yang Feng for me. If you violate the contract, only death will await you. In the void, the pair of eyes formed by the Turin Great Emperor spoke calmly. The dragon claw of the Red Dragon Sage, which can tear apart stars and destroy everything, missed. The runes formed by the golden scroll turned into a rain of light that entered the Red Dragon Sage and disappeared. Failing to succeed, the Red Dragon Sage smiled faintly and retracted all his power. As expected of the Turin Great Emperor, you really have no flaws. A green jade wolf tooth mace descended from the sky and flew in front of the Red Dragon Sage. With a slight sway, the Red Dragon Sage transformed into Achilles. The eyes formed by the Turin Great Emperor flickered with dim light and said unhurriedly, Achilles is your helper. When the two of you join forces, you can kill the heavenly holy. Remember, you have less than 3 months left to live. Got it. Don't talk so much nonsense. Go back to your coffin. The eyes of the Red Dragon Sage shimmered fiercely, and he extended his hand and, containing the fluctuations of the law of karma, grabbed the eyes formed by the Turin Great Emperor. You. Although the eyes formed by the will of the Turin Great Emperor are strange, to the point that even quasi-holy step powerhouses can hardly detect their existence, but they can't resist the hand of the quasi-Empyrean rank Red Dragon Sage, and they shattered. Thanks to the mysterious law of karma, the wills of the Turin Great Emperor hidden in different places were shattered. Red Dragon Sage, you bastard! In the mysterious river of time, Fearsome waves were set off, and a furious will reverberated in the river. Achilles uttered in a muffled voice, "The heavenly holy Xiaofan is on the whale origin island. Let's go and kill him." "What's the hurry? If you want to go, go by yourself. I've been sealed for so many years, so I want to enjoy myself." The red dragon sage stretched his body and walked down step by step. Achilles followed after him. "I can't beat him." The red dragon sage asked curiously, "How strong is the heaven holy? How come you're not his opponent?" Ankylos said, "He's a great sage of the human race, and he has a very powerful secret treasure. I almost died in his hands." A complicated look in his eyes, the red dragon sage sighed faintly. "Human? With the passage of time, the pet race of the past has become so powerful, to be able to give birth to such a fearsome monster. Greetings, mighty ancestor." When the red dragon sage landed on the ground, the red dragon powerhouses prostrated themselves on the ground and said respectfully, "Go prepare the best food and the most beautiful woman of this era." The red dragon sage swept the powerhouses prostrating themselves on the ground with his gaze, and wisps of true dragon might enveloped them and uttered indifferently. Scarlet Blaze Light responded respectfully, "Yes, Lord Ancestor." The fruit on the Whale Origin Island's gold ancient tree suddenly cracked open, and a majestic figure emerged from the fruit, twisted, and enlarged until it was the size of a person. It was Xiaofan. Advanced Great Holy. This fruit is really a treasure. It enabled me to advance to the Advanced Great Holy Realm and form a quasi-empyrean rank fleshly body. The most frightening thing is that it improved my soul aptitude further. I now have a trace of eternal power. No wonder the Turan Great Emperor would make such a big fuss here, and set up all sorts of arrangements just to nurture this fruit. Xiaofan scanned the fruit with his soul force, and his eyes flashed with ecstasy. Ever since he advanced to superior level 9 soul aptitude in the Myriad Soul Temple, his soul aptitude has reached perfection. No matter what treasures of heaven and earth Xiaofan takes, his soul aptitude won't improve. However, thanks to the miraculous fruit, Xiaofang's perfect soul aptitude has advanced further, surpassing that of many warlock emperors. Even the soul aptitude of many eternal sovereigns may not compare to Xiaofan at this time. This is what he is most happy about. At the same time, Xiaofang's fleshly body, the small world inside him, and the Twilight God armor bearing his path have obtained immeasurable benefits. They have broken through their limits and gained even more terrifying evolutionary potential. The gold ancient tree that seems to support the world flashed slightly, and then boundless gold divine light converged, and the gold ancient tree began to wither rapidly. The golden leaves, which contain high-level laws of the universe, directly withered and turned into dust. Within a few breaths of time, the mysterious gold ancient tree that even Xiaofan can't recognize shrank into a thumb-sized black seed and quietly fell on the ground. The barrier enveloping the Whale Origin Island collapsed, and the energy around the Whale Origin continent is no longer forcibly extracted here. Chapter 1241. From now on, although the Whale Origin Island is still the core holy land of the Whale Origin continent, however, it cannot be compared to the past. The upper limit of the continent's energy level has been raised, and it can naturally give birth to Holy Spirit Warlock rank existences. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Xiaofang's eyes, and he looked towards the void and quickly analyzed the laws of the continent. With a wave of Xiaofang's hand, the space flickered, and a swarm of collection robots appeared and began to collect precious extraordinary plants on the Whale Origin Island. In Xiaofang's core database, there are countless methods of collecting extraordinary plants recorded. Like warlocks, the collection robots can collect these precious extraordinary plants. Next, it's time to solve the hidden dangers. Xiaofan looked into the distance, then took a step and entered the void. The Scarlet Dragon Island. Inside a palace. The Scarlet Dragon Holy is sitting on a luxurious sofa comparable to a large bed, with two beautiful Scarlet Dragon girls in his arms, drinking all kinds of fine wine and eating all kinds of delicious extraordinary fruits, a look of contentment on his face. A dozen plus Scarlet Dragon girls dressed in light muslin are dancing sensually in the hall. Achilles is sitting on a sofa and eating all kinds of extraordinary fruits. The Scarlet Dragon Great Elder, Scarlet Blaze Light, is standing aside with a dozen plus upper echelon members of the Scarlet Dragon Holy like a servant, waiting for his orders. He's here. The Heaven Holy Xiaofan is here. Achilles looked up, a dignified look in his eyes, countless runes shone, and wisps of quasi-emperorian rank might spread from him. Achilles, we meet again. Ripples flickered in the void, and Yang Feng slowly stepped out of the void. His gaze swept Achilles, and then finally fell on the scarlet dragon Holy, and a dignified look flashed in his eyes. With a languid expression on his face, the scarlet dragon Holy drank a cup of wine and said flatly, I am the scarlet dragon Holy, the ancestor of the scarlet dragons. Heaven Holy, it was the Turan great emperor who unlocked my seal and had me and Achilles kill you. Achilles looked at Yang Feng with apprehension and uttered, Scarlet dragon Holy, do it. The two of us can kill him. The crimson dragon great sage suddenly asked, Achilles, why are you working for Turan the great emperor? Every single quasi-emperor possessed world-shaking strength. Even if they weren't a match for an emperor, they had a 20% to 30% chance of escaping from an emperor if they were prepared. Very few quasi-emperors would serve the emperors of other races. Achilles said in a low, muffled voice, I once made a bet with the Turan great emperor. I lost the bet, so I had to help him guard an ancient golden tree until he awakened. Otherwise, he would kill the person who occupied the ancient golden tree for him. If I don't keep my promise, my soul will collapse and I'll die within 3 months. The red dragon great sage said slowly, as expected of the Turan great emperor. In this era where emperors didn't appear, 2 quasi-emperors were sufficient to annihilate any enemy. No wonder he spared my life back then. It was to deal with this kind of situation. The red dragon great sage suddenly said with a smile, Heaven Holy, if you agree to a request of mine, not only will I not be your enemy, but I will also help you suppress Achilles. Achilles' face changed dramatically, and he shouted, Red dragon great sage, are you crazy? If you disobey the order of the Turan great emperor, you'll die within 3 months. Virtually in an instant, countless runes appeared on Achilles, and he turned into a stream of light, blasted through the roof of the palace, and flew into the distance. Achilles, this place used to be my bedroom. It's a forbidden area of the red dragon race. Even if it's you, it won't be that easy to escape from here. The red dragon great sage roared with laughter. Wisps of terrifying real dragon aura emanated from his body and seeped into the palace. On the red dragon island, the exquisite and luxurious palaces shone brightly, and mysterious barriers suddenly appeared. The 9 palaces flew out, and the illusory images of 36 stars appeared behind them, forming a terrifying barrier that firmly sealed Achilles within. Achilles roared, turned into a 10,000-kilometer-tall green jade giant, and slammed the wolf-tooth club at the barrier. Every strike of Achilles was imbued with boundless power. Terrifying esoteric truths of power blasted the red dragon great sage's body apart, and the true dragon's blood splattered all over the ground. Yang Feng said unhurriedly, Red dragon great sage, please tell me your request. Red eyes flashing with madness, the red dragon great sage stared at Yang Feng. I want you to promise me that after you promote to an empyrean, you will kill the Turan great emperor. If you promise me, I'll help you kill Achilles. If you don't, I'll let him go. Yang Feng frowned and asked, Why? Because the Turan great emperor not only killed my father, but also the woman I loved the most in my life. He thought that I would work for him for the sake of freedom and life, but he didn't know that the reason I struggled for tens of millions of years in the seal was to retaliate against him. Ha ha ha. The elegant and noble temperament of the red dragon great sage disappeared, and a crazy berserk and ruthless aura pervaded his body. The resentment he has accumulated for tens of millions of years, as if it has substance, affected the people around him. The eyes of the red dragons around the red dragon great sage turned bloodshot, their breathing became rapid, and their eyes filled with resentment and killing intent. When a the arch powerhouse was enraged, it would produce all sorts of unimaginable phenomena. It was even to the extent that just their rage alone was enough to cause all intelligent beings in a grade 9 plane to fall into a berserk and chaotic state. Yang Feng said flatly, I can promise you that when I'm strong enough in the future, I will kill the Turan great emperor. The fruit that surpassed the fruit of eternity on the Whale Origin Island is a fruit that the Turan great emperor spent a lot of effort to cultivate. The value of that fruit is greater than that of all empyrean grade secret treasures that Yang Feng knows of. For a powerful being like Turan the great emperor who pursued immortality, even a complete eternal treasure was far less valuable than the fruit that could increase his chances of reaching immortality, which was even more valuable than the fruit of eternity. Ever since Yang Feng absorbed the power of the fruit, he and the Turan great emperor have been in an irreconcilable relationship. Because Yang Feng obstructed the Turan Great Emperor's path to eternity. Even if Yang Feng doesn't go looking for trouble, the Turan Great Emperor will do everything in his power to kill him. There was a flash of madness in the eyes of the Red Dragon Great Sage, and he revealed a ferocious and twisted smile. Then what are we waiting for? Let's kill this lackey of the Turan Great Emperor first. Yang Feng uttered, "Open the barrier and let me in." Surprise flashed in the eyes of the Red Dragon Great Sage, and he took a deep look at Yang Feng and opened the barrier. Yang Feng took a step and entered the barrier. Go to hell. The eyes of Achilles, who is struggling inside the seal barrier, flashed fiercely, and he suddenly erupted with the green jade wolf tooth club in his hand, stimulated the essence of power, and took advantage of the moment Yang Feng entered the seal barrier to attack. In an instant, 365 star projections suddenly appeared. Achilles' true body, the green jade giant, doesn't have a small world inside him like human warlocks. But he has refined and integrated 365 stars. Once he erupts with his full strength, he can use the power of 365 stars inside him. This is terrifying to the extreme. You don't have the ability to do that. A cold glint flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he slashed with the green sun halberd. 10 green suns suddenly appeared, converged into one in a split second, and turned into an indestructible green halberd ray that stabbed into the 365 stars. Boom! 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 365 fearsome explosions rang out in an instant, and the 365 star projections exploded. A fearsome shock wave rippled in all directions, and Yang Feng and Achilles were sent flying hundreds of kilometers away. When he saw this scene, the Red Dragon Great Sage's eyes flashed with astonishment. So strong! So this is a human heaven holy. A trifling advanced great holy can actually compete with a monster like Achilles in terms of strength. That's amazing. Achilles' true body is a green jade giant famous for its strength, and his essence of power is unparalleled in the world. Even among quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses, only a small number of powerhouses can match him in strength. As a human and just a great holy at that, Yang Feng is on par with Achilles in terms of strength, which is simply inconceivable. The green halberd ray shone, and the stars exploded one after another. 2 terrifying forces that can easily destroy a world vibrated in the seal barrier. If it wasn't for the support of the quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse, the barrier would have collapsed long ago, and the entire Red Dragon Island would have been destroyed by the fight between Yang Feng and Achilles. As expected of a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse. Even though I have already metamorphosed once, but my ordinary form still can't kill you. Second form, activate. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a satisfied smile. Countless runes shone on the Twilight God armor, and a pair of mechanical wings unfolded, and a fearsome force poured into him from the Kunmo stone. In an instant, a green ray appeared beside Achilles' avatar of a green jade giant, and countless green rays flickered and extended along the green jade giant. Boom! 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 Wherever the green light extended, a series of earth-shattering explosions rang out. The green jade giant that Achilles had transformed into exploded inch by inch, and the instant his body exploded, it was devoured by the devouring black holes. Chapter 1242. A look of horror on his face, Achilles let out a heaven-shaking roar. How is this possible? How could you have become so powerful? At this time, Yang Feng is only using his second form, yet the fighting strength he can display is far beyond that of his fourth form. Achilles, who fought him not long ago, can't believe that the person in front of him is the same Yang Feng he fought not long ago. Boom! Along with flashes of green light, the green giant Achilles has transformed into burst apart. Amid the earth-shattering explosion, Yang Feng was sent flying hundreds of kilometers away, and countless green jade stones shot in all directions like meteors. One by one, the green jade stones collided with the surrounding barrier, setting off a series of ripples. The eyes of the scarlet dragon holy flickered coldly, and he said with a frigid smile, "Achilles, it's no use. This place has been completely sealed by me. If you were alone, you might have a chance to break out of the seal. But with the heaven holy here, you're dead meat." A series of devouring black holes appeared in the barrier and directly swallowed the green jade stones. When the green jade stones were swallowed by the black holes, their power was sucked dry, and they turned into a pile of ashes. A fist-sized green jade stone suddenly flickered with countless mysterious runes and turned into Achilles, who roared furiously at the Scarlet Dragon Holy. Scarlet Dragon Holy, is it worth it? If I die, you won't live for more than 3 months. The eyes of the Scarlet Dragon Holy twisted with madness, and he laughed loudly. Of course it's worth it. I should have died a long time ago. As long as I can destroy the Turan Great Emperor's arrangements, it's worth it no matter what price I have to pay. A black hole appeared, swallowed Achilles, and frantically extracted his life origin. A tremendous amount of life origin gushed out of Achilles and entered Yang Feng, nourishing his soul and fleshly body. With a wave of the Scarlet Dragon Holy's hand, the barriers of the palaces collapsed, and the Scarlet Dragon Island regained its calm. An hour later, the black hole disappeared, and Yang Feng appeared in his original place. Yang Feng asked, Scarlet Dragon Holy, what's going on with 3 months of life? After this incident, the Red Dragon Great Sage and the Turan Great Emperor would definitely become mortal enemies. He is a quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouse. If he can become his ally, it will be of great benefit to Yang Feng. The Turan Great Emperor removed my seal and used the law of contracts to form a contract with me. If I don't kill you within 3 months, I'll die. The Red Dragon Great Sage returned to his seat and sat down. He held the 2 beautiful girls in his arms and said casually. Yang Feng pondered for a while before saying, The law of contracts? Great Red Dragon Sage, if you trust me, then open your soul. Maybe I can break that law. Open my soul? Are you serious? The Scarlet Dragon Great Holy's eyes narrowed slightly, and his lazy gaze turned sharp. Staring at Yang Feng, his tone became frigid. It was fine if it was an ordinary person, but if it was an expert of the same level, no one would easily open their soul defenses. Once their soul defenses were opened against an expert of the same level, it was possible that the other party would do something to them. Yang Feng said lightly, If you don't want to, you don't have to agree. All right. I'll trust you this time. The Scarlet Dragon Great Sage pondered for a long time before saying with a self-deprecating smile, I didn't expect that I still don't want to die. Runes flashed and a Scarlet True Dragon Phantom rose from the Red Dragon Great Sage's body. Traces of the terrifying True Spirit level aura spread in all directions. The Scarlet Dragon Great Sage is a True Spirit rank Red True Dragon. If it was in the Eternal Era, he would definitely be able to ascend to the Empyrean rank. Unfortunately, the quasi-Empyrean rank is his limit. If he wants to go further, he must put in a lot of effort. Mysterious runes containing the mysteries of the law of contracts and wisps of immortal Empyrean might appeared on the Red True Dragon. Yang Feng waved his hand, and the erosion ruler suddenly flew out and extended a tentacle towards the contract rune. Traces of incomparably mysterious light flashed, constantly analyzing the contract seal. Information was fed back from the erosion ruler. Yang Feng waved his hand, and the erosion ruler flew back. The Scarlet Dragon Great Sage's eyes flashed with disappointment. You can't do anything about it? After all, this is the method of the Turan Great Emperor. It's normal that you can't do anything about it. Yang Feng responded flatly, I have a way. Turan the Great Emperor has mastered the profound meaning of contracts, although his core path is not contracts. Although his core path isn't contracts, but few people in the universe can break his methods. Apart from Empyreans who take lies and deception as their core path, only the legendary Eternal Sovereigns can break his methods. The Scarlet Dragon Great Sage sighed in frustration. In the next moment, he reacted and uttered with an incredulous look on his face. What? You have a way? You say that you have a way? That's right. I have a way to break the spell of the Turan Great Emperor. To be precise, I don't have a way to break it, but to deceive it. My mechanical golem can simulate special fluctuations and make the contract rune engraved in your soul believe that the time hasn't come yet to delay the activation of the rune. Of course, this method has its drawbacks. It is necessary to place such a puppet in your soul, which is also a threat to your soul. You can make your own decision. Yang Feng said calmly. The Scarlet Dragon Great Sage pondered for a while, and then uttered resolutely, I believe in you. Runes shone, and a red true dragon containing true dragon might emerged from the Scarlet Dragon Great Sage. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, the erosion ruler blurred and entered the red true dragon, and invisible tentacles entered the runes and exuded queer fluctuations. The red true dragon entered the Scarlet Dragon Great Sage and disappeared. The Scarlet Dragon Great Sage hugged two Scarlet Dragon Beauties and asked lazily, "What else do you want? If it's about ruining the Turan Great Emperor's plan, then I'm very interested. If it's about something else, then don't bother me." Yang Feng was speechless when he saw this. Among the quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses he has seen, the Scarlet Dragon Great Sage doesn't have the demeanor of a powerhouse. Yang Feng uttered flatly, "Except for the Scarlet Dragon Island, the rest of the Whale Origin continent belongs to me. Do you have any objections?" The Scarlet Dragon Great Sage replied lazily, "Okay. I need the Scarlet Dragon race to help me find a place." Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a topographic map of the mountain range where Yu is sealed appeared in the palace. The Scarlet Dragon Great Sage said indifferently, "Scarlet Flame Light, do you see it? Go find this place." Scarlet Flame Light stepped forward and said respectfully, "Sir Heaven Holy, this is the Purple Stone Mountain Range, located near the Roca city of the Garoni province in the central part of the Radiant Empire." The Scarlet Dragon Great Sage uttered flatly, "What other questions do you have?" Yang Feng asked, "Who is the Turan Great Emperor? Why haven't I seen any traces of him in history? Since the Eternal Era, countless emperors have risen and fallen. Every emperor is a bigwig, and they will leave their traces in history. Unless someone pays a huge price to erase a piece of history, no one will know about it. The level of technology used by the Turan Great Emperor is more than a notch higher than that of human warlocks. If such a powerful civilization appeared in the world of warlocks, it would be impossible to cover up their traces. Let's start with the origin of the Whale Origin continent. In fact, the Whale Origin continent is a base that Eternals opened in ancient times to go to the Great Universe. This place used to be a node connecting the Great Universe and the universe where the world of warlocks is located. After the Eternals retreated, they cut off the connection between our universe and the Great Universe. As a result, this place has become a strange existence. In this place, you can absorb high-energy grade cosmic energy and give birth to all kinds of powerful extraordinary plants. Our Red Dragon race, Golden Rock race, and Ink Phoenix race settled here. The Turan Great Emperor is an existence that suddenly emerged from a crack in the universe 10,000 years after we settled here. Their origins are very mysterious. My personal guess is that they should be descended beings from the great cosmos or other universes that came to our universe. As for the purpose of their arrival, as the defeated party, we have no clue. However, since they have fallen asleep, there is only one reason, and that is to become Eternals of our universe. When the Scarlet Dragon Great Sage heard the name Turan Great Emperor, his eyes shimmered with hatred, and he finally became serious and uttered unhurriedly. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then asked, "How many Empyreans are there?" The Scarlet Dragon Great Sage replied unhurriedly, "2 Empyreans, one is the Turan Great Emperor, the other is the Turan Empress. The Turan Empress is a notch stronger than the Turan Great Emperor." Yang Feng frowned slightly. 2 Empyreans. The 2 Emperor rank powerhouses are 2 Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. Suddenly, he has 2 such formidable mortal enemies. With the Gumana Universe's powerhouses eyeing him covetously, Yang Feng has a slight headache. The Scarlet Dragon Great Sage said lazily, "You don't have to worry. As long as you promote to an Empyrean before the 2 of them wake up. After they wake up, they will be weak for a period of time. At that time you just have to go and kill them. At your level, taking 1 step forward is a boundless sea and sky, while taking 1 step back is a bottomless abyss." Yang Feng smiled when he heard that, no longer worried. Although Yang Feng has many allies, he has also offended many enemies. If he can't promote to a Warlock Emperor before the many Empyreans wake up, or possess the power to contend against Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses, he will be torn to pieces by the hostile Empyreans. Chapter 1243. The Purple Stone Mountains are located 300 kilometers west of the Roca city in the central Garoni province of the Radiant Empire. The Purple Stone Mountains are rich in a rare mineral called purple stone. Purple stone is an indispensable mineral for White Shark warships and other top warships. Above the center of the Purple Stone Mountains, ripples flickered, and a spatial gate opened, and Yang Feng stepped out. Yang Feng looked deeply at the Purple Stone Mountains. Countless mysterious runes appeared in his eyes, and his gaze shone on the Purple Stone Mountains, looking for traces of Yu. Yang Feng looked pensive. According to Scarlet Flamelight's words, sure you should be sealed here. He wouldn't dare deceive the Scarlet Dragon Great Holy. In other words, the Purple Stone Mountains interfered with my investigation. With a flick of his wrist, a scepter containing the essence of Earth, the scepter of Earth appeared in Yang Feng's hand. Countless mysterious runes emerged from the scepter of Earth and enveloped Yang Feng. Enveloped by the mysterious runes, Yang Feng was enveloped in an earth-yellow halo. After Yang Feng landed on the ground, he strangely merged with the earth and walked towards the depths of the earth. Found it! After diving for about 10,000 meters, a huge cave appeared. In the huge cave, there is a mysterious stone suspended in the air. Countless vein-like veins extended from the stone, pierced into the earth, and extracted the power of the Purple Stone Mountains. This is evolution! How reckless! Yang Feng's face flickered, and he silently recited an incantation and flicked his finger. A pool of the spring of immortality appeared, and a large amount of pure spring water containing immortal holy power poured into the rock. The mysterious stone absorbed the spring water in a frenzy, and its weak aura became strong in an instant. Ripples flickered in the space, and precious ores suddenly flew out and flew towards the rock. When the minerals flew to the stone, all their essence was extracted, and they turned into a pile of dust. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes. He stared at the stone and threw precious minerals at it when it needed them the most. On the 9th day, Yang Feng flicked his finger, and Achilles' green jade giant emerged and flew to the edge of the rock. A stone tentacle ejected from the stone and pierced into the green jade giant. Countless mysterious runes flickered, and the jade giant's essence was continuously extracted by the stone. It collapsed inch by inch, turning into ashes. Crack! With a crisp sound, the stone cracked, and the peerlessly beautiful Shiryu who exuded a shocking charm slowly walked out from the stone. With a flash of white light, a pure white dress appeared on Shiryu's body, making her look pure and beautiful to the extreme. Brother! Shiryu's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of excitement and she threw herself into Yang Feng's embrace. Yang Feng embraced Shiryu's soft and tender body, heaved a slight sigh of relief, and just quietly embraced her. Brother, I'm a great sage. After a long time, Shiryu broke free from Yang Feng's embrace. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, countless runes shone on her body, and great sage step fluctuations of power slowly spread from her. Yang Feng frowned slightly and asked, Great sage, why did you advance here? If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have died in a year's time. Shiryu uttered unhurriedly. At the time, I was seriously injured and exhausted to escape here. Only by advancing to a great sage can I have a way out, so I could only choose to advance to a great sage. Mykelia, Shiryu, these heaven and earth variants all possess incredible power. When they are seriously injured, once they advance successfully, all their injuries will disappear and they will become stronger. Of course, when they advance to a great sage while seriously injured, 9 out of 10 of them will die. If Yang Feng hadn't arrived in time, Shiryu wouldn't have been able to complete her transformation, and would have died. Yang Feng said, Since I found you, let's go back. Shiryu responded with a sweet smile. Okay. Now that Qiyuan continent is under Yang Feng's control, he issued an order, and the continent began to offer all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth. Among the countless treasures of heaven and earth, Yang Feng found 2 main materials to refine a level. 7 stronghold and more than 30 kinds of treasures of heaven and earth that can be used to refine Empyrean-grade secret treasures. There are countless treasures in Qiyuan continent. Yang Feng even found an Empyrean corpse at the bottom of the Qiyuan Sea, which he had Godbone Fortress refine. After Godbone Fortress refined the Empyrean corpse, although it didn't recover to the level it was before the battle with the God Emperor, but it is no longer in a state where it can't be used. A month later, Yang Feng appeared in front of a distorted hole. His figure fluttered, and he entered the distorted hole. As soon as he entered the distorted hole, a tremendous force that can crush a wholly shrouded Yang Feng. Countless mysterious runes appeared on Yang Feng's body, and he forcibly resisted the tremendous force and walked freely in the distorted space. Devour black holes suddenly appeared and frantically devoured the various kinds of energy converging here and nourished Yang Feng's body. So this is the fleshly body of a quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse. No, my fleshly body already has some characteristics of a warlock emperor rank powerhouse. That fruit is really powerful. It allowed my fleshly body and soul to undergo a higher level of transformation and transition. Yang Feng easily devoured various kinds of high-energy grade energy and nourished his fleshly body, and his eyes flashed with joy. Not long ago in this distorted space, Yang Feng used the god armor of Twilight and other trump cards, yet he was still tortured, seriously injured, and almost died. But now, he could freely shuttle through this space and devour all kinds of high-energy cosmic energy. This gap made him realize more deeply how powerful he has become. However, the more extraordinary the fruit is, the more Yang Feng knows that the two Empyrean rank powerhouses Turin Great Emperor and Turin Empress won't let him off. That fruit is definitely an extraordinary plant that the Turin Great Emperor and Turin Empress cultivated for him to advance to the Eternal Realm. If Yang Feng hadn't come to the Whale Continent by chance and killed the two quasi-Empyrean rank guardians, he wouldn't have been able to advance to the Eternal Realm. Perhaps the Turin Great Emperor and Turin Great Emperor's plan would have succeeded. In the central star field of the Eternal Path, in an eternal relic site, suddenly, dark light shone, and energy in a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers gathered in this area and formed dark clouds. Beams of terrifying energy beams shot out from the dark clouds and sank into the ground. Traces of incomparably terrifying Great Saint-level power fluctuations spread in all directions. Great Holy, someone is advancing to a Great Holy. So strong. What a fearsome aura. This isn't an ordinary Great Holy. Who is this person? The nearby spies were alarmed, and waves of magical fluctuations converged in this direction. A blue flame flew out from the eternal relic site and formed a flaming rainbow bridge. On the flaming rainbow bridge, there stands a handsome young man with long blue hair and a leopard tail wrapped around his waist, exuding a domineering temperament. God Emperor, Little Thunder Emperor, Black Eyes Ghost Emperor, your era is over. From now on, it is the era of the Blue Flame Leopard Emperor. The young overlord's blue hair fluttered in the wind. Exuding a confident and domineering temperament, he laughed boldly, and his voice reverberated in the area. Blue Flame Leopard Emperor, an Empyrean of the Five Emperors era. He's also a reincarnation of an Empyrean. This is the fourth known reincarnation of an Empyrean. I wonder how many more reincarnations of Empyrean are hiding. Gazes full of apprehension and vigilance focused on the Blue Flame Leopard Emperor. Any Empyrean is a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. They are peerless powerhouses who have opened up their own path and reached the pinnacle. Reincarnated Empyrean powerhouses who have reached the pinnacle, their mastery of power far exceeds that of powerhouses born in this era. Each of them is an invincible overlord in the same rank. Few people dare to challenge them. Blue Flame Leopard Emperor, the God Emperor and the Little Thunder Emperor died at the hands of the Heaven Holy Yang Feng. Your information is outdated. A calm voice sounded in the void. A terrifying being who was dressed in white and was 3 meters tall flew out of the void. He had a ferocious face, 4 pairs of bone wings on his back, and the faces of various intelligent creatures grew on his back. He spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing as he arrived in front of the Blue Flame Leopard Emperor. There was a flash of apprehension in the eyes of the Blue Flame Leopard Emperor, and it uttered unhurriedly, "Ghost-faced Demon Emperor, I didn't expect you to come out and advance to a Great Holy." The Ghost-faced Demon Emperor is also a reincarnation of an Empyrean. He has a longer history than the Blue Flame Leopard Emperor. In the era of the Ghost-faced Demon Emperor, apart from those old monsters sleeping in the River of Time, he is the only Empyrean in the universe. At the time, he was also an invincible overlord rank Empyrean. The Ghost-faced Demon Emperor uttered indifferently, "There's no other way. If we continue to hide in the dark, I'm afraid that we won't be able to occupy the position of Empyrean in this era. Any powerhouse who wants to reach the pinnacle and advance to the Empyrean realm needs to consume countless resources. Even if an Empyrean reincarnated, if they want to advance to the Empyrean realm again, they also need to consume countless resources. The reincarnation of invincible overlords like the Ghost-faced Demon Emperor lays a foundation for the advancement to the Eternal Realm. In this way, they consume far more resources than in the past. The treasures they left behind are not enough for them to advance to the Empyrean realm, forcing them to fight for it. Chapter 1244. The Ghost-faced Demon Emperor and the Blue Flame Leopard Emperor, such reincarnations of Empyreans, have their own treasures and forces. But if they hide in the dark, although they won't be targeted by enemies, but the speed of their development will be far slower than that of overlord rank powerhouses such as Yang Feng, the God Emperor, the small Thunder Emperor, and the Black Eyes Ogre Emperor. The Blue Flame Leopard Emperor uttered, "The small Thunder Emperor and the God Emperor died at the hands of the Heaven Holy Yang Feng. In that case, the Heaven Holy Yang Feng is the overlord of this era. What's his origin?" The ghost-faced demon emperor said with a dignified expression. "The Heaven Holy Yang Feng came to the human world. He is one of the bigwigs of the Human Supreme Council, the Battle Demon Sect's sect master. His alchemy has reached great heights, and he has refined a large number of golems. His golems are terrifyingly strong, and can even besiege holy step saints." The Blue Flame Leopard Emperor's eyes constricted slightly. "The second golem lord?" In modern times, the human clan's 8 great warlock emperors were extremely glorious. These reincarnated Empyrean powerhouses know about the experiences of the human 8 warlock emperors. The ghost-faced demon emperor uttered, "He walks the path of alchemy, not the golem path. His golems are a notch better than the golems of the golem lord." "No, they are a notch better." The Blue Flame Leopard Emperor took a deep look at the ghost-faced demon emperor. "What brings you here?" "I came here to seek an alliance with you to eradicate the Heaven Holy's forces in the Central Starfield. The Heaven Holy has disappeared. Now is the best time to drive his forces out of the Central Starfield. As long as his forces are completely expelled from the Central Starfield, we can win precious time. The Heaven Holy has offended countless people in the Central Starfield, who are only afraid of him. Now that he's not here, it's a good time for us to act. Although they won't help us on the surface, but they will give us great convenience and support in secret. As long as we drive Yang Feng out of the Central Starfield, then we can divide his power equally." The ghost-faced demon emperor's eyes flashed with a scorching ray, and he uttered slowly, "Yang Feng annexed the forces of the God Emperor, the Lesser Thunder Emperor, and the True Ruins God race, and forced the Void-Eyed Tiger race and the Star Moon Heavenly Snake race to cede some sacred stars to him. Currently, his faction was considered one of the top existences in the Central Starfield of Eternal Road. Every day, the many celestial bodies under Yang Feng's control produce countless precious resources, among which there is no lack of resources needed for holy steps to practice cultivation." The ghost-faced demon emperor smiled confidently and said, "Even if the Heavenly Saint didn't die, our strength is enough to contend against him." The Blue Flame Leopard Emperor thought for a while and said decisively, "All right. I promise you." Noringana was a planet occupied by the green-scaled jackal race. The green-scaled jackal race was originally a vassal of the True Ruins God race. After the True Ruins Gods race was destroyed, the green-scaled jackals decisively sided with Yang Feng and killed all the True Ruins Gods race on the star, which saved their race's life. On planet Noringana, inside an exquisite and luxurious palace that was 100 meters tall, a 5-meter-tall expert with the head of a jackal and the body covered in a layer of green scales stood quietly in the palace. He was the current patriarch of the green-scaled jackal race. A 4-meter-tall elder of the green-scaled jackal race asked, "So Patriarch, why did you summon us here?" The other 30-plus elders of the green-scaled jackal tribe also looked curiously at the patriarch of the green-scaled jackal tribe. The leader of the green-scaled jackal clan spoke passionately. "Lord Progenitor has awakened. He is calling us to stand up and overthrow the Heavenly Saint's rule in one fell swoop." The hall was completely silent. The elders of the green-scaled jackal tribe looked at the patriarch as if he was a lunatic. After a moment of silence, an elder of the green-scaled jackal race said, "I think that Green Jackal-Eye is no longer suitable to be our patriarch." "I agree." All the elders of the green-scaled jackal tribe in the palace immediately agreed. An elder of the green-scaled jackal race said coldly, "Green Jackal-Eye, our race doesn't even have a holy. How can we fight against the Heavenly Saint? If you want to die, we won't stop you. But you can't drag the green-scaled jackal race down with you." The elders of the green-scaled jackal tribe all stared at Green Jackal-Eye with cold hostility. The fierce name of the Heavenly Saint Yang Feng spread throughout the Central Starfield's eternal path, making all races tremble. The green-scaled jackal race didn't dare to make an enemy of him. Green Jackal-Eye smiled bitterly and kept silent. One rune after another appeared, and strange ripples were set off in the void. A 50-meter-tall holy, exuding holy fluctuations of power, with a green jackal head and covered in a twisted and berserk aura, stepped out of the void, and fearsome bloodline power pervaded the area. "Ancestor! Lord Ancestor!" The complexion of the elders changed dramatically, and the bloodline power inside them churned. Under the suppression of bloodline power, they knelt on the ground and uttered fearfully. The green-scaled jackal race wholly roared, "My children! Immediately lead the green-scaled jackal race to destroy all the power the heavenly Saint Yang Feng left on this star. The great ghost-faced demon emperor and blue flame leopard emperor will lead us to destroy everything the heavenly saint left in the central starfield. As long as we make great contributions, the green-scaled jackal race will rise and become stronger than before." The eyes of the green-scaled jackal race's elders turned bloodshot and flashed with fanaticism. "Yes, ancestor." The bleak sound of a bugle horn resounded in the palace. Well-equipped green-scaled jackal race powerhouses rushed towards the Mechanical Legion's encampments all over Norangana. Hostility detected. Target is approaching the alert range. Begin the attack. A green-scaled jackal race army had just approached a Mechanical Legion's encampment, when countless artillery muzzles extended from the encampment and shone brightly, and a dense rain of light slammed into the green-scaled jackal race powerhouses. One after another, the green-scaled jackal race powerhouses were blasted into pieces. The 30,000-strong green-scaled jackal race legion didn't last for 10 breaths of time before more than 10,000 of them were killed by the dense rain of light. The remaining green-scaled jackal race powerhouses collapsed and fled in all directions. How could this be? How could this be? This is just the weakest mechanical legion stationed by the heavenly saint. How could it be so powerful? What are the people above trying to do? To provoke such a fearsome existence? When a green-scaled jackal race commander saw this scene, his eyes flashed with fear and regret. A green beam shot out from the Mechanical Legion's encampment and hit the head of the green-scaled jackal race commander with a bright world warlock rank cultivation base in an instant and blasted his head apart. 6th-generation battle robots flew out from the encampment and rushed towards the green-scaled jackal race powerhouses. Along with screams, hundreds and thousands of green-scaled jackal race powerhouses were wiped out by the Mechanical Legion. As if a hornet's nest has been poked, countless 6th-generation battle robots flew out from the encampments and slaughtered the green-scaled jackal race powerhouses. The green-scaled jackal race's legion collapsed almost at the first encounter. Under the attack of the Mechanical Legion, they suffered heavy casualties. When the green-scaled jackal race's patriarch and elders received reports of heavy casualties, their faces turned pale. A bunch of trash. The green-scaled jackal race wholly snorted coldly, then blurred into motion, and appeared on a battlefield. On the battlefield, thousands of 6th-generation battle robots are slaughtering 30,000 green-scaled jackal race powerhouses. The eyes of the green-scaled jackal race wholly flashed fiercely, countless runes flickered, and he turned into a 10,000-meter-tall being enveloped in a twisted magic boundary, holding a wolf tooth club in his hand. The green-scaled jackal race wholly's figure fluttered, and he turned into a 10,000-meter-tall being enveloped in a twisted magic boundary, holding a wolf tooth club in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst a series of terrifying explosions, the 6th-class battle robots were directly destroyed, unable to resist at all. A Holy One has been detected. According to the assessment, the power of this celestial body is insufficient to quell a Holy One. Battle mode. Enter stealth mode. The 6th-generation battle robots scattered all over Norangana turned into small dots and frantically attacked the encampments of green-scaled jackal race. One after another, the 6th-generation battle robots wiped out green-scaled jackal race encampments. Whenever they heard that a green-scaled jackal race encampment was wiped out, the complexion of the patriarch and elders of the green-scaled jackal race turned pale, and their eyes shimmered with fear. The green-scaled wolf saint roared furiously and fought day and night on planet Norland, destroying the 6th-class battle robots one by one. The green-scaled jackal race also began to rapidly withdraw their clansmen, gathering them in the various large cities and living in fear. True Ruin's divine country. Inside a spacious conference hall. Sitting on the seat of honor in the conference hall, Mycelia's beautiful eyes shimmered with a dignified gleam. Norangana's green-scaled jackal race has rebelled. A Holy One is participating in the rebellion. The Night Tiger Great Sage's eyes shimmered fiercely, and he revealed a ferocious smile. Lady Mycelia, leave it to me. I will bring back the head of that Holy One. If you succeed in hunting a Holy One, the wealth you will obtain will be enough to tempt even a great sage. However, Holy Ones generally have the protection of major forces or many friends, so they can't be hunted at will. Even if the Night Tiger Great Sage slays a Holy One who started a rebellion, The rest of the forces and the Holy One's friends will have nothing to say. Mykelia said. Then I'll leave it to you. Chapter 1245. Don't worry. The night tiger great sage smiled, then turned into a black ray of light and flew into the void. The starry sky outside planet Norangana. With a flash of black light, the night tiger great sage appeared in the starry sky. Countless mysterious runes appeared in his eyes, and he looked down. The night tiger great sage said with a cold smile, "An early holy step brat dares to resist us. What a reckless fool." "No, there's an ambush." The night tiger great sage's face suddenly flickered, and he looked into the void. As expected of a great sage of the night tiger clan. A series of ripples flashed in the void, and the handsome blue flame leopard emperor and the ferocious-looking ghost-faced demon emperor walked out of the void, completely sealing off the night tiger sage's escape route. The night tiger great sage's face changed dramatically, and his eyes shimmered gravely. Blue flame leopard emperor, ghost-faced demon emperor. The blue flame leopard emperor advanced to the great sage realm not long ago and displayed his power without concealing it. He, ghost-faced demon emperor, and black-eyed ghost emperor are recognized as reincarnations of emperors. They are the most fearsome powerhouses with the greatest potential in the central starfield of the eternal path. The night tiger great sage's eyes flickered, and he asked slowly, "Why are you here, sirs?" The blue flame leopard emperor responded with a smile. "Night tiger great sage, you're so smart. Can't you guess why we're here?" The night tiger great sage said, "My master is a heavenly saint. If you attack me, Sir Heaven Sage won't let you off." The ghost-faced demon emperor said with a ferocious smile, "Heaven Sage? If he were still on the eternal path, I would be wary of him. But now, when he comes back, there will be no place for him in the central starfield. Night tiger great sage, surrender. If you surrender, you'll still have a way out." The night tiger great sage suddenly spread a pair of black wings, and countless mysterious runes appeared on the wings. As if merging with the night, he disappeared. The handsome face of the blue flame leopard emperor shimmered coldly, and he pointed with a finger. In the void, a blue stone bowl full of an ancient and desolate aura appeared. As soon as the blue stone bowl appeared, it changed into a star-sized stone bowl. Countless blue threads fell from the stone bowl and rolled into the void. In the void, the body of the night tiger sage, who had completely merged with the night, twisted slightly and was forced out of the void. The blue flame leopard emperor's body was covered in layers of blue demonic flames. It stepped into the void like an invincible flame god and appeared in front of the night tiger great sage as if it had teleported. Boundless blue flames enveloped the night tiger sage. Waves of incomparably terrifying shockwaves surged within the blue flames. After 15 minutes, the boundless blue flames disappeared, leaving only the blue flame leopard emperor standing proudly in the air. In his right hand was the head of the night tiger great sage. Blue flame leopard emperor killed the night tiger sage. It didn't take long for a piece of news to appear on the forum and reach the top, causing all the saints to be blown away. The blue flame leopard emperor actually dared to kill the night tiger great sage. Does it want to fight to the death with the heavenly saints? The blue flame leopard emperor is trying to uproot the heaven saints' forces while he's not around. A war is about to break out. Since the blue flame leopard emperor took action, it won't show any mercy. An all-out war is bound to break out. He won't allow Yang Feng's forces to remain in the eternal starfield. When the saints on the forum saw the news, they vaguely guessed the development of the situation. The Eternal Road Black Smoke Starfield's 3 imperial races announced their allegiance to the Blue Flame Leopard race, and the Blue Flame Leopard race became a powerful race comparable to the Eternal Emperor race. The Eternal Road Tamadonia Starfield's 4 imperial races also announced their allegiance to the Ghost Masked race, and the Ghost Masked race became a powerful race comparable to the Eternal Emperor race. The Blue Flame Leopard race and the Ghost Masked race, 2 powerful races comparable to the Eternal Emperor race, entered the Eternal Starfield and began to attack Yang Feng's forces. Lieta Star. A pitch-black ghost mountain floated above the sacred star. Streams of black aura descended. Inside the black aura, ferocious ghosts kept appearing and fighting with the main battle robots of planet Lieta. From the Lieta Star, countless beams barreled towards the ghost mountain like raindrops. In front of the ghost mountain, there is a great holy with a ferocious expression and a huge black tortoise shell sitting cross-legged. Countless runes appeared on the huge tortoise shell and formed a powerful barrier that resisted the countless beams barreling towards it. The Heaven Holy's golems are really terrifying. Any one of them possesses Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess. The Great Holy riding the black tortoise shell looked in the direction of the battlefield and saw the mechanical legions slash apart one after another. If it wasn't for the support of the 3 Holy Spirit Warlock rank golems on the battlefield, the huge golem legion would have already been torn to pieces by the mechanical legion. A great holy with 9 horns on the head and a ferocious appearance emerged from the void and said indifferently, "The Heaven Holy is a freak who slayed the young Thunder Emperor and the God Emperor, after all. He is a human overlord supreme genius most likely to advance to the 9th Warlock Emperor realm. He is a powerhouse who has opened his own path. Naturally, the golems he made aren't simple." The Great Holy riding the tortoise shell asked, "Nine-horned ogre demon holy, has the Rona Regi star been suppressed?" Without a trace of joy on his face, the 9-horned ogre demon holy replied coldly, "Rock ogre demon holy, I had to personally suppress the Rona Regi star. In that battle, our clan lost 200,000 elite warriors. We wiped out 1.62 million enemy soldiers." The rock ogre demon holy sighed slightly. "The losses were too heavy. The 9-horned ogre demon holy's elite legion only has a little more than 2 million elite soldiers. The loss of 200,000 elite soldiers is equivalent to the annihilation of 1/10 of the legion. Even though the casualty ratio is 1:8, but for the 9-horned ogre demon holy, it is still not a small blow." The 9-horned ogre demon holy said expressionlessly, "A day ago, the Black Sea ogre holy went to suppress the Jada star alone. As a result, he was ambushed by the Heaven Holy's ruler golems and died." A chill welled up in the rock ogre demon holy's heart. Even a holy has died. The other party didn't even dispatch a single holy. Since the death of the Night Tiger Holy, Mykelia has recalled all the holy and great holy scattered all over the true ruins divine country. If those holy experts stayed on other celestial bodies, they would have been defeated and killed one by one. Yang Feng has many powerhouses under his command. But only by working together can they contend against a heaven-defying powerhouse like the Blue Flame Leopard Emperor. If they are alone, even a great holy can be killed by them. On the planets, the mechanical army that was left behind was still fighting against the Blue Flame Sky Leopard clan and the Ghost Mask clan, the 2 imperial clans. Both parties were fighting endlessly. The Blue Flame Leopard race and the Ghost Masked race, 2 powerful races comparable to Eternal Empyrean race, have employed the power of Holy and Great Holy to attack and defend celestial bodies one after another. However, the Mechanical Legion's battle robots hidden on the celestial bodies are carrying out guerrilla warfare and assassinating the powerhouses of the major forces. The Void Assassin displayed an incomparably terrifying combat power in this kind of guerrilla warfare. If a celestial body doesn't have a holy, then the powerhouses of the celestial body won't be at peace. Although the allied forces of the Blue Flame Leopard race and the Ghost Masked race have won one victory after another, but they have also suffered heavy casualties, especially those below the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. An ominous shadow welled up in the hearts of the vassal races of the 2 races. Shit! An ominous premonition suddenly welled up in the heart of the Rock Ogre Demon Holy, and he turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The 9-horned Ogre Demon Holy's figure fluttered, and he appeared 100 kilometers away. Suddenly, a terrifying beam of light shot out from the Nita star, tore through the sky, and slammed into the pitch-black Ogre Mountain. The barriers on the pitch-black Ogre Mountain collapsed one by one. In an instant, half of the barriers collapsed. Of the 600,000-plus elites of the Rock Ogre Tortoise race inside the Ogre Mountain, more than 300,000 were wiped out, and the remaining 200,000-plus were seriously injured. Damn it! The Rock Ghost Turtle Great Sage let out an angry roar. He waved his hand, and a meteorite with a diameter of 100 kilometers suddenly appeared. It fell from the sky like a meteor, and bombarded a turret that had suddenly appeared below. That meteor flickered with fiery light as it descended from the sky and smashed into a plane. A mushroom cloud rose slowly, and a fearsome shock wave enveloped an area thousands of kilometers in radius. The turret was destroyed. The Rock Ogre Demon Holy looked at the destroyed turret, but he didn't show the slightest joy. After this battle, 30% of the elites of the Rock Ogre Demon Holy have been wiped out. If they continue to fight over celestial bodies like this, by the time they reach the true ruins divine country, The rock ogre demon Holy will be the only one left. An ancient green tree 3,000 kilometers tall is flying in the vast void. On the crown of the ancient green tree, there is a palace. Inside the palace, there are two people sitting. They are the Blue Flame Leopard Emperor and the Ghost-Faced Demon Emperor. How troublesome! The Heaven Holy Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion is really troublesome. The Blue Flame Leopard Emperor frowned slightly and pointed with a finger, and blue light shone and formed a light curtain in the void. On a celestial body, a void assassin suddenly jumped out of the void, stabbed a Blue Flame Leopard Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse to death with a dagger, and then rushed into the subordinates of the Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. After killing the squad, the void assassin jumped into the void. Chapter 1246. After the void assassin killed the squad, mysterious ripples emerged from its body, and it disappeared. The Blue Flame Leopard Emperor snorted coldly and jabbed at the void with its index finger. Strange ripples appeared in the void, and a flame rose in the void tens of thousands of light years away and burned the void assassin to ashes. After destroying the void assassin, the Blue Flame Leopard Emperor showed no joy on its face. The number of void assassins was simply too great. If he focused on destroying the void assassins, the number of void assassins would only increase as he killed them. The Ghost-Faced Demon Emperor uttered with a gloomy expression, "If this goes on, I'm afraid that we won't be able to hold on first." With the holy and great holy experts of the two races participating in the battle, Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion can't resist such an offensive head-on. Celestial bodies fell one after another. However, under the desperate battle of the main battle robots, the two powerful races and their vassal races also suffered heavy casualties. In particular, the Phantom Ruler, the Space Ruler, and the Void Assassins, who appear and disappear unpredictably, are even more of a headache. If the fallen celestial bodies don't have a holy rank powerhouse or powerful weapons guarding them, they won't be able to resist the offensive of the strange battle robots. The two races and their vassal races have indeed captured a lot of holy stars controlled by Yang Feng. However, they haven't been able to fully control those holy stars. Even if a holy rank powerhouse is sent to guard a holy star, it will take a lot of time and resources to build a complete defense network. The two races are too fast. Crushing everything in their way, they have indeed captured a lot of celestial bodies. However, they can only occupy important resource points on those celestial bodies. They can't fully control those celestial bodies. In such a stalemate, tens of thousands of powerhouses die every day. The two races feel pained by such huge losses, and it's hard for them to continue. If this were to continue, the two great races would have no choice but to take things slow and steady. They would develop the planets one by one, and turn them into heavily guarded fortresses that could not be invaded. However, this way, the war would be calculated in years, and it wouldn't be strange if it lasted for hundreds of years. The Blue Flame Leopard Emperor said, "The only way now is to attack the god nation of True Ruins and destroy the alchemy factory inside. Kill all the saints in the divine kingdom of True Ruins. Once the divine nation of True Ruins is destroyed, the heavenly saints will no longer be a threat." After being silent for a while, Ghost-Faced Demon Emperor revealed a hideous smile. "This is indeed the best and only way." After the orders were issued, the powerhouses fighting Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion on the celestial bodies withdrew. Huge fleets flew out from various stars and gathered together, flying towards the divine kingdom of True Ruins in a mighty manner. The Blue Flame Sky Leopard Clan and the Ghost Mask Clan will gather all their forces to attack the True Ruins divine nation. This is a battle that will determine the hegemony of the Eternal Road. The movements of the two powerful races were too huge, and they couldn't be hidden from the eyes of those who were paying attention. The two great clans didn't have any intention of concealing their intentions either, allowing others to easily guess their intentions. They want to gather all the power of the two races to destroy the backbone of the heavenly saints. The Blue Flame Leopard Emperor and the Ghost-Faced Demon Emperor don't want to delay any longer. The Golem Legion of the Heavenly Saints is really terrifying. It doesn't matter if it's a frontal battle or a guerrilla war. The Heavenly Saints' mechanical puppet army is flawless, so it's no wonder they made such a decision. 1 holy has died, and 3 holy have been seriously injured. If this goes on, their ordinary clansmen will be killed by the Golem assassins. The headquarters of the divine kingdom of True Ruins has become the core of the Heavenly Saints. As long as the divine kingdom of true ruins is breached and the alchemical factories inside are destroyed, the heavenly saints will no longer be able to dominate the central star field. The saints in the central star field of the Eternal Road were all discussing spiritedly, their gazes focused on the main forces of the two powerful races. If the two races can easily destroy the divine kingdom of true ruins, then Yang Feng's forces will be severely damaged, and he will be expelled from the central star field. Apart from Yang Feng's potential and strength, what the Eternal Emperors in the central star field fear the most is Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion, which covers virtually the entire central star field. It was the Mechanical Legion that annihilated the True Ruins Divine Kingdom and the other races that are enemies of Yang Feng one by one. At the very edge of the star domain where the True Ruins Divine Kingdom was located, ripples flashed. A starry sky draconic eagle beast, which was 3,000 kilometers long and shrouded in layers of distorted spatial fluctuations, suddenly appeared. It had a dragon's head and a hawk's body, and there was a spatial seal inscribed on its head. The star draconic eagle beast was a terrifying transcendent creature. It was born with the strength of a moonlight warrior. Adult starry sky dragon eagles possess infinity warlock rank strength. They are darlings of space, and they are born with the law of space. They are gods of space in many planes. As soon as the holy level starry sky dragon eagle beast appeared in the void, 3 hidden stars suddenly appeared in a space within the void. On the star, the 108 saint slaughtering cannons flickered slightly, and beams of resplendent light blasted towards the starry sky dragon eagle. The starry sky dragon eagle flickered with spatial light, and it tried to teleport to another place. On a certain planet, numerous mechanical towers shone brightly, and waves of interference ripples spread out in all directions. Due to the interference of the interference ripples, the space in the void became chaotic. Even though the starry sky dragon eagle possesses Holy Spirit warlock rank strength, but it is still shrouded by the interference ripples, unable to freely mobilize spatial force. Strange chains covered in stars emerged and bound the Holy Spirit rank starry sky dragon eagle. The spatial rune on the forehead of the starry sky dragon eagle radiated mysterious light, and a twisted maze appeared in front of it. After the beams of Saint Slaughter cannons slammed into the twisted maze, the maze twisted the dozen-plus beams of Saint Slaughter cannons to the side. But in the next moment, the twisted maze crumbled inch by inch under the terrifying cannon fire. The starry Dracohawk was instantly engulfed by the terrifying cannon fire and torn into pieces. Not even its soul was left. So this is the defensive method of a heavenly holy. It can even insta-kill a holy. As expected of a heavenly holy. How fearsome! The holy consciousnesses inhaled a mouthful of cold air. The starry sky dragon eagle was an upper-middle existence among the Holy Spirit warlocks. For such a fearsome existence to be destroyed by the 3 star fortresses, this is simply appalling. So they were hiding here, they really hid well. Go destroy them. The blue flame leopard emperor's cold voice echoed in the area. A pitch-black 3-headed black streak ogre great sage with 3 ghostly heads on each of its heads stepped out of the void. Countless devilish runes flashed all over its body, and it transformed into a terrifying giant ogre that was over 5,000 kilometers tall. A demonic dragon giant great sage with the upper body of a giant and the lower body of a dragon also stepped out of the void, exuding traces of twisted and terrifying dragon power. A black fog ghost great sage, who was shrouded in black fog and had a distorted and blurry body, flew out of the void as if he was constantly in a state of fog. These 3 great sages were the strongest great sages of the 3 great imperial clans, the Black Mark Ghost Tribe, the Demonic Dragon Giant Tribe, and the Black Mystic Fog Tribe. Each of them had a cultivation of the late Great Sage, and they were not any weaker than the Cloud Dragon Great Sage. The 3 imperial clans are vassals of the Blue Flame Leopard Emperor. When the Blue Flame Leopard Emperor was hibernating and waiting for an opportunity, it had already set up a contingency plan. The 3-headed black-patterned ogre Great Holy slammed the Empyrean grade secret treasure the Black Ghost Head Club, which has been passed down from generation to generation. The Dragon Devil Giant Holy and the Black Mist Ogre Great Holy pinned down the other 2 mechanical stars. Countless mysterious runes flickered on the Black Ghost Head Club, and the head of an Empyrean from ancient times suddenly appeared, swelled up, turned into a black star, and shot towards the mechanical fortress. The mechanical fortress shone brightly, and a large number of artilleries appeared and barreled towards the Empyrean Ghost Head Club. A black barrier appeared around the Empyrean Ghost Head Club. When the dense barrage hit the barrier, it set off ripples. Boom! Braving the barrage, the Empyrean Ghost Head Club slammed into the mechanical star. The mechanical star's energy shield, which can withstand attacks from holy rank experts, was shattered, and the mechanical star exploded. Amid the fearsome explosion, the Empyrean ghost head club blurred slightly, and blood flowed out of the corners of the three-headed black-patterned ogre Great Holy's mouth. Haha! Again! The three-headed black-patterned ogre Great Holy smiled ferociously and slammed the black ghost head club at the remaining two mechanical stars. Boom! Boom! Along with a series of earth-shaking explosions, the two mechanical stars finally collapsed under the bombardment of the three-headed black-patterned ogre Great Holy. The battle robots hidden everywhere emerged and retreated to the rear. Without the cover of the three mechanical stars, even if 10 million sixth-generation battle robots rushed forward, they would be destroyed by the three Holy Rank Experts and the Holy Rank Experts. The Holy Rank Experts and Holy Rank Experts led by the three-headed black-patterned ogre Great Holy cast various spells and investigated the void, fearing that they would encounter another ambush from Yongfeng. Ripples spread in the void, and a black ogre mountain emerged. Not long after, a huge star emerged as well. The allied forces of the two great races continuously appeared in the void by means of space leaping. Chapter 1247. It didn't take long for the void to be filled with warships of the major races. As soon as the warships appeared, they flew to different places and occupied strategic points. 3 days later, the starfield was filled with warships of the coalition army, looking like a school of fish in the ocean. After all the allied forces had arrived, the huge allied fleet flew in the direction of the divine kingdom of true ruins. Along the way, the void assassins, the space ruler, the phantom ruler, and other battle robots interfered with the huge fleet. But as soon as the battle robots got close to the fleet, they were torn to pieces by the terrifying weapons. With enough manpower, many of the weapons of the major races can display Holy Spirit Warlock rank destructive power. At the same time, each of the weapons of the major races has its own extraordinary power. When more than a dozen weapons of the major races join forces, they can even defeat a Great Holy. The huge fleet crushed everything in its way, crushing all the battle robots that tried to slow down the fleet into dust. In just 7 days, the terrifying fleet that had gathered the two great races and their countless vassal races had crushed their way to the outer starry sky of the divine kingdom of true ruins. In the starry sky outside the true ruins' divine country, there are 108 celestial bodies suspended in the sky. The 108 celestial bodies are the final gateways that guard the true ruins' divine country. Once the defensive perimeter formed by the 108 celestial bodies is breached, the entire true ruins' divine country will be exposed to the butcher's knife of the two races. The blue flame leopard emperor said coldly, "Three-headed black-patterned ogre Holy, let them go." "Yes, my lord." The three-headed black-patterned ogre Holy waved his hand, and a terrifying thought enveloped the vassal races. A 3,000-kilometer-long sun flame flower covered in raging flames appeared. Inside the huge sun flame flower, there are a large number of leaf people. A pitch-black, 1,000-kilometer-long starry sky boa flew out. Inside the starry sky boa's body, countless runes flickered and emitted specks of light. Each speck of light indicated that there was a demonic earthworm race expert in its body. Inside a huge meteorite 1,600 kilometers in diameter, countless runes flashed, and it elongated and turned into a 10,000-kilometer-long meteorite giant snake. The meteorite giant snake also shone brightly. This meteorite serpent was also a kind of war weapon formed by the meteorite men's combined power. Strengthened by the power of the powerhouses of their respective races, each of these three weapons is comparable to a holy rank powerhouse in terms of battle prowess, and their destructive power even surpasses that of a holy rank powerhouse. Inside the sun flame flower, countless runes flashed, and sun god fire flew out from the pistol and formed a fearsome pillar of fire barreling towards a mechanical celestial body. The starry sky boa shone brightly and flew towards a mechanical celestial body. Countless runes flickered all over the body of the giant meteorite serpent. It gathered the starlight emitted by all the stars within hundreds of thousands of light years. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out a beam of starlight that blasted toward a mechanical star. The 1,800 holy slaughtering cannons atop the 18 mechanical celestial bodies shone brightly, and a dense number of holy slaughtering cannons, capable of slaughtering holy rank experts, barreled towards the three weapons. In an instant, the sun flame flower, the starry sky boa, and the meteorite giant snake were all blasted into ashes by the terrifying holy slaughtering cannons. After the attack succeeded, the 18 mechanical celestial bodies that have been transformed into mechanical fortresses retreated back into the mechanical celestial body group, and the rest of the celestial bodies flew forward to cover the 18 mechanical celestial bodies. A swarm of battle robots flew out from the divine country of true ruins, covered the void, and formed a new line of defense to cover the mechanical celestial body group. One warship after another appeared in the rear. There are a total of 3,976 warships of various types, of which 2,000 are equipped with holy slaughtering cannons. Among them, 132 are Holy Spirit battlestars that can quell a Holy Spirit warlock by themselves. One after another, holy and great holy auras rose from behind the mechanical sea. The powerhouses gathered by Mycelia in the divine country of true ruins appeared within the line of defense constructed by the 108 celestial bodies. Under the cover of Yang Feng's mechanical legion, the holy and great holy rank experts can erupt with terrifying combat power. The holy rank experts in the huge fleet led by the two races are aware of how terrifying the holy and great holy rank experts hidden in the mechanical legion are. At the time, when Yang Feng's main force attacked the divine country of true ruins, it relied on the mechanical legion to hunt down a dozen plus holy rank experts. The great holy rank experts of the divine country of true ruins were also held up by the mechanical legion, and in the end, the entire divine country of true ruins was breached by Yang Feng. Now, there are so many powerhouses among the 108 mechanical celestial bodies in front of the divine country of true ruins. When the powerhouses of the two races saw this line-up, their scalps turned numb. The eyes of many vassals of the two races shimmered with fear. In this large-scale war, the vassals of the major races are cannon fodder. It is the mission of the cannon fodder to attract the attacks of the powerhouses. Whether it is the starry sky dragon eagle, the fire sunflower, or the starry sky giant, they are all weapons of inferior races without the protection of a holy rank expert. A projection of Mycelia appeared in the deepest part of the mechanical legion, and she said coldly, "Blue Flame Leopard Emperor, Ghost-Faced Demon Emperor, if you attack us, it will only cause both sides to suffer. If you leave now and withdraw from our sphere of influence, I can pretend that nothing happened. We can make a contract. Even if the Heaven Holy comes back in the future, he won't hold you accountable." The Blue Flame Leopard Emperor said with a cold smile, "You are Mycelia? The woman that the Heaven Holy Yang Feng values the most? How extraordinary! If it was just our two races, it would indeed be difficult to uproot you. However, on the eternal path, we aren't the only ones who want to destroy the Heaven Holy." The Ghost-Faced Demon Emperor said with a ferocious smile, "Scarlet Star Holy, come out. With just our two races, we can't take down the fortress set up by the Heaven Holy." A speck of red light suddenly appeared in the void. In an instant, the speck of red light expanded and turned into a star with a diameter of 100,000 kilometers. In the Crimson Star, which was 100,000 miles in diameter, an ugly half-step Emperor expert, Scarlet Star Great Sage, walked out. He had long red hair and was shrouded in a blood-colored, twisting boundary. He was a half-step Emperor expert. Behind him were 3 great saints, 10 saints, and 3 million experts of the Crimson Star race, all of whom had scarlet hair and a Crimson Star star mark on their foreheads. The Scarlet Star race. The Eternal Emperor race's Scarlet Star race. The Scarlet Star race is here as well. If we combine our strength, we can definitely break through the true ruins divine country. The eyes of the Blue Flame Leopard race and the other race allied forces shimmered with excitement. The Scarlet Star race only has 3 great holy. Compared to other Eternal Emperor races, their underlying strength is far inferior. However, the Quasi-Emperor rank Scarlet Star Holy is enough to make the Scarlet Star race an Eternal Emperor race. A Quasi-Emperor rank powerhouse has the power to determine the outcome of a decisive battle. What's more, the Scarlet Star Great Emperor not only came himself, but also transferred the top forces of the Scarlet Star race. When the Rainbow Butterfly Holy and the other Great Holy and Holy saw the Scarlet Star Holy, their faces changed dramatically. If it weren't for the means Yang Feng set up in their souls, many of them would have switched sides on the spot. The Scarlet Star Holy uttered coldly, "Demon Spider Holy, come out as well. I don't want to be on guard against you hiding in the dark while fighting. There's no problem with us taking action. However, I want 30% of the spoils. Otherwise, I can switch sides and join the Heaven Holy's camp." A peerless beauty with blonde hair and blue eyes, a fiery and sexy figure, 70% similar to the Fesua Plains Queen of Spiders Lolth, but a few notches more beautiful than Lolth, and not the slightest bit inferior to the succubus empress, walked out of the void with a smile on her face. The space around her distorted, and she exuded quasi-emperor rank might. Behind the demon spider holy, there are only 3 junior Holy Spirit rank demonic spider beauties. The 3 junior Holy Spirit rank demonic spider beauties are also charming and flirtatious. As soon as they appeared, they winked at the surrounding male holy experts. Many male holy experts revealed looks of greed when they saw the beautiful demonic spider holy experts. The powerhouses who are aware of the demonic spider race's background revealed looks of vigilance. Once a holy expert is seduced by a demonic spider holy expert, after enjoying all kinds of pleasures, they will basically be killed by the demonic spider holy experts and become evolution resources for the beautiful demonic spider holy experts. Only a few holy experts will be reduced to slaves and tools for their amusement. The Scarlet Star Holy's eyes flashed with anger, and he uttered, "Demon Spider Holy, apart from you, your demonic spider race only sent 3 holy experts, yet you want 30% of the spoils. That's impossible." The Demon Spider Holy glanced at Mykelia with an enigmatic smile and said, "If it doesn't work, I can join the Heaven Holy's side. I think they'd welcome me to join them, wouldn't they?" Mykelia's beautiful eyes flickered with wisdom, and she uttered decisively, "Demon Spider Holy, if your demonic spider race can join our camp. As long as we defeat the 3 races and wait for the Heaven Holy to return. After you kill them all, I can make the decision to give you 50% of their territory." The Blue Flame Leopard Emperor uttered decisively, "As long as we can defeat the real Ruins Divine Kingdom, the Ghost-Faced Demon Emperor and I will each take 20% of the spoils. You can each take 30% of the spoils. Let's work together to break the Heaven Holy's final boundary." Chapter 1248. Mykelia uttered decisively, 60%. "Great Holy Demonic Spider, as long as you can help us defeat them, we can give you 60% of their territory in the future. If you can help us defeat them, we can give you 60% of their territory." The Scarlet Star Great Holy has already shown his malice. There is no room for negotiation. However, the demonic spiders are cunning and capricious by nature, so there is a possibility of persuading them. If the demonic spiders join any side, they can decide the outcome of this war. What should I do now? The Great Holy Demonic Spider's beautiful eyes turned, and she smiled sweetly, exuding an intoxicating charm. Many saint-level experts looked at the Demon Spider Great Saint with a trace of infatuation in their eyes. The eyes of the Blue Flame Leopard Emperor and the other Holy Step Great Holy shimmered with helplessness. The Great Holy Demonic Spider didn't use any charm spells. Her charm is already very powerful, which is equivalent to automatically casting charm spells comparable to Holy Spirit rank spells. This kind of charm spell cannot be resisted. The only way is to resist it with willpower. Many of the male Holy Step Great Holy are strong-willed and terrifyingly strong. But they can't resist the charm of a quasi-Empyrean rank beauty like the Great Holy Demonic Spider, who has a distinguished identity, is powerful, and is extremely beautiful. There's no need to think about it anymore. Today, this place must be destroyed. This is the will of all of us. The void distorted, and countless starlights gathered here. A trace of half-step Emperor-level ominous danger filled the air. A half-step Emperor-level expert stepped out of the void, one step at a time. The Star Moon Heavenly Snake Holy. It's him, how could it be him? The Star Moon Heavenly Snake Holy. How could it be him? No matter which camp it is, surprise flashed in the eyes of the Holy Step Great Holy. At the time, the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Holy and the Void-Eyed Tiger Holy paid a great price to get Yang Feng to give up pursuing the matter of the 2 races hunting Mykelia and Sure Yu. But now the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Holy jumped out at the most critical time and joined the Blue Flame Leopard Emperor's camp, which surprised many Holy Step Great Holy, and then their eyes shimmered with excitement. There were 10 great saints of the Starry Heavenly Snake Clan, 8 great saints of the Starry Heavenly Snake Clan, and 152 great saints of the Starry Heavenly Snake Clan subsidiary clans. The void distorted, and one war weapon after another with the unique characteristics of the major races appeared. It was obvious that the Starry Moon Heavenly Snake Clan had colluded with the Blue Flame Leopard Emperor and the Ghost-Faced Demon Emperor. That was why they were able to mobilize such a huge army without being discovered. During this period of time, everyone's attention was focused on the Blue Flame Heavenly Leopard and the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Clan. No one noticed that the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Clan had gathered such a terrifying force. The saints and great sages on Mycelia's side turned pale and despair flashed in their eyes. The main force of the Star and Moon Heavenly Snake race is extremely terrifying. They alone have the strength to contend against Yang Feng. The appearance of such a terrifying force was enough to make one despair. Great Sage Ripple Source faintly sighed and said, "Damn it! If only his lordship was here." Yang Feng was everyone's backbone. If Yang Feng is here, no matter how dangerous the situation is, the Wave Source Holy is confident that he can break through it. But now, there is only despair. The Demon Battle Great Sage sneered. If his lordship was here, would they dare to jump out? Yang Feng has been frantically expanding his force in the Eternal Path Central Starfield and offended countless forces in the Central Starfield. But when he was in the Central Starfield, no force dared to make a move against him. It was only when Yang Feng disappeared that these races dared to unite and launch an attack. The Cloud Dragon Great Sage looked at the powerhouses that appeared in the void and said with a bitter smile, "For the sake of this son-in-law, it seems that I have to throw away my old bones." The Silver Glory Great Sage uttered with a faint smile, "We may not be defeated. However, I'm afraid that only a few people will survive this battle. This is a war to the death. If any side were to be defeated, then the best outcome would be to live in a sorry state like a stray dog, fleeing for their lives, and living in constant fear." The Demon Spider Great Sage's eyes turned, and he revealed a charming smile. "I have considered it. Blue Flame Leopard Emperor, I will join your side." As if he didn't notice the Demon Spider Great Sage's indecisiveness, the Blue Flame Leopard Emperor uttered with a smile, "Thank you, Demon Spider Great Sage. Let's do it. Wipe out the True Ruins Divine Country as soon as possible." The eyes of the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Great Sage flickered fiercely, and he roared and revealed his true form. It was a Star Moon Heavenly Serpent that was 100,000 kilometers long, engraved with countless mysterious runes, and divided into 3,896 nodes, each of which was enveloped by a star. As an eternal emperor race, the Star Moon Heavenly Snake will possess glorious Dawn Warlock rank battle prowess once they reach adulthood. The peak experts of the Star Moon Serpent clan would swallow a star into their body and directly refine it. Ordinary Star Moon Heavenly Snake Holy rank powerhouses can only swallow a dozen plus stars into their body and refine them. The Great Sage Realm Star Moon Heavenly Snake could only refine 200 or so stars into its body. In the entire Star Moon Heavenly Snake race, only the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Great Sage has refined 3,896 stars into his body with the help of the low-level secret treasure star Snake Spine. Strengthened by the 3,896 stars, a casual strike of the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Great Sage possesses far greater power than that of a holy rank powerhouse. Although the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Great Sage only has a junior quasi-emperor rank cultivation base, but after he revealed his true form, strengthened by the power of the 3,896 stars, he can even defeat a pinnacle intermediate quasi-emperor rank powerhouse. Starry Sky Slicer. Countless runes shone on the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Great Sage, and the starlight in an area of hundreds of thousands of light-years in radius was attracted by him and cut off, forming a starry sky barrier that cut off the 27 mechanical stars as well as the battle robots around them and the rest of the mechanical stars. A fearsome starry sky barrier suddenly appeared and divided the Mechanical Legion into two battlefields. In this way, before the starry sky barrier is breached, the Star Moon Heavenly Snake race can only deal with the Mechanical Legion on the battlefield. If the situation turns bad, they can withdraw in time. Scarlet Star Division. Scarlet Star Great Sage's eyes flashed fiercely. He took a step forward, and a red star suddenly appeared, suspended in the void. Rays of red starlight shot out from the red star. Enveloped by the crimson starlight, the 27 mechanical planets along with the battle robots were separated by the Crimson Star race, forming an independent battlefield. Demonic Silk Divine Domain. The Demon Spider Great Sage smiled sweetly, and a ferocious, 10,000-kilometer-long starry sky demonic spider suddenly appeared. The starry sky demonic spider opened its mouth and ejected countless threads, which shot into the starry sky, exuded twisted demonic light, and divided the 14 mechanical stars as well as the battle robots. Among the forces that came here, although the Demon Spider Great Sage was a quasi-emperor rank existence, but the force he brought with him was too weak. He naturally didn't want to clash head-on with the Mechanical Legion. In the center of the battlefield, Only the 40 mechanical stars as well as Mycelia and other saints and great sages remained. Looking at Mycelia, the blue flame leopard emperor uttered in an aloof tone, "Mycelia, surrender. If you surrender, I can promise to just abolish your extraordinary powers and let you live a peaceful life as ordinary people." Mycelia uttered with a frigid expression, "Blue flame leopard emperor, if you want to fight, then let's fight. There's no need to talk so much nonsense." The blue flame leopard emperor uttered with a smile, "Rainbow butterfly great sage, cloud dragon great sage, silver brilliance great sage, Kangji great sage, there are methods set up by the heaven holy in your souls. I have a book of souls in my hands. This book of souls can suppress the methods set up by the heaven holy in your souls. If you are willing to put your souls into my book of souls and submit to me, then after I ascend to the Empyrean rank, I will remove the restrictions in your souls." When this statement came out, the eyes of some great sages shimmered with enigmatic light. Many of these great sages were forcibly subdued by Yang Feng. Except for the Wave Origin Great Sage, the Demon Battle Great Sage, Mycelia, and a few other great sages, the rest of the great sages are not reliable. If Yang Feng hadn't set up restrictions in their souls, they would have already rebelled and joined the Blue Flame Leopard Emperor. With just a few words, the Blue Flame Leopard Emperor has weakened the fighting spirit of the great sages and even planted the seeds of betrayal in their hearts. Mycelia uttered decisively, "Everyone, you are aware of Sir Heaven Holy's means. If Sir Heaven Holy returns, the traitors will be buried here. The Eternal Road is not Sir Heaven Holy's foundation. In the main world, the Heaven Holy has even more terrifying power. Besides, the Blue Mirror of Fate has fallen into Sir Heaven Holy's hands. Even if the traitors escape to a corner of the universe, only death will await them." Blue Mirror of Fate. When they heard this term, the peculiar feelings in the great sages' hearts were suppressed. Although the Blue Mirror of Fate is not an offensive secret treasure, but its deterrent power is far greater than that of an offensive Empyrean-grade secret treasure. Once a trace of the Blue Mirror of Fate is illuminated, then even if you escape to the edge of the universe and open up a secret realm, you won't be able to escape the pursuit of the magic mirror. Yang Feng has already killed the Holy Ones of the True Ruins Gods race. He used the Blue Mirror of Fate to find the Holy Ones of the True Ruins Gods race and devour them one by one. These great sages are well aware of how terrifying Yang Feng with the Blue Mirror of Fate is. Once Yang Feng returns, even if they escape to the edge of the universe, only death will await them. Chapter 1249. That's Mycelia for you. In that case, go to hell. The Blue Flame Leopard Emperor smiled, and his eyes flashed with a chilling light. Countless blue flames spread out from his body and spread in all directions. A 10,000-kilometer-long blue flame heavenly leopard, with a mysterious blue flame-like rune engraved on the forehead, and a pair of wings engraved with countless mysterious flame runes, stepped out of the flames. Every powerhouse of the blue flame heavenly leopard race will possess glorious sun warlock rank strength when they reach adulthood. They are born with the ability to manipulate blue flames. The power of the blue flames is not inferior to that of phoenix fire. There was a blue pearl floating above the head of the blue flame heavenly leopard. This blue pearl was called the Blue Flame Divine Pearl. It was a secret treasure refined by the Blue Flame Leopard Emperor after it became an emperor. It used the purifying blue flames as its core, the 3 flame emperor skeletons, and the 1368 types of holy flames in this universe. With the blessing of the Blue Flame Divine Bead, even a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse wouldn't dare to let the Blue Flame Leopard Emperor burn them. Countless runes flickered on the Blue Flame Leopard Emperor, and a pillar of purifying blue flames enveloped the sky and swept towards the Mechanical Legion. The ghost-faced demon emperor smiled ferociously. Countless runes shone on his back, and a box that seems to carry countless ghost faces suddenly appeared. The box carrying countless ghost faces is called the Ghost Face Box, and it is an Empyrean-grade secret treasure. Every ghost face inside the box is a ghost face mask condensed from the souls of the enemies the ghost-faced demon emperor defeated in the past. Every time the ghost-faced demon emperor replaces a mask, he can obtain the power of the mask's owner and become stronger than the mask's owner. A 100-armed giant mask appeared and flew to the ghost-faced demon emperor's face. Strange runes shone, and a 100,000-kilometer-long 100-armed giant with 100 arms, each holding a different heavy weapon, appeared in the void. The 100-armed giant is one of the most ferocious variants of heaven and earth in this universe. In the long history of this universe, there have only been 18 recorded appearances of 100-armed giant. Every 100-armed giant would possess the terrifying strength of a great sage after reaching adulthood. Among them, there would be no quasi-emperors. Any great holy tier 100-armed giant that innately grasped the essence of power and possessed terrifying defensive power and regenerative ability could contend against some weaker quasi-emperor tier powerhouses. After the devil-face fiend emperor transformed into a 100-armed giant, the 100 arms in his hands brandished various weapons and bombarded the mechanical legion. As soon as the two leaders took action, the saints and great sages under their command also took action. All kinds of energy beams tore through the sky and blasted toward the battle robots. The dense swarm of 6th-generation battle robots and Dominator series battle robots transformed into a terrifying mechanical torrent that clashed with the saints, great sages and the war weapons of the various races. The blue flame pillar swept through the mechanical legion. Wherever the blue flame pillar passed, all the battle robots were incinerated and turned into fireballs that fell from the sky. Wherever the blue pillar of flames passed, everything was turned into ashes. The devil war great holy's eyes shone fiercely, runes shone all over his body, and he appeared behind the blue flame leopard emperor with a step and barreled towards it. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the wave origin great sage's body, and a series of ripple rings containing disruptive power swept towards the blue flame leopard emperor. The Cloud Dragon Great Holy emerged from the void, operated the Empyrean Grade Secret Treasure Cloud Dragon Black Snake Tortoise Shell, and formed a Cloud Dragon Blade that slashed towards the Blue Flame Leopard Emperor. The Silver Glory Great Holy appeared from the mechanical sea with the Silver Glory Sky Scorpion Snake Spear in his hand and stabbed at the Blue Flame Leopard Emperor. Taking advantage of the fact that the Blue Flame Leopard Emperor was distracted to resist the Mechanical Legion, the four great sages joined forces and launched a shocking attack. Few great sages can withstand such an attack. A bunch of trash subdued by Yang Feng. No matter how many of you come, you are destined to be defeated at my hands. The Blue Flame Leopard Emperor smiled ferociously and flapped its wings, and blue flames capable of burning everything turned into two blue threads that extended outwards at a speed faster than the speed of light. The thin blue line wrapped around the Wave Origin Grand Sage's body. The upper and lower body of the Wave Origin Grand Sage were separated, and a blue flame spread up his body. The blue line pierced through the Wave Source Grand Sage's body and coiled around the Devil War Grand Sage. The 18 layers of defensive enchantments on the Devil War Grand Sage crumbled. A thin line appeared and went down his right shoulder. It extended to his left thigh. A blue flame appeared from the thin line and split the Devil War Grand Sage in two. The thin blue line continued to descend and came into contact with the Cloud Dragon Blade. The Cloud Dragon Blade was instantly destroyed. The Cloud Dragon Grand Sage was also sent flying thousands of kilometers away by a frightening recoil. He spat out a mouthful of blood and blue flames burned on his body. When the blue thread finally hit the Silver Glory Sky Scorpion Snake Spear, the Silver Glory Great Holy, as if he was hit by a meteor, was blasted 10,000 kilometers away. The sound of bones cracking rang from his body, and blue flames erupted from him. With a flash of green light, the Wave Origin Grand Sage and the Devil War Grand Sage disappeared and reappeared in Mycelia's hand, thousands of kilometers away. Essence of speed. What a fast speed! As expected of an angel empress, the darling of this universe, a heaven and earth variant for you. If it was in another era, you would definitely be one of the protagonists of this world. Unfortunately, in this era, since you are my enemy, you are destined to die here. The Blue Flame Leopard Emperor's eyes flashed fiercely, and it turned into a streak of terrifying blue flames and flew toward Mycelia. When the densely packed battle robots and Dominator series battle robots approached the Blue Flame Leopard Emperor, they were ignited by the purifying blue flames and burned to ashes. All of their structures were destroyed. Among the 40 mechanical stars, 10 shone brightly, and the light of the holy slaying cannons flashed and turned into a rain of light that could destroy saints and bombarded the Blue Flame Leopard Emperor. The Blue Flame Leopard Emperor's body twisted slightly, and a distorted space appeared. It seemed to be in a different space, and it avoided being locked on by the mechanical stars. The beams of light from the holy slaying cannon slammed into the Blue Flame Heavenly Leopard Emperor behind it, and in an instant, 3 Blue Flame Heavenly Leopard Emperor saints were reduced to ashes, while 6 saints were seriously injured. The Blue Flame Leopard Emperor stretched out its claws, and countless blue flames condensed to form a terrifying leopard claw with a diameter of 100,000 kilometers. It stabbed down from the sky towards one of the mechanical stars. Among the 10 mechanical stars, countless mechanical towers shone brightly and combined to form a transparent shield. The blue flame leopard emperor slammed its claws into the transparent energy shield, and blue purifying flames erupted. It tore the energy shield that could resist the attack of a great holy step powerhouse to pieces and slammed into a mechanical star. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking blare, the mechanical star was blasted to pieces, and terrifying flames burned the mechanical star to ashes. The cloud dragon Great Holy's face turned pale, and his eyes shimmered with despair. So strong! So this is the blue flame leopard emperor. An emperor reincarnated freak. He's really strong. The silver glory Great Holy uttered with a wry smile. Blue flame leopard emperor, these emperor reincarnated freaks are really despairingly powerful. Yang Feng can actually suppress these freaks. It's a pity that he's not here. The Silver Glory Great Holy and the Cloud Dragon Great Holy chose to submit to Yang Feng because they fell into the demonic abyss Great Holy's trap and had restrictions placed on them by Yang Feng. They also know that Yang Feng is very strong. But after seeing the Blue Flame Leopard Emperor, they realized how difficult it was for Yang Feng to defeat the Young Thunder Emperor and the Divine Emperor. When the Zhongji Great Holy, the Seven-Colored Heavenly Butterfly Great Holy, the Ankaman Great Holy, and the other Great Holy subdued by Yang Feng saw this scene, their hearts wavered, and their eyes flickered with enigmatic light. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Today is the day of your destruction. Only by submitting to me will you have a chance to live. The Blue Flame Leopard Emperor's eyes flashed ferociously, and it roared and extended its claw, and blue flames of purification emerged and formed a giant claw that grabbed a mechanical star. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking explosion, the mechanical star exploded, and the terrifying blue purifying flames burned the broken components of the mechanical star to ashes. Inside the blue flames of purification, the Blue Flame Leopard Emperor, looking like an invincible transcendent, looked disdainfully at everyone. The Zhongji Great Holy and the other Great Holy, as well as the Holy who surrendered to Yang Feng, looked at the Blue Flame Leopard Emperor with fear in their eyes. Surrender! Only by submitting to us will you have a chance to live. If you continue to resist, I will wipe out your race. Furthermore, I will turn the people you value the most into the lowliest slaves and torture them for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. The ghost-faced demon emperor's incarnation of a 100-armed giant braved the barrage of artillery fire and appeared in front of a mechanical star with a single step. Then, the 100 arms of the ghost-faced demon emperor blasted a mechanical star into pieces. The countless cannons bombarded the 100-armed giant, and countless wounds appeared on its body. However, those wounds healed in the next moment. It was a despairing sight. What gall! Who gave you the guts to attack my subordinates? A cold voice reverberated in this space. Chapter 1250. Yang Feng. When he heard that voice, the smile on the Blue Flame Leopard Emperor's face froze, and he looked in the direction of the voice. Yang Feng. The eyes of the ghost-faced demon emperor's avatar Centimanes shimmered with apprehension, and warping force fields enveloped the Centimanes and looked in the direction of the voice. Heaven Holy! Lord! Yang Feng. Cries of alarm came from all directions. The Heaven Holy Yang Feng is recognized as one of the most powerful and terrifying Great Holy in the Central Starfield. He has devoured all the holy steps of the True Ruins eternal Empyrean race, and hunted down the remaining True Ruins gods to the point of extinction. Pawns of Empyrean powerhouses like the Young Thunder Emperor and the God Emperor, the reincarnation of invincible Empyrean powerhouses were slain by Yang Feng, and even the quasi-Empyrean step True Ruins Great Holy died at his hands. His fierce reputation has spread throughout the eternal path. Ripples emerged in the void, and Yang Feng stepped out of the void step by step, followed by Yu. The Heaven Holy is back. That's the Heaven Holy. He's back. The Heaven Holy is back. The consciousnesses of the saints and great sages who were paying attention to this side trembled slightly. The Holy and Great Holy who were planning to take advantage of the situation suddenly inhaled a breath of cold air, and extinguished all other thoughts. When the Holy and Great Holy of the Blue Flame Leopard race saw Yang Feng, they inhaled a breath of cold air, and their eyes shimmered with apprehension. When the Holy and Great Holy of the Rainbow Butterfly Great Holy, Azure Spine Great Holy, and the other great holy saw Yang Feng, they revealed a look of joy in their eyes, and they heaved a long sigh of relief. Yang Feng, you appeared too late. Now that the general trend is set, your true ruin's divine country is doomed. Ghost-faced Demon Emperor. The eyes of the blue flame leopard emperor shimmered coldly, and he opened his maw and fired a blue pillar of purifying blue flames barreling towards Yang Feng. The ghost-faced demon emperor's embodiment of the Centimanes took a stepped on a twisted and incomprehensible path, crossed 10,000 kilometers with one step, and appeared in front of Yang Feng. 100 arms brandishing 100 heavy weapons barreled towards Yang Feng. The cooperation between the blue flame leopard emperor and the ghost-faced demon emperor is marvelous, completely sealing Yang Feng's escape route. Furthermore, the Yang Feng has no time to react. Watch out! Lord, be careful! Bursts of exclamations came from the mouths of Ancha, Manmo Great Sage, and many other great sages. The blue flame leopard emperor was simply too fast. The great sages didn't even have the time to react. The second form. Countless mysterious runes emerged on Yang Feng's twilight god armor, and he entered the second form. A pair of mechanical wings full of mysterious runes radiated dazzling divine light. Yang Feng sent a fist flying, and a gold horn suddenly appeared and, exuding immortal Empyrean might, barreled towards the sky. When the golden horn slammed into the 100 weapons in the hands of the Centimanes, the 100 weapons in the hands of the Centimanes crumbled inch by inch, and then stabbed into the Centimanes. The fearsome golden light burst out and stabbed in all directions like sharp swords. Under the stab of the golden light, the Centimanes crumbled inch by inch, and a copious amount of holy blood gushed out of the Centimanes and sprinkled in the sky. The Centimanes blurred and changed into the ghost-faced demon emperor's true body. A copious amount of blood flowed out of his body and sprinkled in the sky. His injuries are so serious that he can't even control his blood flow. How is this possible? The ghost-faced demon emperor is a reincarnated Empyrean-grade secret treasure. Even if a heaven holy is stronger than him, but it's impossible to seriously injure him with a single blow. That's the ghost-faced demon emperor, an invincible overlord of an era. His embodiment of a Centimanes possesses terrifying power. Even a quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouse cannot match him in strength. How could he be seriously injured by a heaven holy? When the saints and great saints who were watching from afar saw this scene, a look of shock flashed in their eyes. The ghost-faced demon emperor has displayed the terrifying battle prowess of a reincarnated Empyrean. His embodiment of a Centimanes withstood the bombardment of countless artillery shells and destroyed one mechanical celestial body after another. For such a fearsome existence to be seriously injured by Yang Feng with a single blow, to the point that he can't even maintain his Centimanes form, this is simply unbelievable. A blue pillar of flames shot over from afar and engulfed Yang Feng. Has he been killed? He consumed too much power. To be unable to block the attack of the blue flame leopard emperor, he's in danger this time. One-on-one, neither the blue flame leopard emperor nor the ghost-faced demon emperor is a match for the heaven holy. But 1-on-2, he's still too careless. The saints and great holies who are watching from afar secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The three-headed black-patterned ogre sneered and barked, "The heaven holy is just in front of our Lord. You can't withstand a single blow. Our Lord is the supreme genius of this era, the future Empyrean. Our Lord is invincible." Earth-shattering cheers came from the blue flame heavenly leopard race. Once the blue flame leopard emperor defeats Yang Feng, it will become the existence with the greatest potential in the central starfield of the Eternal Mark Road and obtain tremendous power and countless resources. Big brother. Mykelia looked at the void enveloped by the blue flames of purification with a worried expression. The blue flames of purification can easily burn pinnacle great holy powerhouses to ashes. Although Yang Feng is tyrannical, but he may not be able to resist the blue flames of purification. The eyes of the Ancha Manmo Holy and the other great holy shimmered with worry. The blue flames of purification are really extraordinary, to be able to burn me. Blue flame leopard emperor. You're really strong. Unfortunately, you're destined to die here. This is your fate. An incomparably distorted black hole that could devour everything rose from the center of the blue flames of purification. That distorted black hole devoured the blue flames of purification. It flowed in the torrent of time and appeared in front of the blue flame leopard emperor as though it had teleported. The green sun halberd flew out of the void. Countless runes shone, and the 10 suns split the sky formed a green halberd ray that slashed towards the blue flame leopard emperor. You don't have the qualifications to kill me, Yang Feng. There was a flash of arrogance in the eyes of the blue flame leopard emperor. Countless runes shone on its body, the bloodline force inside it boiled, and its wings covered in mysterious runes turned into a blue line of fire slashing towards Yang Feng. Flame Emperor Slash. This is the strongest offensive secret method the blue flame leopard emperor has mastered. All the power inside it has been compressed by the Empyrean grade secret treasure blue flame god bead and launched this attack. Even if an emperor were to stand still, he would still be injured by him. The overbearing cyan halberd ray collided with the blue line of fire. A fearsome force broke out, and the green halberd ray cut the blue line of fire in two in an instant, and then cut the blue flame leopard emperor's wings as well as its body in two. Defeated, even the blue flame leopard emperor was defeated. How could this be? Fighting 1 against 2, he defeated 2 overlord supreme geniuses who are reincarnated emperors. How heaven-defying. How can a heaven holy be so powerful? Seeing this scene, shock flashed in the eyes of the blue flame leopard emperor holy, and they almost couldn't believe their eyes. The face of the 3-headed black pattern ogre great holy turned pale. Despite fighting 2 against 1, his lord was still seriously injured by Yang Feng, which filled him with fear. A fearsome attractive force emerged from the Devour Black Hole and pulled the blue flame leopard emperor towards the Devour Black Hole. Countless mysterious runes emerged, and a green mask flew out of the ghost face box and landed on the ghost-faced demon emperor's face. The ghost-faced demon emperor twisted and turned into an extraordinary life-form green spear demon with the right half of its body in the form of a green spear. Green spear demons are born with half of their body in the form of a spear. The spear is all-conquering and can defeat enemies of a higher rank. The demonic spear of a saint-level green spear devil could even penetrate a monarch's defensive barrier. Green runes emerged, and the ghost-faced demon emperor operated the essence of speed and stabbed towards Yang Feng across hundreds of kilometers in an instant. Green spear demon. The ghost-faced demon emperor really has a myriad of means. Unfortunately, you're too weak. The devour force of the Devour Black Hole converged, and the green sun halberd tore through the sky and stabbed the ghost-faced demon emperor who has transformed into a green spear. A cyan halberd light penetrated the cyan demonic spear of the ghost-faced demon emperor with an extremely overbearing and destructive force, breaking the spear and leaving a huge wound on the body of the ghost-faced demon emperor. The blue flame leopard emperor took a breather and waved its hand, and a blue bead suddenly appeared. Countless runes flickered inside the blue bead, and wisps of quasi-empyrean rank aura emerged from it. A pitch-black, 3-headed starry sky obsidian stone dragon shrouded in the essence of petrification and exuding terrifying fluctuations of power suddenly appeared, and chaotic and ferocious light diffused from the eyes of the 3 starry sky obsidian stone dragons. The cloud dragon Great Holy's eyes flashed with astonishment. According to legend, the 3 starry sky obsidian stone dragons have destroyed 36 superior races and even slain a quasi-empyrean rank powerhouse. According to legend, they were slain by the blue flame leopard emperor. I didn't expect them to still be alive. Chapter 1251. To have such a trump card, that's a reincarnation of an emperor for you. Since he had such a trump card, why didn't he use it earlier? If the divine country of true ruins was breached, then even if the heaven holy returned, he wouldn't be able to reverse the situation. Quasi-empyrean steppe powerhouses are hard to control. This 3-headed star obsidian stone dragon is obviously hard to control. If it is released at random, I'm afraid that the 3-headed star obsidian stone dragon will take the initiative to attack the blue flame leopard emperor. Now the situation has become even more chaotic. These 3-star obsidian stone dragons have become the key to determining the outcome of this war. When the will projections of the saints in the distance saw the 3-headed star obsidian stone dragon, their eyes flashed with excitement. The quasi-empyrean rank 3-headed star obsidian stone dragon has the power to decide the outcome of this war. Yang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he gave up on the pursuit of the blue flame leopard emperor. He stared at the 3-star obsidian stone dragons vigilantly. The 3-headed star obsidian stone dragon is a pinnacle quasi-empyrean rank existence. The blue flame leopard emperor paid a huge price to suppress it at the time. This is definitely a strong enemy. Yu looked at the three-headed starry sky Yaolong, and her beautiful eyes flashed with splendor. Traces of strange and mysterious fluctuations spread out from her body and spread in all directions. At this time, the gazes of all the saints were focused on Yang Feng. No one paid attention to the hidden fluctuations released by Yu. The starlight boundary in the area where the star-moon heavenly snake great sage is located shattered. Only 16 of the 27 mechanical stars remain, and only 400 million of the 500 million battle robots remain. The star-moon heavenly snake great sage looked at Yang Feng with apprehension and said, "Heaven holy, if you swear on your soul, then I will not do anything. Today's matter is over. We can treat it as if nothing happened. In the future, I will never be your enemy." Yang Feng defeated the ghost-faced demon emperor and the blue flame leopard emperor, two emperor reincarnations, who are invincible in the same realm. This is simply incredible. At this time, the star-moon heavenly snake great sage regretted to the extreme, and his heart was shrouded in haze. What's the point of talking so much nonsense with him? In the current situation we still have the upper hand. Yang Feng must be killed. Otherwise, if he is given some time, he will grow up. If we can't kill him in this battle, we will all die without a burial ground in the future. Become the nourishment for his evolution. The red star boundary collapsed and the red star grand sage stepped out of it. He said coldly. There were still 22 mechanical planets in the Crimson Star barrier, and the powerhouses of the Crimson Star race were still entangled and fighting with a huge mechanical army. Lord Heavenly Saint, what happened today is our fault. We are willing to compensate you 3 times the amount of your losses. How about we let this matter go? If we continue to fight, both of us will only suffer. There is no benefit to it. The spider web barrier collapsed, and the demonic spider grand sage stepped out of the void with a sweet smile on her face. Within the demon spider boundary, there were still 13 mechanical planets remaining. Evidently, the demon spider great sage had not gone all out. The blue flame leopard emperor gritted its teeth and lowered its head unwillingly. Heaven sage, this is our fault. As long as you cover up this matter, our forces can withdraw from the central star field of Eternal Road. As long as you are alive, we will never be your enemy. That's right, we will compensate you 3 times the amount of your losses. As long as you are alive, we will never be your enemy. The ghost-faced demon emperor gritted his teeth. The right half of his body is full of cracks and wounds, and drops of blood are dripping into the void. Every one of Yang Feng's attacks contains the law of karma. Before the law of karma is disintegrated, the ghost-faced demon emperor's wounds cannot heal. Yang Feng frowned slightly, killing intent flickered in his eyes, and he weighed the pros and cons. Ripples came from behind, and Yang Feng's eyebrows suddenly relaxed. Yang Feng smiled coldly. Countless runes shone around him, and fearsome killing intent spread from him and enveloped the surroundings. He wants to challenge the blue flame leopard emperor. That's 4 quasi-Empyrean step powerhouses plus 2 great holy reincarnated souls second only to quasi-Empyrean step powerhouses. That's crazy. Even the 8 human warlock emperors didn't go crazy when they were in the Great Holy Realm. The advanced Great Holy Realm. He actually advanced to the advanced Great Holy Realm. What a fast advancement speed. Is this his underlying strength? Rapid advancement doesn't mean that his combat power will be greatly improved. When the Holy and Great Holy Realm powerhouses sensed Yang Feng's killing intent, their eyes flashed with incredulity. If it was any other place, it might be very difficult for me to keep you here. However, this is my territory. Since you're here, then don't leave. Yang Feng smiled coldly, and countless mysterious runes appeared on the Shishan armor. The remaining mechanical stars shone brightly and resonated with each other. Countless mechanical towers appeared on the mechanical stars, and strange ripples appeared and resonated with each other. Seal chains came from all directions, swept towards the star-moon heavenly snake Great Holy, and forcibly pulled him into a space. The star-moon heavenly snake Great Holy roared wildly, shone with starlight, and attacked the space. Under the frenzied attacks of the star-moon heavenly snake Great Holy, ripples rose on the space, but it wasn't breached. The blue flame leopard emperor bellowed, "Attack! He wants to defeat us one by one and won't rest until we're dead." The blue flame divine bead on the blue flame leopard emperor shone brightly and extracted the blue flames inside him. Then, it flew out, turned into a star of fire, and barreled towards Yang Feng like a meteor with destructive power. When the blue flame divine bead extracted the blue flame leopard emperor's full power, even an emperor would be injured if hit. This is the strongest attack of the blue flame leopard emperor. A ghost face flew out, landed on the face of the ghost face demon emperor, and then twisted and turned into a demonic eye tyrant with 99 eyes. The demonic eye tyrant was also an extremely terrifying transcendent life form. Adult demonic eye tyrants possess infinity warlock rank power at the very least. Within the demonic eye tyrant's demonic eyes, every demonic eye contained a strange curse that was impossible to guard against. After the ghost-faced demon emperor transformed into a demonic eye tyrant, his 99 eyes locked on Yang Feng. The 99 eyes radiated creepy light, and grey curse light swept towards Yang Feng. The Scarlet Star Great Holy's eyes flashed coldly, and he raised his hands, lifted the Empyrean grade secret treasure the Scarlet Star race passed down from generation to generation, stepped on a path formed from scarlet light, crossed 10,000 kilometers with a single step, and appeared in front of Yang Feng. The Scarlet Star radiated brilliant light and barreled towards Yang Feng. The demonic spider Great Holy smiled sweetly and flicked her fingers, and strange threads that even holy rank powerhouses can't see crossed the void and swept towards Yang Feng. Wherever the strange threads passed, the void was completely sealed. Even quasi-Empyrean step powerhouses can't break through the seal of the threads in a short time. At the same time, although the strange threads seem soft, but they can even break through the barriers of quasi-Empyrean step powerhouses. Faced with the siege of the four powerhouses, Yang Feng's eyes flashed with ridicule. The three-headed black glittering starry sky stone dragon's eyes flashed with a cold light as soon as it appeared. All of a sudden, its three dragon heads shot out like lightning. They pierced through the void and bit the Red Star Grand Sage viciously. Damned beast! The Scarlet Star Great Holy's face fell, his body distorted, and his invincible momentum was broken. He fled in a sorry state. Countless crimson rays of light fell from the Crimson Star and formed a crimson boundary. The three stellar black obsidian rock dragons bit down on the red boundary and tore it apart. Then, they tore off the right arm of the Red Star Grand Sage. A grey petrification light spread along the torn right arm of the Scarlet Star Great Holy and spread. Damn beast, you dare hurt me, go to hell! The Scarlet Star Great Holy's eyes flashed fiercely, and he roared. All kinds of scarlet swords, spears, swords, and halberds flew out from the Scarlet Star and turned into rays that shot towards the three-star black stone dragons. The three-star black stone dragons, which are made of star obsidian, are extremely hard. Even great holy step powerhouses can't break through them. However, under the countless scarlet swords, spears, swords and halberds, the three-star black stone dragons were run through, and a large amount of silver stone dragon blood spilled into the firmament. The eyes of the three-star black stone dragons flashed fiercely, and they turned into black rays that rushed forward and engaged the Scarlet Star Great Holy. A black hole suddenly appeared, swallowing everything. It swept towards the beam of light formed by the strange and vicious curse and purifying blue flames, swallowing everything in its path. A torrent of time suddenly appeared, carrying the black hole through different points of time. In an instant, it appeared in front of the blue flame leopard emperor. Die! A big hand covered in the Shishin armor, containing a lot of terrifying devouring runes, appeared from the black hole and pressed on the forehead of the blue flame leopard emperor. Runes flashed, and the fearsome, arrogant, and invincible blue flame leopard emperor twisted and was devoured by the black hole in an instant. Everyone saw the face of the blue flame leopard emperor twisted with fear and despair as it was swallowed into the black hole. Chapter 1252. A green halberd ray shot out from the devour black hole, slashed at the blue flame leopard emperor, and cut it in two. A fearsome devour mark flickered and frantically devoured the blue flame leopard emperor's life force. In an instant, its body shriveled, looking like a mummy. The 99 demonic eyes of the ghost-faced tyrant burst open, and a copious amount of blood condensed and formed a huge distorted demonic eye inlaid with 99 demonic eyes. The 100th demonic eye. This is the most fearsome power of a demonic eye tyrant. When a quasi-Empyrean ranked demonic eye tyrant uses the 100th demonic eye, it may even seriously injure an Empyrean. Only a great holy step demonic eye tyrant can use the 100th demonic eye. Moreover, they can only use this secret method twice in their lifetime. A powerful curse formed from 99 queer curses turned into a grey beam barreling towards Yang Feng. Demonic Spider Holy Slaughter Secret Method. A cold ray flashed in the eyes of the great holy demonic spider, and he flicked his finger, and mysterious runes appeared. The countless strands of spider silk suddenly condensed and formed a gigantic phantom of the primal chaos mother spider with 999 beautiful women's faces exuding a trace of primal chaos aura. The primal chaos mother spider is the first spider born in this universe. She alone gave birth to countless children through asexual reproduction. The Fesua Plains queen of spiders Lolth is a child of the primal chaos mother spider. At her peak, the primal chaos mother spider even fed on true spirit rank beasts such as dragons, phoenixes, and kunpengs. At the time, she was in existence closest to the eternal invincible overlord rank. As soon as the projection of the primal chaos mother spider appeared, it opened its mouth and spat out a beam of chaotic black light. The beam of primal chaos black light contains the essence of decomposition. Once hit by the beam of primal chaos black light, even the body of an Empyrean will be disintegrated. The two powerhouses launched a shocking blow at Yang Feng at the same time in order to save the blue flame leopard emperor. "You're a step too late." There was a flash of ridicule in Yang Feng's eyes, and he smiled coldly. A river of time appeared around him and accelerated the flow of time around him. Inside the devouring black hole, the blue flame leopard emperor's countless runes crumbled, and its life force was devoured. It turned into dust and flew out of the devouring black hole. A crown engraved with a mysterious vertical eye appeared on Yang Feng's head. The vertical eye radiated mysterious and distorted light, and a white curtain barrier suddenly emerged. When the 100 Eyes curse unleashed by the 100th eye of the magic eye tyrant slammed into the white curtain barrier, rippled, and 90% of the curse was absorbed by the white curtain barrier. The remaining 10% of the curse very strangely passed through Yang Feng's barrier and fell on his body. Bursts of intense pain came from all over Yang Feng's body. A feeling of weakness, which he hasn't felt for a long time, welled up in his heart, and bursts of dizziness came from his brain, interfering with his thinking. Every Holy Spirit warlock has a holy soul and an immortal body containing a trace of immortal force. Therefore, most curses are ineffective against them. However, the Magic Eye Tyrant is different. As a heaven and earth variant, its curses can even make warlock emperor rank powerhouses apprehensive. If Yang Feng's God Armor of Twilight hadn't devoured the 3-moment God Eyes crown and evolved to resist curses, the 100 Eyes curse of the Magic Eye Tyrant would have dealt him a heavy blow. As expected of the 100th eye of the Magic Eye Tyrant, this curse is really weird. Unfortunately, although the Magic Eye Tyrant's curse is extremely powerful, but its own strength is too weak. Third form. Countless runes flickered on the God Armor of Twilight, and a fearsome projection emerged from the devouring black hole. The projection spread the fingers of a hand, crossed space, appeared above the ghost-faced demon emperor incarnated into the Magic Eye Tyrant, and turned into a devouring black hole that pressed down on the Magic Eye Tyrant. The Magic Eye Tyrant twisted and turned into a 100 arms giant. Runes flickered all over its body, and it roared as it resisted the power of the devouring black hole. The primal chaos black light appeared in front of Yang Feng in an instant and barreled towards him. There was a flash of ripples in the void, and a mechanical star appeared in front of Yang Feng and slammed into the primal chaos black light. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering explosion, the mechanical planet exploded into pieces. All of its components collapsed and disintegrated in the void, turning into various strange substances that could no longer be used. This is Yang Feng's base, and he has set up God knows how many traps here. It was also here that he could be fearless, able to fight against 4 peerless enemies by himself. The green sun halberd pierced out of the black hole like a green meteor and stabbed the head of the planet-sized Centimanes giant. For the planet-sized 100 arms giant, the green sun halberd is not even a toothpick, but a speck of dust visible to the naked eye. After the green sun halberd stabbed into the head of the Centimanes giant, it pierced through the head of the Centimanes giant, and 10 green suns exploded inside the Centimanes giant, causing it to explode. The devouring black hole emerged and devoured the remains of the ghost-faced demon emperor incarnated into the 100 arms giant. The ghost-faced demon emperor is worthy of being a former invincible overlord. Countless runes flickered on his body, and he changed into a huge gold stone and sealed himself inside. The gold stone is a peerless secret method of the glorious gold ogre. Once used, it will turn into a glorious gold enigmatic spirit stone, and its strength will increase by more than 1,000 times. Just like Mycelia's transformation into an angel egg, it is the strongest life-saving secret method of the glorious gold ogre. As soon as the ghost-faced demon emperor transformed into a glorious gold enigmatic spirit stone, the loss of his life origin dropped to an astonishing level. All existences above the holy step, come here and besiege the heaven holy. If he doesn't die today, we'll all die without a burial place. The beautiful eyes of the demon spider great holy shimmered with fear and regret, and she barked. The sages and great sages who were fighting with a mechanical army in various places all activated various secret techniques and attacked in this direction. 7 great holy wielding Empyrean grade secret treasures operated the power of the Empyrean grade secret treasures with all their strength, and the power containing Empyrean might tore through the sky and barrel towards Yang Feng. Chapter 1253. The Black Streak Race is done for. When the Holy Wills saw Yang Feng devour the 3-headed ogre Great Holy, a thought welled up inside them. Without the Empyrean grade secret treasure Black Ogre Club, the Black Streak Race can no longer become an Empyrean race and suppress a starfield. A torrent of time surged, and Yang Feng crossed 10,000 kilometers in an instant and appeared in front of the Black Fog Ogre Great Holy. He extended his hand, and a devour black hole suddenly appeared and swept towards the Black Fog Ogre Great Holy. The Black Fog Ogre Great Holy's face fell. Countless runes flickered all over his body, and he fled frantically. Proficient in the essence of mist, the Black Fog Ogre Great Holy can gather and disperse mist at will. Even the Star Fortress destruction cannon didn't cause much damage to him. However, he is restrained by Yang Feng's essence of devour. Once he turns into mist, he will be easily devoured by the Devour Black Hole. The Devour Black Hole expanded into the size of a world and swallowed the Black Fog Ogre Great Holy. Damn it! The face of the Black Fog Ogre Great Sage changed dramatically, and he surged with power. A fog god bead flew out of his head, and a curtain composed of countless runes appeared and protected the Black Fog Ogre Great Sage. Reportedly, the fog god bead is a treasure formed from the blood essence of an eternal sovereign. Only powerhouses proficient in the essence of mist can operate it, and it contains unpredictable power. Even if it isn't a secret treasure of an invincible overlord rank Empyrean, but it is still an invincible secret treasure. The secret treasure is very strong, but unfortunately, you are too weak. A cold voice emerged from the Devour Black Hole, and the green sun halberd flew out and slashed at the Black Fog Ogre Great Holy like a meteor. Distorted light shone, and the curtain of mist formed from countless mysterious mist runes collapsed. The green sun halberd slashed through it, and then the Black Fog Ogre Great Holy was cut in two. The terrifying Devour Black Hole appeared and swallowed the Black Fog Ogre Great Holy. As soon as the Black Fog Ghost Great Sage was swallowed by the devouring black hole, its life force was directly extracted, and it collapsed into nothingness. The true form of the Black Mysterious Fog Race's expert was a strange being formed by the extraordinary power of the fog. Once its origin was devoured, there would be nothing left of it. So powerful! He had killed the strongest expert of an imperial clan with a single move. The Heaven Holy Yang Feng is so fearsome. What a terrifying monster! Even if it's a half-step emperor, it's impossible for him to instantly kill the strongest expert of an emperor clan. The heavenly saint's strength had become even more terrifying. How could this be? How did he improve so quickly in such a short time? The saint intense hidden in the surroundings felt a chill run down their spines. That Black Fog Ghost Great Sage was also the strongest expert of an emperor clan. Even when facing a half-emperor realm expert, he could resist for a while, and it was difficult for him to be instantly killed. But such a fearsome existence couldn't withstand a single blow from Yang Feng, which made the Holy Ones shiver. Ripples flickered, and the Devour Black Hole teleported, appeared in front of the Dragon Giant Sage, and slammed into him. The lower half of the demonic Dragon Giant Great Saint's body had already been destroyed by the Star Fortress destruction cannon. He was seriously injured, and he had less than 50% of his strength left. In a breath's time, he was swallowed by the terrifying black hole. His life essence was frantically extracted, and he turned into ashes inch by inch. When the other 4 strongest experts of the Empyrean grade secret treasure saw this scene, they felt a chill in their hearts. They understood that Yang Feng has set his sights on them. When the 7 strongest experts of the Empyrean grade secret treasures joined forces, They can even fight against a half-step Emperor rank powerhouse. The outcome of the battle is still unknown. But they were seriously injured by the Star Fortress destruction cannon, which is why Yang Feng was able to defeat them so easily. The beautiful eyes of the demon spider Great Sage shimmered coldly, and she flicked her finger. The projection of the primal chaos mother spider turned its head, locked its eyes on Mycelia, and belched a beam of primal chaos black light barreling towards Mycelia. Demon spider Great Sage, you're courting death. Killing intent streaked past Yang Feng's eyes. With a thought, a mechanical star teleported in front of Mycelia and blocked the beam of primal chaos black light. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking blare, the mechanical star collapsed and disintegrated inch by inch. After the two mechanical stars collapsed, cracks began to appear on the boundary formed by the remaining mechanical stars. Evidently, it is difficult to seal the quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse like the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Great Sage for a long time. Among the three quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses, the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Great Sage, the Demon Spider Great Sage, and the Scarlet Star Great Sage is the strongest. It is for this reason that she is the first existence to be sealed by Yang Feng. Heaven Holy, if you promise not to pursue this matter any further, we can pretend that nothing happened. If we continue to fight, your most beloved Mycelia and sure you will die. A cold light flashed in the beautiful eyes of the Demon Spider Great Saint. She flicked her jade-like finger, and a strange silk thread appeared behind Shiryu in an unimaginable way, directly piercing towards Shiryu. At this time, Shiryu, who is manipulating the three starry sky obsidian stone dragons, is in a completely defenseless state. She cannot resist the strange threads at all. As the Sky Spirit Stone Emperor, Shiryu is the ruler of the earthen race. Even so, it is impossible for her to control a quasi-Empyrean rank 3 starry sky obsidian stone dragons. But the 3 starry sky obsidian stone dragons have been sealed for countless years. Their minds are unclear, and their souls are incomplete and decayed. This is why they can be controlled by the holy step Shiryu. Even so, manipulating the quasi-Empyrean rank 3 starry sky obsidian stone dragons to fight the Scarlet Star Great Sage is already Shiryu's limit. The Vajra rulers guarding in front of Shiryu suddenly flew out and resonated with each other, and a fearsome barrier suddenly appeared. When the thread stabbed into the barrier, they strangely passed through the barrier and stabbed towards Shiryu. Primal Chaos Spider Threads. This is a fearsome secret method grasped by the Demon Spider Great Sage. Unless it is a barrier with immortal force, no barrier can obstruct or touch the Primal Chaos Spider Threads. The barrier formed by the 1,000 Vajra rulers is enough to contend against an all-out attack of a great sage. But it cannot block the Primal Chaos Spider Threads. Anyone below the Holy Step is an ant. If your cultivation base hasn't reached the Holy Spirit Warlock realm, then even a pinnacle quasi-holy can't resist the attacks of many Holy Spirit rank extraordinary life forms. Fourth form. A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and his figure blurred and merged with the projection behind him. Countless runes shone on the armor of dawn, and the Kunmo Dusk Stone gushed out with virtually endless power. A torrent of time surged, and the speed around Yang Feng increased by 100 times. In an instant, he crossed the distance of 10,000 kilometers and appeared in front of Shiryu. With a flick of his finger, a purifying blue flame suddenly emerged, turned into a fire dragon, and shot towards the Primal Chaos Spider Threads. Blue flames flickered, and the purifying blue flame that easily penetrated the Vajra ruler barrier was easily burned by the Primal Chaos Spider Threads. Purifying blue flame, the bloodline innate ability of the blue flame heavenly leopard. How could it appear on him? Has his essence of Devour evolved to that step? Seeing this scene, the beautiful eyes of the Demon Spider Great Sage shimmered coldly. When the essence of Devour evolves to the extreme, once it devours a powerhouse, it can devour everything about the powerhouse, and even grasp the powerhouse's bloodline innate abilities and essences. Powerhouses who can evolve the essence of Devour to the extreme. The Demon Spider Great Sage has only heard of them in legends. According to legends, every powerhouse who has evolved the essence of Devour to the extreme is an invincible existence in the same rank. There was once a quasi-Empyrean who has evolved the essence of Devour to the extreme, and he even perished together with an Empyrean. Since you forced me to use the fourth form, then go to hell. A voice full of killing intent reverberated in the area. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he took a step, crossed the river of time, appeared above the Scarlet Star Holy, and sent a palm barreling towards the Scarlet Star Holy. A gold horn exuding immortal empyrean might extended from Yang Feng's right hand and stabbed towards the Scarlet Star Holy. Heaven Holy, you don't have the ability to kill me. The Scarlet Star Holy, who is fighting against the 3 starry sky obsidian dragons and has the upper hand, has a fierce expression on his face even though he was sneak attacked by Yang Feng. The red star above his head shone with countless runes and, containing immortal empyrean might, slammed towards Yang Feng. When the golden horn stabbed into the Scarlet Star, a fearsome golden beam tore the Scarlet Star apart and ran through the Scarlet Star Great Holy. The 3 starry sky obsidian dragons pounced, bit down with their heads, and tore the Scarlet Star Holy apart. A devour black hole suddenly appeared, swallowed the remains of the Scarlet Star Holy, and frantically devoured his life origin. A river of time appeared in the devour black hole and accelerated the flow of time. Inside the devour black hole, the Scarlet Star Holy, a fierce expression on his face, struggled frantically, turned into dust, and drifted out of the devour black hole. He died. The Scarlet Star Holy died. That was a quasi-empyrean step powerhouse. To die at the hands of the Heaven Holy. Without using an eternal treasure, he actually killed a quasi-empyrean. When did the Heaven Holy become so terrifying? How did he become so terrifying? What happened? When the many holy venerables saw the Scarlet Star Holy die, a chill welled up inside them. That was a quasi-empyrean step powerhouse. A top powerhouse on the eternal path. For such a powerhouse to die at the hands of Yang Feng, who else on the eternal path is Yang Feng's opponent? Chapter 1254. The 3 starry sky obsidian dragons fluttered, twisted their huge bodies, and appeared in front of Shiryu. Mycelia's figure fluttered, and she flew behind the 3 starry sky obsidian dragons with the Cloud Dragon Great Holy and the Silver Brilliant Great Holy. After all, the 3 starry sky obsidian dragons are quasi-empyrean rank extraordinary life forms. Moreover, they are extraordinary life forms that excel in defense. With their protection, there is no need to worry about the primal chaos spider silk of the demonic spider Holy. Light of teleportation appeared in the void, and a swarm of 6th-generation battle robots suddenly appeared, as if there is an endless mechanical legion in the true ruins divine country. Yang Feng's mechanical legion distributed on the various celestial bodies in the central star field of the eternal path was recalled, and then used top-grade warp gates to travel freely on the battlefield. The ruler series battle robots poured out like a tide and rushed towards the hostile saints and great holy powerhouses. The Vajra rulers appeared one after another, surrounded Yang Feng, and resisted various attacks. Bombarded by the various offensive spells of the saints and great holy powerhouses, the Vajra rulers were blasted into pieces one after another. It is thanks to the Vajra rulers acting as a solid barrier that Yang Feng can devour powerful enemies unscrupulously. Otherwise, no matter how tyrannical Yang Feng is, he won't be able to ignore the attacks of the saints and great holy powerhouses. In theory, if there are enough Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses, they can even besiege an invincible Empyrean. Besieged by the ruler series battle robots, the saints and great holy powerhouses who are eager to attack Yang Feng suffered heavy injuries. Strands of extremely strange and illusory fluctuations swept towards one of the saints whose life force field had been broken, and a hint of confusion flashed through the saint's eyes. At the moment when the holy was at a loss, 7 blade rulers, who have already advanced to the warlock monarch rank, appeared in front of him lightning fast and slashed at the holy with their blades. Copious amounts of blood shone, and the saint was cut into countless pieces by the 7 warlock monarch rank blade rulers. A devouring black hole appeared, swept towards the saint who had been chopped into pieces, and devoured the saint who had been killed, absorbing his life essence. The life origin of every holy is a great tonic for Yang Feng. It is because he devoured the life origin of countless holy powerhouses that he was able to surpass the countless supreme geniuses in history and reach this point step by step. When the demon spider Great Sage saw the Scarlet Star Great Sage turn to dust in front of him, his entire body turned cold and filled with fear. Great Sage Starry Lunar Heavenly Serpent became even more berserk inside the ceiling formation. Countless starlights flickered and bombarded the ceiling formation, causing cracks to appear on it. He knew very well that once the demon spider Great Saint fell, it would be his turn next. It's your turn now. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and his gaze fell on the great holy of magic spider, and fearsome killing intent spread in all directions like a tide. Mother, save me! The pretty face of the great sage devil spider changed, and she flipped her lily-white hand, and a statue of the primal chaos spider mother with 999 beautiful faces appeared. The faces of beautiful women flew out of the statue of the primal chaos spider mother, suspended in the void, and turned into countless twisted runes. A vast torrent of time projection that seems to run through the past, present, and future emerged. According to legend, she once cooperated with an Eternal to injure another Eternal, which eventually led to the other Eternal's death. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng is in awe of such an invincible overlord rank Empyrean. He doesn't want to make such an enemy for no reason. The primal chaos spider mother uttered expressionlessly. So you're saying? Are you not willing to give me face? Yang Feng replied flatly. Anyone who offends me must pay the price. The primal chaos spider mother is indeed terrifying, but she has lived for too long. She is a terrifying existence that has lived since the creation of the universe until the modern era. No matter what secret method she uses, she cannot leave the river of time at this time. Once the primal chaos spider mother awakens from the river of time at this time, the moment she steps out of the river of time, she will be eroded by time, her soul will decay, and only her immortal fleshly body will remain. The great holy of primal chaos spider mother will compensate you tenfold. In addition, you can get what you have been looking for here. The primal chaos spider mother was silent for a while, then flicked her finger, and a gold ray flew towards Yang Feng and fell into his hand. A universe source fragment. When the gold ray fell into Yang Feng's eyes, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he revealed a look of excitement. A universe source fragment is one of the most important core materials of the level 7 stronghold of the Shizu. It was a precious mineral that would only be formed when the origin of a universe split open when it was born or destroyed. Very few people can make use of universe source fragments. However, every universe source fragment can be used to create a holy land for cultivation. Only the primal chaos spider mother will collect a universe source fragment. Yang Feng glanced at the great holy of primal chaos spider mother and said coldly, Great holy of primal chaos spider, as long as you take an oath that you will no longer be my enemy, you can go. The great holy of primal chaos spider mother released a sigh of relief. Then, countless runes shone on his body. A stick suddenly emerged, and he uttered a stick's oath. After swearing the stick's oath, the great holy of primal chaos spider mother's projection knelt on the ground and bowed deeply, and then turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Several holy rank experts followed behind the great holy of primal chaos spider mother and disappeared from the battlefield. In the river of time, the peerless beauty nodded at Yang Feng, twisted, turned into a beautiful face, flew to the primal chaos spider mother, and closed her eyes. The illusory river of time slowly closed and disappeared. It's over. There's no hope. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the saints and great holy who are fighting fiercely shimmered with despair. The great holy of primal chaos spider mother is a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse. It is his existence that makes Yang Feng a little apprehensive. Now that the great holy of primal chaos spider mother has left, only Yang Feng, a quasi-Empyrean rank existence, remains on the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, numerous saints and great sages fled in all directions. Want to escape? That's fine, but leave behind the reflection of fate. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he smiled coldly and flicked his finger, and the blue mirror of fate appeared. Wisps of fate breath emerged from the blue mirror of fate and shot towards the direction where the holy and great holy rank powerhouses escaped. Traces of the aura of fate came from the direction of the saints and great sages, entering the blue mirror of fate. Seeing this scene, the faces of the hostile saints and great holy turned pale, and despair shimmered in their eyes. Once the wisps of fate breath are shown by the blue mirror of fate, even if they escape to the edge of this universe, they won't be able to escape Yang Feng's pursuit. Only by escaping this universe can they get rid of the reflection of the blue mirror of fate. Chapter 1255. Yang Feng glanced at the rebels, sneered, and said frigidly, If you want to surrender, then kill the powerhouses of the Blue Flame Heavenly Leopards, the Ghost-Faced Demon Imperial Family, the Crimson Star Race, and the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Race. Only by killing them and using their heads and souls can you obtain the qualifications to surrender. Otherwise, I'll wipe you out.
Kill them. I'll borrow your head.
Sir, I'm sorry, but I'll borrow your head. The rebel alliance fell apart in an instant. The saints and great saints of the rebel army frantically attacked the four major clans. They desperately fought for a chance to survive. The heaven-holy Yang Feng's reputation shook the world, and he never discounted his words. At the time when the True Ruins divine race collapsed, except for the races that killed the True Ruins divine race's holy powerhouses, the other races were massacred by Yang Feng. Now that the blue mirror of fate is in Yang Feng's hands, even if these races have the protection of the Great Holy, they can't escape Yang Feng's pursuit even if they escape to the edge of the universe. The only way to survive is to kill the four race powerhouses in exchange for a chance to surrender and live.
You bastards! How dare you betray us? You lowly things, stop!
Kill you traitors! Eyes shot with blood, the four race powerhouses fought with their former vassal races. Countless lives withered in the void. Yang Feng's subordinates cooperated with the huge mechanical legion to besiege the four races and their vassal races one by one. The situation has changed dramatically. Everyone can see that the defeat of the four races is set in stone.
Stop. Heaven Holy, you can kill me.
I will also give you all the wealth of our Starry Moon Heavenly Snake Clan. Please let our Starry Moon Heavenly Snake Clan live. I know the address of the Eternal Laboratory. As long as you give us a way out, I'll tell you the address. I'm the only one who knows the address. Star and Moon Heavenly Snake Saint roared as he frantically rammed the seal boundary formed by the mechanical stars. Yang Feng glanced at the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Holy and said coldly, Star Moon Heavenly Snake Holy, I gave you a chance. Since you gave up that chance and refused my kindness, you have to pay the price. You have to pay the price. Your Starry Moon Heavenly Snake Clan will definitely be exterminated because of your stupidity, and you'll become a stepping stone for my advancement. The birth of any emperor was achieved by stepping on the corpses of countless experts. Because the amount of resources an emperor required was truly too huge. Without sufficient resources, no matter how heaven-defying a genius's natural talent was, it was impossible to advance into the emperor realm. Heavenly Saint, can you give me face and let the Star and Moon Heavenly Snake Saint go this time? I can guarantee that from now on, he will no longer be your enemy. The great calamity of the universe is imminent. Any half-emperor level powerhouse in our universe is an important combat power. We shouldn't waste them in a civil war. Ripples flashed in the void. The green thunder great saint sighed and flew out of the void. The great void-eyed tiger sage also stepped out from the void and said slowly, That's right. Heavenly Saint, I also ask you to let go of the Star and Moon Heavenly Snake Sage and the Star and Moon Heavenly Snake Clan. Of course you can take 4/5 of their territory.
In the void, there was a flash of light, and a sea of light Great Holy with long green hair and a body made of light emerged from the void.
The Sea of Light Great Holy, covered in quasi-Empyrean tail fangs, said slowly, Heavenly Saint, please give us face. Spare the Star and Moon Heavenly Snake Sage this time, and we will compensate you tenfold. We will also make the Star and Moon Heavenly Snake Sage take a Styx oath that he and the Star and Moon Heavenly Snake Clan will never be your enemy again. The death of a quasi-Empyrean is a great loss to our universe's high-level combat power. In the central starfield of the Eternal Path, there are less than 20 known quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses. Each of these less than 20 quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses possesses terrifying power. Even in a universe war, they are at the top of the pyramid. With a gaze as sharp as a blade, Yang Feng looked expressionlessly at the three quasi-Empyreans. If I don't give you face, are you going to start a war with me? A chill surged behind the void-eyed tiger sage, and he said decisively, No, if you want to annihilate the Star and Moon Heavenly Snake Clan, then we are willing to lend you a hand. The speed at which Yang Feng's strength improves is too heaven-defying. Not long ago, he was not the opponent of a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse. But now, even the Scarlet Star Great Holy, a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse, died at his hands, filling the void-eyed tiger sage with fear. Every Empyrean has climbed to the top by stepping on the corpses of countless powerhouses. The void-eyed tiger sage doesn't want to become a stepping stone for Yang Feng. The void-eyed tiger sage has a grudge against Yang Feng to begin with. If Yang Feng finds an excuse to start a war with them, it will be a nightmare for the void-eyed tiger sage. The green thunder Great Holy sighed slightly. Heavenly Holy, the Star and Moon Heavenly Snake Sage offended you. You have the right to deal with him. I just hope that you can reconsider and leave a bit more vigor for our universe. The Light Sea Great Sage smiled and said, Heavenly Saint, it's your business how to deal with the Star and Moon Heavenly Snake Sage. If you insist on exterminating the Starry Moon Heavenly Snake Clan, our Light Sea Clan is willing to help you. Exterminating them as soon as possible will allow our universe to preserve a bit more vitality. Within the boundary of the mechanical star seal, Star and Moon Heavenly Snake Great Sage's eyes revealed a trace of despair. The Great Void-Eyed Tiger Clan and the Light Sea Clan were both Eternal Emperor clans. Once these two great Eternal Emperor clans joined the encirclement against the Star Moon Heavenly Serpent Clan, the Star Moon Heavenly Serpent Clan would truly be exterminated from this universe. Not a single bloodline would be left. Yang Feng said lightly, Star Moon Heavenly Snake Holy, for the sake of the three holy sages, I'll give you a chance. As long as you swear to become my slave and open your soul, I'll place a restriction on your soul. I will give you a way out, and give the entire Star Moon Heavenly Snake Clan the right to surrender. I'll only give you 10 seconds to think about it. If you don't agree, then you can perish together with the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Clan. I promise you. Heaven Holy. Within the boundary of the mechanical star seal, the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Holy sighed slowly. Countless starlight shone, and he regained his human form, looking like he aged by hundreds of thousands of years. Quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouses are the protagonists of an era, peerless geniuses, and the protectors of a race. Very few quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouses are willing to bow their heads to others. However, the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Holy clearly has deep feelings for the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Clan, which is why he submitted to Yang Feng for the sake of the clan. Countless runes emerged between Star and Moon Heavenly Serpent's eyebrows and condensed into an illusory Star and Moon Heavenly Serpent made of countless stars. Countless mysterious mechanical tentacles extended from the armor of dawn, pierced into the Star Moon Serpent projection formed by the Star Moon Serpent Sage, formed mysterious runes, and eroded the soul of the Star Moon Serpent Sage. So this is a heaven holy secret treasure. So strong. To be able to control a quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouse, what a fearsome secret treasure. When the many powerhouses present saw this scene, their hearts shook slightly. Once a powerhouse advances to the holy realm, they will possess an immortal body. At the same time, their soul will possess a trace of immortal characteristics. Any method of spell domination would be difficult to work in their bodies. Only when they open their soul can it be possible to tamper with their soul. For Yang Feng to be able to set up a restriction on the soul of a quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouse, even if the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Holy has opened his soul, it is already extremely terrifying. Yang Feng said lightly, the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Holy can surrender. Go destroy my enemies, Star Moon Heavenly Snake Holy. Yes, my lord. I will destroy your enemies for you. The Star Moon Heavenly Snake Holy saluted Yang Feng, then countless runes shone on him, and he revealed his star-like true body and rushed towards the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. A series of earth-shattering explosions rang out in the void. Wherever the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Holy passed, starlight swept out and blasted the powerhouses of the major races into pieces. It is difficult for any holy to block his attack. The huge mechanical legion followed behind the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Holy and slayed the enemies along the way. After the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Holy joined the battle, the coalition army collapsed. Some of the coalition army's powerhouses fled, while others stayed to fight Yang Feng's army to the death. The fierce battle lasted for a day and a night. 2/3 of the elite forces of the coalition army were annihilated, and most of the holy and great holy of the coalition army were killed by Yang Feng and his subordinates. The Blue Flame Leopard Emperor, the Ghost-Faced Demon Emperor, and the Scarlet Star Holy died. The Demonic Spider Holy fled in defeat, the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Holy submitted to the Heaven Holy, and the Blue Ogre Coalition army was annihilated by 2/3. Before the war was over, a piece of news appeared on the Sage discussion forum, causing it to explode. The Heaven Holy is back. How can this be? Even if the Heaven Holy returns, it is impossible to kill the Scarlet Star Holy. The Scarlet Star Holy is a quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouse. Even among quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouses, the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Holy is a mighty existence. How could he submit to Yang Feng? That's 3 quasi-Empyreans, 2 great holy reincarnated Empyrean steppe powerhouses, and so many holy and great holy followers. How could they be defeated by the Heaven Holy?
Impossible. This news must be fake.
There's a conspiracy. The Heaven Holy can't be that powerful. In the Holy Forum, countless holy rank experts discussed, filled with incredulity. No one believes that Yang Feng can slay a quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouse while besieged by so many powerhouses. Chapter 1256.
It's true, I saw it with my own eyes.
The Heaven Holy defeated the Blue Flame Leopard Emperor and the Ghost-Faced Demon Emperor and slayed the 2 reincarnated emperors. The Red Star Great Holy was also slain by him. The Heaven Holy's strength has surpassed mine. The Green Thunder Great Holy. That's the Green Thunder Great Holy. The Green Thunder Great Holy is a person of virtue and prestige, he shouldn't lie. So it's true?
The Heaven Holy really defeated 3 quasi-Empyreans and 2 Great Holy reincarnated emperors?
As soon as the Green Thunder Great Holy appeared on the Holy Forum, it caused a sensation. The Green Thunder Great Holy is the oldest quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouse in the central starfield of the Eternal Path. As soon as he spoke, many saints began to believe that fact. The Heaven Holy is very strong. In the Eternal Path, there are few people who can be his opponent. His strength is already far above mine. A piece of news appeared on the Holy Forum.
That's the Great Void-Eye Tiger Great Holy. He also showed up.
It seems that this is true.
I was there at the time.
The Heaven Holy did defeat the Blue Flame Leopard Emperor and the Ghost-Faced Demon Emperor.
I was there too.
The Red Star Great Holy was indeed slayed by the Heaven Holy. The Blue Ghost Coalition and the elites of the Red Star race suffered heavy casualties. All the holy and great holy powerhouses were slayed by the Heaven Holy. The Heaven Holy wielded the Blue Mirror of Fate and killed the fleeing holy and great holy powerhouses one by one.
How dreadful!
One after another, saints appeared and narrated what happened on the battlefield.
All of the saints were trembling in fear.
The Heaven Holy is comparable to a quasi-Empyrean in battle prowess.
How dreadful!
How could he be so fast? It has been less than 50 years since he advanced to the Great Holy Realm. How could he advance so quickly? Advanced Great Holy Realm. Even if he is proficient in the essence of Devour, it is impossible for him to advance so quickly. He is not a reincarnated emperor. The saints speculated as to why Yang Feng became so strong in such a short period of time. He slayed a quasi-Empyrean. How could this be? How could he be so terrifying? In a huge Qilin blood pool in the Eternal Road, the golden Qilin prince's eyes flashed with shock, and he emitted traces of great holy steppe power fluctuations. The golden Qilin Emperor Prince was a pure-blooded Emperor Prince, possessing a pure bloodline comparable to the true spirit realm. His talent was tyrannical beyond compare. After entering the Eternal Road, he found many treasures, purified his bloodline, and advanced all the way to the Great Sage realm. Advancing from a saint to a great saint in less than 500 years was definitely a heaven-defying matter. One had to know that many saints had been stuck at the initial stage of the saint realm for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. It was extremely difficult for them to take another step forward. Even in the era of eternal sovereigns, the golden Qilin Emperor's advancement speed was already considered heaven-defying. But in front of Yang Feng's advancement speed, it was not worth mentioning. The eyes of the gold Qilin Emperor flickered with ripples, and he sighed faintly. The 9th Warlock Emperor. Are the humans really going to give birth to a 9th Warlock Emperor? At this time, Yang Feng can already slay quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouses. Among powerhouses of the same rank, no one can compete with him. No matter how unwilling the gold Qilin Emperor Prince was, he already knew that he was no longer Yang Feng's opponent. On the edge of the central starfield of the Eternal Road, there is a mysterious dragon tomb. In the dragon tomb, there are piles of countless dragon skeletons. Many of the dragon skeletons are decayed and mottled, full of traces of time. But there are still traces of holy might. The owners of these dragon skeletons were Holy Spirit rank existences when they were alive. In the center of the dragon tomb, there is a lifelike 100,000-kilometer-long azure dragon hovering. Wisps of immortal Empyrean might diffuse from the huge azure dragon. Unlike the other dragon skeletons, there was not a trace of time on the azure dragon. If that huge azure dragon did not have a trace of soul fluctuation, no one would be able to tell that this true dragon was already a corpse. Below the azure dragon, There is a 100-meter-tall azure altar engraved with countless mysterious runes. There is a person sitting in the center of the altar. It is the Azure Dragon Emperor. The Azure Dragon Emperor guided the dragon force of the entire secret realm and gathered it inside the Azure Dragon Emperor. From the huge Azure Dragon corpse, traces of pure dragon force were also drawn out, entering the Azure Dragon Prince's body. A terrifying Great Sage intermediate stage energy fluctuation spread out from the Azure Dragon Prince's body. Blue Flame Leopard Emperor, Ghost-Face Demon Emperor, Red Star Great Holy. The Heaven Holy has become so frightening that even quasi-Empyrean step powerhouses fell at his hands. The Azure Dragon Emperor opened his eyes, dragon chi surged around him, a complicated look in his eyes, and he sighed faintly. The Azure Dragon Emperor opened one treasure trove after another that his father hid in the Eternal Road. In a short period of time, he has promoted to an intermediate Great Holy rank existence, even surpassing the Gold Chelan Emperor. However, his strength is still far from that of those quasi-Empyrean step-old monsters. Now that Yang Feng can even slay quasi-Empyrean step-old monsters, the Azure Dragon Emperor realized that the gap between him and Yang Feng is getting bigger and bigger, to the point where it is almost impossible to catch up. The Eternal Road. Inside a secret realm. On a 10,000-kilometer-tall divine parasol tree burning with phoenix flames, there is a huge phoenix nest. That phoenix nest was made up of countless phoenix feathers, and it was filled with the power of the phoenix. The huge phoenix nest is a small world, and inside this small world, there is a beautiful and luxurious palace. The first phoenix born in the world naturally doesn't know how to build beautiful palaces. However, some phoenixes born later like to build palaces in their nests and enjoy themselves. A person sat in the center of the palace. She was peerlessly beautiful and elegant. It was the Phoenix Princess. The beautiful eyes of the Phoenix Princess shimmered with a complicated light, and she sighed faintly. The Blue Flame Leopard Emperor, Ghost-Face Demon Emperor, and Red Star Great Holy have all fallen at the hands of the Heaven Holy. No one in the Eternal Road is his opponent. If those old monsters sleeping in the River of Time hadn't come into being, he would have been invincible. The Phoenix Princess is a peerless genius of an era, an invincible existence in the same realm. But compared to Yang Feng, she pales in comparison. Even though the Phoenix Princess obtained many treasures hidden by the Phoenix race in the Eternal Road, but she is still far from being a match for a quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse. Even veteran Great Holy like the Cloud Dragon Great Holy and the Silver Glory Great Holy, she can barely contend against them at most. The Heaven Holy is really scary. It seems that the human race is going to give birth to a 9th Warlock Emperor. He is invincible in the Eternal Road. What a fast speed! Although the 8 human Warlock Emperors were all invincible in the Eternal Road. However, none of them advanced as fast as him. The Heaven Holy is probably the most overbearing Great Holy in the history of the human race. Voices of discussion came from all over the central starfield of the Eternal Road. In the Imperial Murder Forum, a forum where countless top assassins of the Eternal Road gathered. The Hand of Death gave up the mission to assassinate the Heaven Holy. The assassination success rate is 100%. Once you accept the mission, the Hand of Death, who has never failed, gave up the mission. It can't be helped. After all, that person is the Heaven Holy. Even the Red Star Great Holy, a quasi-Empyrean powerhouse, died at his hands. Even though the Hand of Death has assassinated Great Holy before, but he is still not his opponent. The twin spies also gave up. That's normal. A rational person wouldn't accept this kind of assassination mission. That's the Heaven Holy we're talking about. If you anger him, you will bring your entire race into the abyss of destruction. The Eye of Illusion. The Eye of Illusion, who is ranked first, hasn't given up the mission yet. The Eye of Illusion, maybe he can succeed in assassinating the Heaven Holy. If the Eye of Illusion can succeed in assassinating the Heaven Holy, then the whole world will pay attention to us assassins. There were many discussions on the Monarch Murder Forum. Almost all the assassins who have taken on the mission to assassinate Yang Feng decisively gave up the mission. Unless they have the protection of the other 2 Empyrean-grade secret treasures of fate, once anyone leaves a trace in the universe and is illuminated by the blue mirror of fate, they will not be able to escape Yang Feng's pursuit. On the Imperial Murder Forum, all the assassins put their hopes on the Eye of Illusion, who is ranked first on the assassin list, expecting him to create a miracle and assassinate Yang Feng. After Yang Feng's mechanical legion annihilated the main force of the Blue Ogres, it swept through the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Race, the Blue Flame Heavenly Leopard Race, and other defeated allied forces. Wherever the mechanical army passed, they easily took control of all the stars. Originally, the collapse of such a huge force like the Blue Flame Heavenly Leopard Race was bound to attract countless giant crocodiles to take a bite out of this fat piece of meat. However, when the restless forces heard that Yang Feng saw the territories of the Blue Flame Heavenly Leopard Race and other powerful races, they became well-behaved and didn't dare to make a move, for fear that Yang Feng would find an excuse to wipe them out and annex their territories. Yang Feng deliberately exposed some flaws in order to lure the forces into a trap. Not daring to act rashly, the forces even cooperated with Yang Feng's subordinates and took over one force after another. The three quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouses, the Great Void-Eye Tiger Great Holy, the Light Sea Great Holy, and the Green Thunder Great Holy, joined forces to warn the forces that want to make an enemy of Yang Feng, keeping the restless forces clear-headed. The Heaven Holy Yang Feng has already suppressed countless forces in the Eternal Road.